Izuku said no more. And then the sewer rumbled. Fear not. Why? Because I am here. All Might shouted. All Might. I surrender. Just please help me dash. The sludge villain was cut off when the last bits of him were absorbed. All Might was horrified as seeing someone die before his eyes. But who did it? And what was that Quirk? A distant memory of him crying under a blanket while his teacher laughed at him rose to his mind. I don't know what you are, but if I must fight you dash. The mass of body horror closed up, revealing a green-haired teenager. Oh my gosh, it's All Might, the teen shouted, rushing forward with an open piece of paper. Sir, it's an honor to meet you in person. Please sign my notebook, the boy begged. He looked a little familiar to All Might. He probably saw him at a signing at some point. Heck, he was 90% sure that he had seen All for One at one once with some green-haired lady. He took the notebook, grabbed a pen, and signed it. Thank you, the boy screamed, bowing super fast. It'll be a family treasure. Passed down for generations dash. He bowed too far, and his back snapped. This is awkward, he muttered, standing back up. All Might then got to see bloody flesh and tissue knit itself together. If he had anything in his stomach, more of a metal container now, he would have thrown up. So, tell me, young man, what are you aiming to do in your future? All Might was really worried that the kid would say something like villain, considering the sheer destructive potential of his quirk. I want to be a hero like you. I want to save everyone with a smile, and scare off criminals so they don't hurt anyone ever again. Izuku declared, eyes sparkling. With a quirk like that, I'd say you'd excel at heroics. All Might declared before leaping away. Izuku watched him go, and then headed to the arcade. He ignored the dying conscience of that sludge thing in his head as he did. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the arcade. Hey Zuzu, Katsumi called, giving him a hug. Hey Kaken, guess what? I met All Might, he declared. I even got his autograph, he added, showing the page with All Might's signature. That's awesome, she shouted, spinning him around in a hug. Izuku laughed like a little kid as he was spun around. I have money and his credit card info, he announced, going to the ticket booth. The two played at the arcade for a few hours, before going home together. If only I didn't have homework, Katsumi moped. Izuku detected the increase of hormones. Oh, he asked, smiling. Yeah, so we could hang out, she cooed. Let me find an octopus first, all right? Izuku requested. Katsumi slumped and nodded. Izuku waved goodbye and headed home. As he walked home, he made sure to wave to all the government agents watching his apartment. Some of them waved back. Others just flinched. One of them was on his phone, talking to his wife. Yeah, the guys say that we're doing something high profile. Apparently we're assigned to watch this one family. Woman and her son. Said woman's pretty nice, she baked all of us some pies today, he added. I tell ya, the files we went over have to be bullshit. Which ones? Izuku inquired, making the man nearly jump out of his skin. Jesus, you the kid? Izuku Midoriya, that evidently knew, guy asked. Yep. Izuku said, a beaming smile on his face, hand outstretched. Nice to meet you. The operative shook his hand. So, why are we here? I mean, you're obviously aware, he deadpanned. Oh, it's because passive surveillance means new friends and people to talk to? Izuku explained. Dad's overseas, and Mom wants to talk to people. So when the government switched from kill teams to surveillance, we saw an opportunity and took it. Izuku explained, walking into his home. The operative shrugged. Just then, one of his commanders came around. So I see you've met Izuku Midoriya, he said. I'm proud of you for not pulling the trigger. Sir, with all due respect, I'm married. Sure, my wife is a black ops with a higher security clearance, but I don't want to leave her alone. If half the stories are true, he'd tear me apart, the new guy chuckled. The commander shook his head. Actually, what would happen if you went after Beyonder, or as we call him, Spaghetti, would be a lot less. He'd toss you around for a bit, but you'd only have a few bruises and be covered in his gore, but that'd be it. And what about Operation? God, the name Essex. Eliminate Spaghetti Monster, the new guy said, cringing at the horrible name. That's the reason that kill teams aren't sent out. 59 of the meanest, cruelest Black Ops soldiers the Japanese government could find, 2 normal soldiers in way over their heads, and 1 underground hero. Yeah, that report's true. All of it? Even the part with the hospital? Even that part? The new operative shuddered in fear. Aizawa knew this was a nightmare. He knew that it had been 3 years since that awful 3-day PRD. And yet, his mind would always bring him back. The lights were flickering on and off. In between the flashes, he'd see mutilated corpses of the group. One of them, breathing heavily, though bleeding from a massive gash on her, reached out to him. "Aizawa, help," she gasped, before her head was split in 2 by a bone-tipped tendril. Her corpse was dragged into the darkness. She died during retrieval. Not in the hospital. A tiny part of Aizawa's mind howled, desperately trying to get him to remember that none of this was real. He wasn't looking where he was going, and slammed into a wall. Breathing heavily, he pushed himself off of it, and ran down the deserted hallways. He blinked, and the pristine hallways became soaked in blood. He saw the bodies of doctors and patients. Some had their eyes gone. Others had their stomachs bitten out. "Wake up," a tiny piece of his mind howled. None of the patients or doctors were harmed. He kept running, looking for someone, anyone. Eraserhead. Aizawa turned to see Noya, holding his flamethrower like a lifeline. The underground hero turned, only to see the soldier's face contort, before tendrils burst from his head, showering him in gore. No. He lived. He lived. That small, self-aware part of Aizawa cried out. Now covered in blood, Aizawa staggered into a bathroom, only to come face to face with Oreo, or what was left of her. Her guts were ripped out, blood covering the floor. Her head had a bullet hole. In shaky handwriting, she had written something on the wall with her own blood. Through a flickering of the light, he saw it. It wrote, "You won't take me." Aizawa backed out of the room, vomiting and crying. Then he heard it. A soft humming. He shakily got up, nearly slipping in his own vomit, and ran. He didn't know how long he ran. The footsteps kept getting louder. They went from gentle, almost silent to heavy, thundering footsteps. Eraserhead, the monster that had slaughtered everyone, called out, mockingly. "I want your autograph," it cackled, an unholy combination of over a dozen voices. The tears in his eyes were of fear. He had tried so strong to erase that Quirk, that abomination, but it didn't work. He was useless. Worthless. He had failed them. He had failed them like he had failed Oboro. He couldn't look behind him. The ripped-apart corpses filled the hallway. The smell of rotting flesh choked his nostrils. Finally, he got to the front doors. He tried to push them open, but only saw that they were boarded from the outside. No. I can't die like this. Please, someone, anyone. Help me, he bawled, pounding at the front door's futility. The thumping got louder and louder. "Sure. Where are you?" the monster called. Growing ever closer. Aizawa shut his eyes, sobbing like a scared child. He awaited the piercing of flesh. Instead, he felt bloody fingertips gently brush his face. The monster had turned back into the Quirk holder, a 15-year-old boy. "Remember this, Aizawa. You live because I allow it," the boy spoke. The blood on him burrowed into his skin. "And you'll die when I command it?" He then disappeared, leaving him alone. Aizawa then bolted awake. He was in his apartment. Quickly, he leaped out of bed to the bathroom, where he cut his hand open, put the blood on a petri dish, and grabbed a lighter. He brought the flame close to his blood. And then, the blood jolted away from the flame. There was a mocking laughter in his skull. "I told you, Aizawa. You'll die when I command it." Then he looked into the mirror and screamed. Aizawa awoke screaming. He was in his bed again. He dashed to the bathroom and performed the action he had done in the nightmare. The blood boiled away. It didn't try to escape. Aizawa choked down a sob of relief. It was just a nightmare. It's not real. Noya and Oreo are still alive. I'm still alive. That thing didn't kill us, he gasped, before bandaging the cut. However, as he did, his mind went back to the last part of the dream, the part the boy had said to him before leaving. He had said it. "Remember this, Sho Yudaizawa, you'll live, because I allow it, and you'll die, when I command it. Those words would haunt him until he finally did die. He just knew it. However, he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he'd never run into that monster again. He had retired from underground work after that, and had a steady teaching job at UA. Izuku woke up the next day, stretched, and got out of bed. He went downstairs, where his mom was making pancakes. Some of the braver agents were helping her. They nodded to him, and he waved back. Oreo and Noya, his two favorites, were sipping coffee. "Mornin' Midoriya," Noya said. "Morning, Noya." Izuku replied cheerfully. "Did you sleep well?" "Better than I have recently. Guess you announcing you wanted to be a hero calmed my nerves some. Wasn't it obvious?" "I mean, he didn't lay a finger on the patients," his wife, Oreo, responded. "I told you we'd be fine," she added. "Didn't stop you from begging for your life," Izuku chuckled. Oreo humphed at that. "Hey, it wasn't aimed at you. You know that," Noya deadpanned. Izuku shrugged. "Yeah, that's true. Anyways, since it's a weekend, I'm gonna go and train my mind," he exclaimed, heading out the door. After he left, Noya emptied his coffee. Right then, who wants chocolate chip pancakes? That morning, Izuku and Katsumi were training on Dabat Beach. Well, Katsumi was training. She was working on improving her quirk by way of constant use. Izuku had a bunch of brain teasers scattered around. You see, the main drawback of his quirk was that the longer he wasn't in a vaguely humanoid shape, the more sadistic and generally evil he became. Currently being, in Katsumi's words, an unidentifiable blob of BLD, spaghetti, and body horror for more than 5 minutes at a time began to twist him. He'd begin to grow more and more feral, hunting down his prey without mercy. Thankfully, he was still able to differentiate friend from foe while doing that. Either way, he wasn't proud of it. Thus, the brain teasers. Exercising his brain in various ways helped extend the time. Monster. Also, it helped his body let go of the minds he had consumed. Sure, he'd be able to use their memories and their consciousnesses died almost immediately if he wanted them to, but their minds seemed to stay a while. It had taken him 2 years to finally get that squad to let go. "Remind me again who gave you a thingy warning," Izuku growled, going back to the riddle. "Now then, where was I?" Katsumi was blowing things up Narbi after they'd cleared a little area out. Normally, he wouldn't be able to concentrate. Thankfully, all he had to do was retract his ears. He would have retracted his eyes if he could have. Seeing Kaken practicing in practically nothing but her underwear was one hell of a distraction. However, as he was doing the crossword part of the teasers, he noticed something. The ground around him had gone dark. "Is it late?" he asked himself, looking at the sky. It was still light out. "That's odd," Izuku thought to himself. He then looked up, just in time to see a fridge heading towards him. Guess people are out moving things. That was his last thought before he was crushed under the fridge, BLD and gore flying everywhere. Katsumi turned around when she felt something splatter on her back. She wondered what Izuku was doing, and then she saw the red-stained fridge. Now, upon seeing their friend crushed like that, most people would start crying or be at least a bit sad that their friend was dead. Katsumi wasn't most people. "Zuzu, are you all right?" she asked, slightly concerned. The BLD on her back slithered down her legs, retreating towards the fridge. Of course, Izuku just had to tease her, some of his BLD slipping into her folds. She ummed involuntarily at the feeling, before the BLD finished gathering. A stew of bone shards and BLD then oozed out from under the fridge. The goo ball soon formed into one Izuku Midoriya, who stared at himself. "Guess that sludge thing made me able to act more like a liquid," he mused. "That's useful." Katsumi nodded. "So, do you want me to buy you some new books?" she asked. Before Izuku could respond, someone came running over. "Is that Vault Boy?" Katsumi inquired. Izuku looked at the approaching figure, and saw him slip through the metal like he had turned the collision off. "I think it might be," Izuku replied, before his eyes widened. "Oh my gosh, it's Mirio. Remember him, Kaken?" he exclaimed. "Oh yeah. Didn't he go from not even making it to the second round to being the champion last year?" she exclaimed. Before the two could say anything else, Miro skidded to a halt. "Hello there," he shouted, smiling. He then saw the fridge, including the fact that it was covered in gore. His eyes went small. "Oh no," he whispered. Izuku patted him on the back. "Hey, no one was hurt," he said to the second year. How can you say that?" Mirio stammered. "Because I was the one hit. Do I look hurt to you?" Izuku inquired. "Mirio," a very familiar voice called out. "Holy shit!" Katsumi exclaimed, turning to the sound of the voice. It was All Might. The pro was only a smidge taller than she was, so she was almost staring into his blue eyes that shined with justice and honor. "But you're certainly tall," he said after a moment. "All Might, did you throw the fridge?" Izuku exclaimed, looking up at him in admiration. Why do you ask?" "All Might, he claims it landed on him, but that can't be right," Miro shouted, panic in his voice. All Might lifted the fridge, revealing no corpse under the appliance. How?" he gasped. "My quirk," Izuku explained, turning to bloody goo. He then oozed over to Mirio and reformed. "Trust me, that's the tip of the FING iceberg," Katsumi deadpanned. She then remembered that she was basically in her underwear. She turned beet red and quickly threw on her sweatpants and shirt. "No one saw anything," she growled. Mirio nodded and gave a thumbs up. "The dignity of a fellow being must always be respected," he declared. He then turned to Izuku. "I must say, that is an amazing quirk." "You applying for UA?" Izuku and Katsumi both nodded. "Splendid. I hope you both do well. All Might, shall we let them continue their training?" All Might nodded and the two left. Half a mile away, All Might deflated to Yagi Toshinori. Miro turned to All Might. "Sensei, what the hell was that quirk?" he gasped. All Might sighed. "My own sensei, Nana Shimura, showed me an old horror movie called The Thing. The antagonist, the titular thing, is Izuku Midoriya's quirk. Additionally, I'll show you why it's a damn good thing the boy wants to be a hero, but only if you really want to," he added. "All Might, I am certain I can take it," Miro responded. Miro threw up into the wastebasket. Oh God," he gasped, reading the 300-page after-action report. "Yeah, that's a good reaction. I'm thinking about changing the names around and publishing it as a horror novel," Yagi said, patting his successor on the back. He wants to be a hero, right? Then why?" All Might sighed. "You see that question he asked the commander? The one where he asks where his mother and his friend's family is? According to the survivors dash. There were survivors? From this?" Miro exclaimed. "Indeed. The two soldiers and the unnamed hero survived." How are you sure?" "The soldiers watch Midoriya. The hero taught your first-year classes," Yagi explained. "Sensei was begging like a child?" he asked after a moment. Toshinori nodded. "He still has nightmares. Don't bring this up to him, all right?" Miro nodded, before throwing up in the wastebasket again. The training continued for months. Izuku would work on his homework and do other things, while Katsumi worked out. Izuku also managed to find an octopus during that time. Additionally, he saw Mirio and some really skinny guy who kept coughing up gallons of BLD cleaning the beach. Curious, Izuku assimilated some of the BLD. His eyes widened and he sprinted over to the two. When Mirio saw Izuku heading towards him, he flinched. Yagi, however, looked nervous. Izuku skidded to a halt in front of the 8th holder of One for All. All Might?" he exclaimed in shock. Said Pro vomited more BLD onto Izuku, who absorbed it. What happened?" Yagi sighed. "Well, it figures you'd be able to tell who I was. 5 years ago, I got into a fight that was kept hidden from the world. The villain I fought did this," he explained, holding up his shirt. "Pretty bad, huh? After that, and the surgeries I had to have, I can only be All Might for 3 hours a day." After that, the man trailed off and lifted his bony hands. "Is that when Recovery Girl went mad?" Izuku inquired. Toshinori nodded. "Yeah. The repeated surgeries she had to do unhinged her. So it's like Operation Eliminate Spaghetti Monster? Something the government doesn't want people to know, Then, Izuku said aloud. Operation what now? That name sounds super ridiculous. Mirio laughed. Mirio, Operation Eliminate Spaghetti Monster was the file I had you read, Yagi explained. Miro turned green. So then, can I be honest? I'm really glad you're going for heroics, Mirio said, trying his hardest not to throw up. Katsumi just laughed at his expression. The months passed, one by one. Izuku and Katsumi kept training. By the time of the entrance exams, Katsumi had branched out. She could now make flashbangs and explosions that were mostly heat. Izuku had managed to fortify his mind and absorb the last remnants of the sludge villain. He could now be an inhuman abomination for up to 7 minutes without going crazy. Additionally, he was able to slow down his madness a bit as well, so he didn't become a true horror for 30 minutes, instead of the original 20. Inko dropped the two off at the entrance for the exams and drove off. UA University, the place where some of the greatest heroes to ever live trained. All Might, best genus dash. Endeavor as well, someone announced. Izuku whipped his neck around so fast it broke. Excuse the F out of me? He asked, realigning his head while smiling sweetly. The poor kid who said that ran into the building in terror. Katsumi sighed. Zuzu, I know you don't like Endeavor, but can you not frighten everyone who does? She asked. Izuku started at the ground. There are some things you don't know about him, Kaken. I can't tell you not yet, he admitted in a whisper. Did you say something? Katsumi asked him, as she didn't hear what he said. It's private, Izuku told her. She accepted that response, and the two walked into the building. Welcome, little listeners. Present Mike shouted at the intro. Izuku was squirming in his seat, little tentacles spewing out as he had to fight not to melt from joy, like he almost did with All Might. Oh my gosh, it's Present Mike, he whisper-squealed to Katsumi. Today, I'll be doing a live broadcast. Everyone say hey. Hey! Izuku shouted. He was the only one. His shout seemed to echo in the silence that followed. Thank you, little listener, Mike declared, pointing at him. Izuku let out a little squee of joy at that. Now then, as you can see, you have the written part of the exam in front of you. Additionally, you have a booklet on what the practical exam will be about, but I'll explain the basics. Mike clicked a button, and the screen changed. You will all be sent to random fake cities. There are 10 of them. Speaking of 10, you will be fighting robots for 10 minutes in these areas. There are 3 robot types, worth 1, 2, and 3 points respectively. Score as many as you possibly dash. Sir, a voice from behind Izuku shouted, interrupting the pro. I have an urgent question. According to the booklet, there are 4 robots, not 3. If this is an error, you should be ashamed of yourself, as should you. Katsumi placed a calming hand on Izuku's shoulder. Don't murder him, please, she whispered. Izuku nodded. You saw that, Examine 7111? Well, that's because there is a 4th robot, but it's worth a whopping 0 points. Think of it as a moving obstacle. I see. I apologize for my interruption, the boy shouted, sitting down after bowing. Now then, before you start the written portion, allow me to give you all one final gift, our school motto. Plus Ultra. With that, everyone got to the exam. 2.5 hours later, everyone was loaded onto buses. Izuku found himself sitting by a rather nervous blonde girl. She had buns in her hair, and Izuku saw her slitted eyes. She was also wearing an oversized coat. Hello, he cheerfully said to her. The girl turned, and Izuku saw a bit of BLD on her lips. Are you all right? He asked her. Yeah, I'm fine, she said, liking up the BLD. Izuku could sense the herm spike. So, what's with the BLD? He asked. The girl flinched. Here, she looked around and shrank into her oversized coat. Finally, she whispered, My quirk. Your quirk? Izuku asked. The girl nodded. And my quirk allows me to turn into anyone whose BLD I drink. The more BLD I drink, the longer the transformation can last, she admitted. That's awesome. Izuku exclaimed, eyes shining. He quickly pulled out a notebook. What does the transformation process look like? Do you get the quirk of the one you transformed into? Is obtaining BLD gross to you? He asked, much to Toga's shock. I'm covered in gray slime, and it mimics clothes as well, so that's a plus. And no, I don't get the quirks, she said. She then inhaled and exhaled. She was clearly nervous. I am attracted to BLD, she stammered. Sexually? Izuku inquired. What's your name? Himiko Toga, the now named Toga stammered. She held up a thermos. My dad, Ichi's really helpful with it. He tries his best. And your mother? Izuku inquired. Toga flinched. Tried to make me pretend to be normal. I almost went insane, she admitted. Daddy let me have some of his BL. He and Mom got into a big fight over it. Izuku winced. Do you have any? I don't know, Toga said, opening the thermos. She then looked inside and started bawling. Izuku peered in. The thermos had BLD on the side, but it had been drained. There was a note at the bottom. We will be having words, Himiko. Mommy, why? She whimpered. Izuku pulled out his arm and had his skin slew off, letting the BLD flow into the thermos. Toga looked at him in adoration, before hurriedly slurping up the BLD. Then they arrived. Izuku Midoriya, Izuku replied helpfully. Thanks, Izuku, she stammered, blushing. Izuku walked off the bus. As he did, Toga held the now empty thermos to her seat. Is this attraction? She asked herself. Izuku walked out of the bus, happy that he had helped someone. He then realized why everyone was just standing around. The area was huge. How the hell did you get the budget for this? One of the prospective students exclaimed. Izuku, having studied UA, figured it had to do with semitas and overhaul. It probably wasn't as expensive as it looked. Probably. Izuku noticed that the glasses guy was in his group. He shrugged. It didn't matter. He focused his arms, and his skin peeled back, along with his muscles. Soon, only bones and tendons remained. With sickening crunches, his bones twisted and morphed into blades. Now he had 2 swords for arms. These should work, he told himself. Toga was chugging the thermos, evidently getting ready for the battle. She carried some really sharp knives with her. Excuse me, ma'am? Knives aren't allowed on the premises, the glasses guy declared. Toga flinched under his glare. Izuku tapped him on the shoulder with a third arm. There for her quirk, a-hole, he growled, third hand retracting into his E. Before anyone else could say anything, they all heard Mick's voice. All right, listeners. Are you ready to rock? He shouted. Then do so. The test begins now. The gates opened, and Izuku rushed forwards. What are you waiting for? There's no countdown in real life. With that, the rest of the prospective students rushed in. Izuku soon found the first robot. It was a 2-pointer. Target acquired, it said. Izuku brought HT ebony blades done on it, cutting its tendrils off before stabbing it in the brain, killing it. Izuku then flipped off of the top of the robot, and went out in search of more of them. Alright, I can't track them by heartbeats, so I'll have to rely on the sound of moving parts. The teachers were looking at all the screens. Hey, Aizawa, check these little listeners out, Mike called. Aizawa stood up and walked over to the screens. What, Mike? He grumbled. Oh, come on. Look and go. We've even got some people with non-combat quirks taking out robots. Look at that girl with the buns. Aizawa nodded in approval as she sliced a robot with a common knife. In another screen, some girl almost as tall as All Might was blasting away robots left and right, occasionally pulling another student out from under robots. There was a guy with sticky purple orbs gumming up the villain bots, and he seemed to have the air of a chivalrous man, especially when he drove off someone trying to assault one of the female students. That earned him rescue points in his book. There were a lot of interesting quirks and how they used them, and then his eyes caught something. Something green. One of the examinees, who apparently had bone swords for arms, had a familiar mop of green hair. No, he thought. He quickly got a camera to zoom in on him. He had the same freckles. The same face. And then, a third arm grew out of him to pull a robot off of someone. No, 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 no. Aizawa mentally screamed, before beginning to hyperventilate. Aizawa? Vlad inquired. Izawa gagged, tears welling in his eyes. He quickly pulled out a pocket knife he carried for this purpose, and cut his hand. Eraserhead? Midnight exclaimed in fear. Izawa shakily held a lighter to the bloody knife, and began to weep softly when the BLD sizzled away. Shu, what's wrong? Midnight asked, her hidden motherly personality coming to light. It's him, it's that kid, Izawa mumbled, curling into a fetal position before rocking back and forth. Midnight had the mental image of a 4-year-old waking up from a very vivid nightmare. He was whimpering softly as well. No, please, Commander, just tell him what he wants so we can get out of here. I don't want to die, Izawa whispered. Nizu, from his perch, cleared his throat. Time to truly test the students, he cackled, pressing the 0-pointer activation button. That got the rest of the teacher's attention. He then scampered up to Izawa, who grabbed him like a lifeline. Nizu was fine with being an emergency stuffed animal for Eraserhead. Don't worry, Izawa, if he gets accepted I'll move you to the class he's not in, he said to one as homeroom teacher, holding the quaking teacher's hand. Izawa whimpered into the stoat with the intelligence quirk. Izuku finished gutting a 3-pointer, bringing his total points to 40, when the ground rumbled. A massive shadow fell over the entire area, and a massive robot looked down at them. That's a 0-pointer? Izuku mentally exclaimed in shock. Everyone began running away from the machine in panic. Izuku began to get up, his blades becoming hands again, when he saw her. Awa! There was a girl trapped under the rubble. At that, something inside Izuku snapped. He rushed towards the girl and embraced her in a hug. Icha, she slurred, pain distorting her. She then passed out. Izuku then stretched and twisted, his back exploding. His arms grew together, forming a sack around her. Izuku grew eyes on his back, and he unleashed a torrent of stomach acid. At that point, he was mostly a sack of skin and a sea of BLD, tendons, and acid. The robot stepped into this spot, and the BLD raced into it, shorting out wires, while the stomach acid ate through the metal, allowing more BLD to seep in. Wires were dissolved, causing the 0-pointer to begin to shut down. Finally, after a minute, its eyes went out, and it fell into the acid. It then exploded, but another layer of skin shot up, taking the shrapnel so no one else got hurt. Izuku then retracted back to his normal form, holding the girl in his arms. Thankfully, only a few of the students had noticed. The same could not be said of the teachers, who were in a state of shock. What the hell? Vlad screamed. By God! Did he turn into a sea of gore? Midnight exclaimed. I think I'm going to throw up, Semitos groaned. Izawa was still clutching Nizu tightly, rocking back and forth. He can't hurt you here, Izawa. You're safe, the principal promised. Izawa gave the stoat a haunted look. None of us are safe, Nizu. None of us. While the students were milling about, wondering who had taken the giant robot out, Ida walked over to Izuku. What do you want? Izuku asked, gently setting the girl down. What did you do? Same as everyone else. I used my quirk, Izuku explained. Ida wanted to continue, but everyone heard footsteps. Overhaul, the current school nurse, had arrived. The man quickly got around to his job. Occasionally, his jaw would twitch when he placed a hand on an otherwise unharmed student. Izuku, knowing about Overhaul, figured it was him healing random terminal injuries and illnesses, such as cancer. A week passed. Izuku knew that the letter of acceptance or failure would be delivered today. He was pretty sure he passed. After all, he was certain he aced the written, and knew that 40 points wasn't too bad. He was brought out of his musings when his mother barged into the room. Izuku! Letter! She cried. Izuku hurriedly grabbed it, and bolted up to his room. He slammed the door shut, and tore the letter open. A holographic projector plopped down. Immediately, it turned on. Izuku was then greeted with an unusual sight. Greetings! I'm Nizu. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that I'm the headmaster. Izuku immediately recognized him as a stoat. Normally, All Might would be doing these interviews, but you're a special case, Izuku Midoriya. Yes, I know about your quirk and your 3-day adventure, Nizu said, pacing. Now, you passed the written exam with a 100%. That's been done only a handful of times. Additionally, you got 40 villain points. Now, in addition to villain points, we have hidden rescue points. After what you did to save someone you didn't even know, you got full marks. In total, you had 100 points. The scores were shown. At the top was Katsumi, with 79 villain points and 22 rescue points, giving her a score of right below her was himself, with 100 even. All Might got 102 on this exam, so feel proud. You three are the only ones in history to break triple digits. However, Nizu then turned to the screen and sighed. The Japanese government threatened to withhold funding if I swap teachers, probably to punish your teacher, who you already know. His name is Shoyuta Aizawa. Izuku gasped. He knew who that was, all right. Aizawa was heavily traumatized by your actions on those 3 days, so it's to be expected that he will treat you differently. He knows of your full capabilities as he's seen them. As I said, I had to be threatened by the government cutting all funding to UA to not have the teachers swapped, or you placed in a different class. They also said that using overhaul or a student's quirk to make up for this would result in the school being shut down. Please don't hurt Eraserhead, Nizu begged. Izuku nodded stiffly. When I get there, I'll prove that I'm not a danger to him, he vowed. Oh, and one more thing. You'll be in Class 1A. Welcome to UA University, Izuku Midoriya. Welcome to Heroics. Nizu sighed as he walked down to 1A's classroom. He found Aizawa, staring at a wall. Hello, Shoyuta, he said sadly. So, there's no way that, the man stuttered. It really broke his heart to see the formerly stoic teacher and underground hero so afraid. I'm sorry, but the representative was very adamant. Aizawa, I can't even fire you to save you. Why? Why this? Aizawa cried, slamming his fist into the wall. Haven't I suffered enough? Nizu rubbed his back. Trust me, I am well and truly furious, but I'm positive you'll do a great job. Just please don't try to kill him, Nizu requested. I've already tried, Nizu. I tried 17 times, Aizawa responded. He then got up, grabbed his sleeping bag, and went to sleep. Nizu noticed the flamethrower under his desk, but decided that if it made Aizawa feel safer, it should stay. A month later, Izuku was hurrying to 1A. Come there, he said aloud, reaching a door. Behind this door are the 19 best students Japan has to offer, he said to himself, opening it. Get your feet off the desk, that glasses guy shouted. These desks have been sat upon by previous students and deserve respect. Are you a bottom? Because it seems like you like having that stick up you butt, Katsumi snarked back. She then turned her head towards Izuku. Zuzu, she cheered, bounding over to him. Izuku's entire world was soon warm, jiggling Biarthus. Izuku heard a groan of envy from someone, but didn't pay it much mind. Hey, Kaken, he said after removing his face from her melons. We were only beaten by All Might himself. Izuku exclaimed. I know. It's awesome. Katsumi responded, bouncing on her heels. This had the side effect of making her Biarthus bounce and her butt jiggle. Izuku, a familiar voice called out. It was Toga. She was wearing an oversized sweater and glomped him. Thank you, she cried, hugging him. You got in? Izuku said, happy for her. Katsumi had a look of confusion. Who are you? She asked. Oh, I'm Himiko Toga. Izuku gave me some of his It's for my quirk, she said, embarrassed. I see, Katsumi said. Quirks to affect our minds and bodies quite a bit, she mused. Toga began to tear up in joy. She wasn't going to be judged. She then began to hug Bakugu, sniffling. Katsumi turned to Izuku, eyes wide. Izuku scowled. Abuse, she mouthed at him. Most likely, Izuku mouthed back. Aizawa wasn't in his sleeping bag. He had left it in the classroom. He had to be fully aware. I can do this, he repeated to himself. He opened the door and saw his worst nightmare standing there. Said nightmare turned and smiled at him. I can't do this, Aizawa mentally screamed. Immediately he looked for escape options. The window. I should be able to survive the fall, he thought. However, before he could sprint towards it, another thought popped into his head. What about the other students? Would you leave them to him? That stopped him dead in his tracks. He couldn't leave the students to die like that. Hello. I'm Shoyuta Aizawa, your homeroom teacher, he droned. He then walked up to his desk, taking a curve around Izuku. He held up a uniform. Go change into these. You have 10 minutes. Meet me there in 10 minutes, he instructed. They proceeded to do so. He then grabbed what he had been hiding under his desk after they all left. The class was there within the allotted time PRD. The girls had noticed that Toga changed in a separate area. Most of them were just confused. However, for Katsumi, that set off a massive red flag. She'd have to tell their teacher. And sure enough, he arrived. However, he was carrying something with him. Sensei? Why do you have a flamethrower? The glasses-wearing kid shouted. Safety purposes, Aizawa droned. Katsumi looked to Izuku and then to Aizawa. Really? She deadpanned. You know dim and well why I need it, Aizawa shot back, before clearing his throat. Alright, we're skipping orientation. It's not rational. Instead, we'll be doing a quirk apprehension test. If it was up to me, you'd be using quirks in your tests in school, but like all government bureaucracy, the Ministry of Education is dragging their heels. At UA, we get to decide. Bakugu, you scored the highest on the entrance exams. Aizawa tossed her a ball. Throw it as far as you possibly can, and feel free to use your quirk. Katsumi nodded, and stepped up to the pitch. All right, let's go, she thought, letting loose a massive explosion that cracked the ground. Die, he shouted, the explosion propelling the ball away. There was a minute or two of silence before something beeped. Aizawa pulled out a screen, which read 1200 meters. Know your limits, so you can surpass them, Aizawa explained. Most of the class then began to chatter excitedly. Izuku was pretty sure this was too easy. And then, the pink girl said something that made him shudder. Oh boy, this is going to be fun, she exclaimed. Aizawa paused and slowly turned. Fun, you say? You think that heroics is fun? He asked softly. At their silence, he began to shake. It's sure as hell not fun. You have 4 years to learn that. And you know what? You all evidently need motivation. How about this? I'll score each of you. The person who gets last will be expelled. There were gasps. On the first day of school? That's not fair, the girl that Izuku had saved explained. Fair? Aizawa growled. He hoisted up his flamethrower. You want to know what's not fair? Car accidents. Natural disasters. Villain attacks. Being trapped in a hospital for 3 days while your team is being picked off 1 by F1. He was crying tears of rage at the end, and involuntarily let off the flamethrower. If you think, for 1 second, that you'll have it easy here, you're dead wrong. And believe me, I'm not doing this to be mean. I am literally doing this for your own good. Welcome to UA. Welcome to hell. The first of the things to do was the 50-meter dash. Izuku pushed biomass into his legs, exploding outwards. He made sure tendons connected the legs, so it was like he was using rocket-propelled accordions instead of legs. He got 4.49 seconds. He was glad he didn't get any of himself on the track. He was pretty sure Aizawa would have used his flamethrower if he had. The second part was grip strength. Izuku began to grow more and more bone around the grip tester, until it finally broke. He then retracted that growth. Aizawa twitched and wrote down yes. Izuku did alright in the long jump, though he got some BLD on the sand. Aizawa marched forward and ignited his flamethrower, burning the sand to glass with a haunted look on his face. Sensei, that was completely unnecessary. Ida exclaimed. Burn it to ash, it's the only way to be sure, Aizawa mumbled. Thankfully, one of the students, a girl named Momo, was able to create new sand. Izuku didn't do so well with sidestepping, although he admired how that really small kid managed to use his ball to bounce rapidly. Finally, it was throwing time. That girl Izuku saved used her quirk to get a literal infinity, much to everyone's shock. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. His arms stretched out and he began to spin it. Many of the students began to turn green at the sight. Aizawa brought the flamethrower up, and was breathing heavily. Finally, Izuku let the ball go. It soared into the air and after a minute, it landed. 1982 meters. Aizawa let out the breath he was holding. Next was sit-ups. Izuku did moderately alright, though when he was done, Aizawa torched the mat he was on. He knew why Aizawa was doing it, but no one else did. After that was toe-touching. Considering Izuku was able to erase his bones, he did the best in the class. Finally, it was long-distance running. Izuku was pretty sure he did well, seeing as he was in the middle of the pack. When everyone was done, Aizawa called them over. Izuku was in the middle. It'd be too tiresome to show everyone's scores one by one, so here they all are, he monotoned. Izuku looked at the last name. It was apparently a girl named Hakagure. Izuku heard crying from the floating costume. He shifted his infrared, and sure enough, there was a rather pretty girl crying her eyes out. And I was lying. No one's expelled. I don't have enough power to do that, at worst give you a week's suspension. It was a rational deception. Everyone in the class sighed in relief. Pick up a syllabus and go home. I have stuff to do, Aizawa grumbled. Izuku noticed that he was clutching the flamethrower so strong that his knuckles were white. Aizawa turned the corner of the building and saw Hound Dog waiting for him. Are they gone? He asked. Hound Dog sniffed and nodded. Aizawa let the flamethrower drop to the ground and collapsed into Hound's arm, crying his eyes out. There, Aizawa, you're fine, right? Hound asked, rubbing his friend's, and most frequent patient's, back. He didn't hurt you. He didn't hurt anyone, he added. Aizawa whimpered and clutched Hound tighter. Izuku gathered his stuff up and left for the day. Katsumi was also walking with him. Hey, wait up. You're that Infinity Girl. What even is your name? Katsumi asked. Achiko Uraraka, and you saved me in the entrance exam. I never got to thank you. You were truly heroic and you saw through the exam. The glasses-wearing kid exclaimed, glasses flashing. I'm Tenya Ida. And you are? Izuku Midoriya, Izuku explained. Katsumi Bakugu? Katsumi responded. Thank you. Now, why was Aizawa-sensei so afraid of you? Ida inquired. Katsumi looked back at Yue. Zuzu, was he? She asked. Izuku nodded. That was him, Kaken. If anyone has the right to be afraid of me, it's him. I don't understand, Uraraka said. I don't want to talk about it, and I don't think he does either, Izuku said. I'm sure he's just overreacting. Ida exclaimed. Izuku wanted to tell Ida that no, their teacher wasn't overreacting but decided against it. He didn't want to scare them off. The next day, they all began their classes. In the morning, they'd meet in the homeroom. Aizawa was very clearly not looking at Izuku when he took roll call. Izuku wasn't paying attention. He was looking at Toga. She was wearing her oversized coat, but that didn't stop the scent of BLD. She had been badly injured, and fairly recently at that. As the class left for their first class, Izuku stayed behind, walked up to Aizawa from the front. Sensei? He asked. Aizawa grabbed his flamethrower and pointed it at Izuku. Stay 10 feet away from me, Aizawa instructed. Izuku proceeded to take 2 steps back. What do you want? Aizawa growled. I'm worried about Toga, Sensei. She told me her mother hates her quirk, she smells of fresh BLD, and the smell is coming from her. Izuku explained. What are you implying? Aizawa asked. I think her mother is abusing her, Sensei, Izuku answered, dropping the bomb. That's a bold accusation, Aizawa said after a moment. He temporarily shoved his fear to the side. Do you have any proof? Izuku nodded. On the bus to the exam, she had a thermos full of BLD from her father. When she opened it, it was empty, and a note at the bottom said that someone would be having words with Toga, with words in all caps. Izuku responded. I had to give her some of my own BLD, he added. Did you infect her like you did me? Aizawa snarled. Izuku shook his head furiously. I ordered my cells to morph into completely normal OBLD, and then lose all connection to me. They're just the same as normal BLD cells, he explained, waving his arms in front of him. I'll ask Midnight to look, Aizawa growled. Now back out of my classroom. Slowly. Keep all extremities in plain sight. Izuku did so, following his teacher's instructions. After he left, Aizawa set his flamethrower down and went to the staff office. He had work to do. Finally, it was time for heroics. Izuku was vibrating with excitement. Who was going to be his teacher? And then his question was answered. I am coming through the door like a normal person, All Might declared, entering the room in a very unnormal manner. Holy cow, it really is All Might, Kirishima said in awe. Is that his Silver Age costume? It's so retro, Mina gasped. His lines are typed in caps lock and bold. It's giving me goosebumps. Yuga exclaimed, shivering. You all know who I am, so I'll skip that part of the introduction. I am here to teach you all basic hero training. And today, we're jumping right into it. You'll be doing battle training. Katsumi gained a wicked gleam in her eye. Izuku just blinked in surprise. However, you won't be doing that in your gym clothes. You'll be using costumes. The designs you submitted have been carefully made into reality. All Might clicked a button, and wall panels opened. Meet me at Training Ground Beta. With that, he leapt off. Toga snuck into another bathroom to change into her costume. When she got into a stall, however, she found Midnight waiting for her. Hello, Toga, she said. Midnight. Aye, she stammered, holding her costume. Take off your sweater and shirt, Midnight instructed. Izuku smelled BLD on your CC, Midnight explained. He worried that something had happened to you. Toga began to take deep breaths. You'll take Daddy away from me, she whimpered. And I'll be T-trapped. What? Midnight asked. Said that it wouldn't matter what anyone said, that if he tried to get out, she'd get custody, Toga whimpered, slowly taking off her jacket. Midnight gasped at seeing Toga's arms. They were covered in bruises and showed several welts. And then, Toga took off her shirt, and Midnight was filled with furious rage. Toga's CC was covered in burns, bruises, and even 1 or 2 stab wounds, but that wasn't what caught her eye. A word had been carved into her, vertically. The wounds had been seared shut with something. It looked like it had been a branding iron. As for what they spelled, vampire. Who did this to you? Midnight gasped, her motherly side coming out full force. Mom did, Toga admitted. Midnight's fists clenched. And that beach must have known how courts look at abuse cases, she growled. It was almost always the case that in the event of abuse, the courts would automatically assume it was the father's doing, regardless of evidence. It was the same thing with custody. If the father had filed for divorce, then it was far more likely that Toga would have ended up with her mother. Toga began to cry more freely. Midnight embraced her in a hug. Put your costume on, Toga, go to class. I'll talk to Nizu, she soothed. Toga nodded, and Midnight left. Midnight slammed the door open to Nizu's office, a flame burning in her eyes. Nizu, give me those papers. What papers? He asked. The ones that allow students to give the school full custody. FING. No. Nizu could feel the mama bear waves coming off Midnight like tsunamis. His ears went back as he realized why. Ooh, he growled. Toga. Her beach of a mother has been physically abusing her. Midoriya apparently picked up the smell of BLD and told Shoyuta. Shoyuta then told me. I instructed Toga to take off her sweater and shirt. She's covered in bruises, burn marks, and even FNG stab wounds. Midnight was shaking with rage. But that wasn't the worst part. She had the word vampire carved into her FNG. Nizu handed the papers to Midnight. Bring both of her parents in. Bring Makoto in as well, he ordered. Midnight nodded and left. After she did, Nizu soundproofed his office. You BSTRD. You absolute FANG BSTRD, he roared at thin air. Why the F are you having Toga be abused? A slip of paper materialized. To make a statement? You're abusing one of my students to make a FNG statement? He howled. Another piece of paper fell. So, in canon she's a villain because both parents abused her by way of suppressing her quirk? You're on thin ice, Plodge. Thin. FING. Back at the training ground Beta, Toshinori reinflated to all might when the camera picked up his students heading his way. They say the clothes make the pros, and all of you are rocking it. All Might declared as the entire class walked out. He then stared at Izuku. Midoriya? Did you forget your costume? He asked. Izuku was wearing a red t-shirt with the kanji 4 costume on it. He was wearing completely normal civilian clothes aside from that. No, this is right. The shirt's fireproof as well, he explained. He had to try very strong not to blush at seeing Katsumi's costume, however. It was rather skin-tight. Very well. Now, I'll begin explaining the exercise. Today the combat training will consist of urban battles. You see, most villain attacks take place in cities. And despite what you see on the news, most of those battles are indoors. Therefore, you will be conducting 2-on-2 mock indoor battles. One random team will be heroes, and the other will be villains. Everyone began to open their mouths. All Might then held up a finger. Now, I'm not done yet. You see, the battle needs a purpose. The villains will be tasked with protecting a nuclear device, and don't worry, it's papier-mâché within a 5-story building. The villains win if the weapon hasn't been touched by the heroes, or they have captured said heroes. The heroes win if one of them comes into contact with the nuke within the time limit. The teams will be chosen at random, so as to simulate the need for heroes to team up with whoever is available. All Might finished. He had apparently written that down somewhere. All Might was personally thanking Nizu for the script, although he was confused as to why there had been a crossed-out part about Izuku fighting the best hero and villain team working together. And now, time for teams. There seemed to be a pattern to Izuku for the most part, but for some reason he felt like the pairing up of Uraraka and Ida, himself and Katsumi, Toru and Shoko, and Shoji and Toga broke the pattern. Well then, the first battle will have Izuku Midoriya and Katsumi Bakugo as the heroes, and Shoko Todoroki and Toru Hakigure as the villains. Villains, you have 5 minutes to get ready. Starting now. And don't be afraid to get into character. I shall stop the match if things go too far. Shoko nodded and walked into the building. Hakigure followed her. After they entered, Izuku closed his eyes. He turned on heat signatures to track their location. They're on the 5th floor opposite of us, he told her. Katsumi crossed her arms, which highlighted her already considerable bust. Just like stereotypical villains. Dim, your dad was right about that sheet, wasn't he? She asked. Izuku nodded. He then smiled wickedly. Shall we? The heroes may enter the building. Yes, let's. Step onto this platform, Shoko instructed Hakigure. Why? She asked. So your feet are not frozen to the floor, the bichromatic teen deadpanned. Hakigure gulped, but did as instructed. Shoko waited for a minute, before tapping her foot to the ground. Immediately, a massive burst of ice flew out. Izuku felt the temperature drop before Katsumi. Before he could warn her, however, a wave of ice covered the building, leaving the two stuck. Sheet! Katsumi growled. I can't move. Her teeth began to chatter. Can't use my foot. Izuku, however, just kept walking. His feet were torn off at the ankle, leaving his bones and BLD exposed. However, a new foot grew out of the wound. Izuku did this for his other foot as well. He then placed his hand on his torn-off feet, and they oozed into his finger. Kaken? Are you alright? He asked. Bakugo instinctively shook her head. I can't feel my feet, she admitted. Izuku used thermal vision, and sure enough, Katsumi's feet were beginning to lose body heat. Izuku's skin peeled off, and he dumped BLD on Katsumi. The BLD seeped into her skin, and raced to her legs. Izuku used his thermal vision to watch as his BLD began to move about her feet, using its extreme resistance to cold to keep her cells alive. However, seeing Katsumi defenseless wasn't good for his well-being. Surrender now, Beyonder, or all 4 of them get double-tapped. Izuku's eyes burned with rage. I'll win this, Kaken. And they'll regret ever facing me. With that, he walked towards the 5th floor. Toru was shivering from the cold. Why has All Might not called the match yet? Both should be immobilized, Shoko mused. Do you think Izuku or Bakugo managed to jump? Terest. It is possible. Perhaps I should send out another dash. Shoko was cut off when the outer wall exploded. The cameras in the room were obscured. What wasn't obscured was the audio. "You're hurting Kaken." A truly horrific symphony of voices rang out. All Might could pick out at least 10 different pitches. "Surrender and retract the ice. Or I'll make you surrender." Shoko Todoroki thought she was used to horror. From seeing her father kill her eldest sibling for trying to expose him, to seeing her mother get dragged off to a mental hospital under a bullshit excuse that she had flung boiling water at her, to the daily abuse she had suffered since she was 4, to hearing her father's potential future plans, none of that prepared her for the bubbling mound of flesh that she was looking at. She saw 10 faces. One of them was Izuku. The other 9 were all different people, all with expressions of fear. Give. The thing that had been Izuku Midoriya gagged out. Long, inhuman arms burst out of the center mass in gore. Shoko fired off an ice blast. The thing shrugged it off. "Cold does not affect me, Todoroki," the monster replied, sliding forward. "And I can see your heat signatures. Run, Hagakure. You can do that. But you cannot, and will not, be able to hide from me," as if to prove that, a mass of tentacles warped themselves around Toru. "I'll never give in. Not even if you penetrate all of my holes," she announced. The air of horror temporarily dissipated. Izuku's sweat dropped at that. What? "I'll never give in, hero." "Do your worst," she shouted, wriggling. "Why are you turned on?" Izuku asked her. Toru kept wriggling. Izuku moved the tentacles so that they weren't touching her BRSS or Vgna. "Stop teasing me, you fiend," she howled. Moving on, Izuku said, turning to Shoko. He oozed forward again, the atmosphere of terror returning. Shoko fired off another blast of ice. "Oh, come on, Todoroki. I know you have fire." Izuku mocked. "Why do you think Sensei has a flamethrower? I swore never to use it." Shoko roared, firing off another blast of ice. Izuku slammed a tentacle over the audio part, completely cutting them off. "Because of Rei?" Izuku asked, almost to the weapon. Shoko froze. How do you? "I've met her and I've talked to her. One day, Endeavor will either join these people," Izuku then motioned to the faces that were not his own, "or he will rot in Tartarus like the villain he is. But not today." With that, he wrapped a portion of himself around the weapon. He then bubbled and contorted, returning to his normal form. "Weapon secured. Is this correct, villains?" All Might asked. "Why yes," Shoko stammered. "Then the hero team wins," All Might declared. Izuku tapped Shoko on the shoulder. "Will you go defrost Kaken now, please?" he asked. Shoko nodded. "I'll lead you to her." "What happened?" Mina exclaimed. The video feed went dark and all we could hear was a chorus of voices. "Like seriously, girl, tell us?" "It was really scary." Izuku turned into this blob of flesh. "He even wrapped me up in tentacles." "You're the one who wanted me to violate you, Toru," Izuku shot back. "Hey Shoko, what did Izuku say after the audio temporarily went out?" "So you asked." Shoko said nothing. She was just sitting in the corner, facing the wall. Her shoulders were shaking. "Todoroki?" Momo asked, concerned. "He knew," she mumbled. "He knew everything." The rest of the battle trials continued, and Izuku was sure there had to be a pattern. However, Momo and Mineta's victory seemed to break it. That seemed odd, since Mineta had been extremely professional, in spite of Momo's revealing outfit. When everyone was done, All Might called them all together. "Well done, everyone. I feel like we are off to a fantastic start. Todoroki, you need to not hold back a power that is useful in a situation." "Midoriya." "Exactly. Did you do?" Izuku turned to All Might, his expression dead. "They were hurting Kaken. She couldn't protect herself at that time. It brought me back to a rather bad weekend," he explained. Most of the students were confused. All Might, however, nodded. He knew what Izuku was talking about. Todoroki and Hagakure are very lucky that they're still alive, he thought. "Thank you. Class is dismissed." With that, he sped away as fast as he could, hoping to get away before his time ran out. The next day, Izuku and Katsumi walked into a mass of reporters. Tell us, what's All Might like as a teacher? One of them yelled at them. Izuku backed away. Bakugo, on the other hand, please kindly remove your microphone from my bios, and shove it up your overused vgna, she sweetly requested, before walking away. The reporter, who had been resting the tip of the microphone on the taller girl's bios, backed up in shock. Hey, I'm press. I demand respect, she shouted, going after her. Izuku managed to slip through the crowds, thanks to Bakugo's distraction. However, her screaming brought Aizawa out, carrying his flamethrower. Sir, why are you carrying a weapon? The reporter asked. This is Molly. She is my emotional support flamethrower, Aizawa said with a straight face. Now leave. All Might is not here today, he grumbled. As he turned away, all of the reporters started speaking at once. He very nearly whipped around, finger already on Molly's trigger, before he saw Izuku about 12 feet in front of him. Ironically, seeing the creature from the hell that had been Operation Eliminate Spaghetti Monster kept him from torching the reporters. He then walked forward, chuckling to himself as he heard the UA barrier spring into existence. He turned around, and to his disappointment, there was no BLD on the top. I guess Nizu's sharpening of the tip of the barrier has made it less likely to see people on top of it, he thought. However, as he went inside, he didn't notice the figures in the background. So, I read over the reports from the battle trials. Mineta. Good job maintaining professionalism. Toru, Todoroki. Good job not breaking down into sobbing messes begging for your life, or the life of your partner, he said. That's oddly specific, Toru responded after a moment. Midoriya. I'm positive Bakugo can take care of herself. Don't need to leap to her defense every time she gets a scratch. I know, Sensei, I don't like people hurting her. I know of your knee-jerk reaction to anyone hurting those you care about far more than I'd like to, I'll add, Aizawa said. Now, you'll be choosing a class rep today. I'll just take a nap while you do so. Please vote quietly. Aizawa grabbed Molly and cuddled up with the weapon. In the end, Ida won, with Momo as his vice rep. At lunch, Izuku, Uraraka, Ida, and Katsumi were sitting together, at the back of the lunch hall. No one was really paying attention to them. Hey, Ida, are you related to Ingenium? Your costume is similar, Izuku asked. Yes. The famous Ingenium is my older brother. I come from a long line of heroes, you see. Are you a fan? Zuzu's a fan of most heroes, Katsumi replied, smirking. You should see his notebooks, she added. Izuku blushed. Oh come on Izuku. Don't be modest. You have a lot of stuff in there. Katsumi chucked, head-patting Izuku. Izuku hummed softly at the head-pats from his larger friend. All was right in the world. Oh, so this is the individual that has won as teacher quaking in his boots? And then it wasn't. Izuku turned his head around, not caring for the cracks of bone. And who would you be? He asked, ignoring the flinching from Ida and Uraraka. I'm Nieto Minoma. And you are? I'm Dash. It doesn't matter, the blonde laughed. After all, your class is pathetic. You're just a contortionist. Katsumi rolled her eyes. And you're just a RETD who's upset he didn't get into 1A, she grumbled. Minoma flinched at that. What did you say? He whispered. I said, you're just jealous of us because we got into 1A, and you didn't, Captain Inferiority Complex, she spat. She then crossed her hands, which drew more attention to her generosity. Minoma gained a furious look on his face. How dare you? You probably only got in because your sensei has a thing for tall girls, he howled, backhanding her. There was shock for about 2 seconds. Then, Minoma was thrown against the wall by a horde of tendrils dripping with BLD. There, he stared up in naked horror at the two. That was once that green-haired kid. He wanted to look away, he couldn't tear his gaze from it, or even blink. It was not but a mass of BLD, gore, and tendons. Something shiny oozed out of it, creating a vile smell that made him vomit on himself. The central mass was filled with faces. One was mockingly smiling at him. The rest were frozen in expressions of horror. Like what you see, the faces spoke in unison, in an unholy combination of multiple voices. There were male and female, Japanese accented and American accents. English, Norwegian, and Japanese were blended into one sound. Well, Nito Monoma, the horror beyond comprehension mocked, a tendril brushing across his cheek, leaving a stain of BLD, but only for a moment, as the BLD moved with a mind of its own. Do you see these faces? Each and every one of them came from someone who tried to kill me, or hurt someone close to me. Like Kaken, the monster growled, drool seeping from each face. Would you like me to add you to that collection? Monoma couldn't speak. He couldn't breathe. His bowels and bladder emptied themselves. He just stammered in complete gibberish. Zuzu, don't? Katsumi called. The horror turned towards her and those at the table. Did I go too far? He asked. Two hands, in the most vague terms, appeared and touched two fingers together, like a scolded child. I get terrifying him, but you're gonna scar him for life. You know I can take care of myself, she exclaimed. A tendril of flesh and beard gently traced over the bruise on her face. But he hurt you? Katsumi gave the central face a flat look. Zuzu, I know it's your Ninja-RK reaction, but like Sensei said, you don't need to defend me every time some jackass lays a finger on me. Fine, the thing gargled, shifting back into Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stormed over to Monoma and grabbed him by the shirt. Congratulations, BSRD. You get to keep breathing, he growled, dropping him. He then went back to his food and resumed eating. So, Ida, you were talking about your family? And Midoriya, what was that? Ida stammered. That was his quirk, Katsumi said, going back to her food, completely nonchalant. Those faces were from that op, weren't they? As in Operation? Uraraka inquired, trying very strong not to throw up, and generally wondering how no one noticed. Monoma, meanwhile, had slunk away. An operation taken by the Japanese government to kidnap Zuzu and turn him into a weapon. It was the fifth, wasn't it? Katsumi asked. Izuku nodded. Ida exclaimed. How were they so calm? Those faces were from some of the special forces in that one. Had the shittiest name too. Seriously, who names an operation Eliminate Spaghetti Monster? Katsumi groaned. Uraraka laughed. It wasn't a good weekend for either of us. Me, my parents, and Izuku's mom were hostages, Katsumi said. Uraraka and Ida gained shocked looks. By then, Zuzu had killed 15 of them. Usually I just mess around with them, Izuku replied to them. I was having a rough day. Why you killed people? Ida exclaimed. How could you do that? They were trying to capture me to experiment on me, probably in the same place they experimented on the headmaster of UA, Izuku said, sipping from his cup. Did you guys get a hologram from him? They both nodded. He ended up showing up when All Might forgot a lime, Uraraka explained. Then you saw his scar. That's apparently where they cut open into his skull to check to see how his brain worked. And to make sure that it wasn't working improperly, they did the surgery without anesthetics, Izuku finished. Ida and Uraraka both turned green and vomited. Izuku took note that Uraraka appeared to merely vomit rainbows. I wasn't looking forward to that. I came quietly after they threatened to pull a government-assisted suicide via 2 shots to the back of the head, Izuku explained. Then, the remaining 47 of them regrouped at a hospital. 44 remaining Black Ops forces, 2 soldiers who were dragged along for the ride because they were the drivers, and Aizawa-sensei. A sensei? Ida exclaimed in shock. He saw them leaving with Kaken and our parents in H&D CFFS, so he came to investigate. He got dragged into it as the mission was so secret that no one could know it was going on, since it was the Japanese government kidnapping one of its own citizens. The group met up in a private government hospital, where politically sensitive patients were held. There things got messy. Define messy, a pale Ida asked. The commander mentioned that after I was retrieved, they'd have no use for Kaken, Mom, or Kaken's parents. I snapped. My quirk messes with my head. The longer I'm not in a vaguely human form, the more unhinged I become. I become a sadistic monster, slowly toying with my victims. Currently, the madness begins after 7 minutes, and I don't become a fully sadistic monster until 30. My plan was to get the commander to give up the location. Things went sideways. Fast. How? Uraraka stammered. I killed and replaced the guard, Izuku explained, before his body contorted into a new shape. This is his body. I can fake being someone. I hid in his body, using his face as cover, Izuku explained in another man's voice before shifting back. They figured out that the only way to kill me was with fire. Lots and lots of fire. They burned me to near ashes, but I had already latched onto another soldier and assimilated him. Thus, the 3 days began. I tore the group apart, both physically and mentally. By that time, I had gone full estheistic. I saved the commander for last, Izuku said. I killed 59 people. Aizawa-sensei, and those 2 soldiers in over their heads made it out alive. Sensei burned me a total of 17 times. And I infected him. Uraraka gagged. I infected? Every single cell of my own is connected to me, Izuku explained. Unless I specifically command them to disconnect, they can burrow into someone. Infiltrate. Manipulate. And, should I command it, assimilate? I don't blame you if you're horrified. I'm almost positive Sensei does a BLD test on a regular basis. Ida and Uraraka were torn between running away screaming or leaning in to hear more. Yo guys. Zuzu wouldn't harm you. You haven't set him off, Katsumi said, snapping her fingers in their face. You should tell them about the BLD test. Alright. Sensei came up with it. Basically, since I'm vulnerable to fire, my cells will instinctively try to get away. He'd cut himself, put the BLD in something and heat it up. If the BLD simply boiled, then the person was still human. If it shied away, Izuku didn't need to finish. And you wouldn't do that to us, right? Uraraka stammered. I wouldn't. I care about human life. I only go that far when I'm threatened. That operation may have been the 5th attempt to kidnap me, but it was the only one to result in fatalities. The government just has surveillance teams around my house now. Those 2 soldiers? They've been permanently assigned to it. It's to punish them. They weren't supposed to know about the operation, so the government put them in close proximity to me to make them go insane, kill themselves out of fear, or both. It's why Aizawa has been forced to teach the class I'm in. And I do mean forced. Before Izuku could continue, a loud blaring ripped through the lunch hall. Attention! Attention! A level 3 breach has occurred. Please evacuate peacefully. That shocked everyone. What's level 3? Uraraka exclaimed. Sir, what is going on? Ida shouted at a passing student. It means that someone has broken into the university. I've been here for 3 years and it's never happened. Please remain calm, the intercom announced. This, of course, had the exact opposite effect. The entire lunch hall was trying to force itself out the door at the same time. This caused a stampede. Zuzu! What's caused this? Katsumi shouted. Izuku created a tentacle with an eye on the end and slapped it to the window. The press? Aizawa was clutching Molly like a lifeline as he and Mike were forced to barricade the doors with their bodies. Let us in, Demenu. We demand it, one reporter snarled. You're trespassing. Go away, Mike grumbled, before turning to Aizawa. So, have any ideas? Think we can throw them out? Or you could torch them? Mike, as much as I'd love to burn them to ash, I'm not going to. The survivors would accuse us of murder. However, Aizawa gained an evil grin. So, would any of you like a story that is so top secret and vile that the Japanese government will attempt to kill you for knowing it? He asked. All but one reporter put their hands over their heads and ran away screaming. Parasites. They only care about ratings. The truth hasn't mattered to news groups for centuries, the sole remaining journalist spat. First off, I apologize for trespassing. Second, what is the story? If the government has done something that heinous, then the public deserves to know, the reporter explained. DMN it. Now I don't want to tell you, you and your family would be at risk. With all due respect, sir, I'm not married, and I'm an American journalist. So killing you would create an international incident? Very well. Tell me, what do you know of Project Brainstorm? Izuku retracted the tentacle. Kaken. It's the press. We have to get everyone to calm down. How? Uraraka exclaimed. Katsumi just held up her hand and created a massive explosion that shook the building. Listen up, you dumbass. It's the F-press. So stop shitting yourselves and AC like motherfucking you students, she roared. That got everyone's attention. Back outside, the American journalist was furiously grinding his teeth. And the Japanese government knew this was going on, he snarled. Aha, Aizawa said. I know this because Nizu is the headmaster, and he told all of us. If one of us disappears, then he'll go public, Aizawa explained. Just then, Aizawa saw the police cars. Well, time for you to leave, he said, walking into the building. After classes, Nizu pulled the teachers in for a meeting. As we all know, the media shouldn't have been able to do that, he said. It is rather obvious they had help. How? The gate showed no damage. Midnight exclaimed. Someone lowered the barrier, which can only be done by a manual override from either my office or the staff office. So I checked the cameras, Nizu replied, turning on a TV. The screen showed a man walking into the staff room, clicking a button on something, and then he went through a filing cabinet. He pulled something out, took pictures of it and put it back. Then he pressed the override button and left. When he pressed that, all of the cameras that weren't immune to EMPs went offline, Nizu explained. This was no villain attack. This was a covert operation by the Japanese government. The staff gasped. But why? Midnight exclaimed. I assure you it has nothing to do with me. That much I know of, Nizu explained. If I had to hazard a guess, it would involve Izuku Midoriya. I brought you some reading material. Study up and don't tell your students. This will also clear up why Shoyuta has Mali, Nizu finished, plopping down massive stacks of paper, before leaving. In the base of the League of Villains, All for One pondered as his young heir, Tamura, boasted about knowing the schedule of Class 1A. He had been boasting for a while. Kurogyri. Doctor. Tell me, are the preparations complete? Has the attacking force been established? The doctor nodded. Thugs that have hindered our operations have been amassed, along with those who would set foot by your civilian household, he said. Excellent. Kurogyri? My lord, I have gathered others from the lowest cesspits of the underworld. They are ready, and have no idea of what they're getting into besides what Tamura has told them. Excellent. As a father, watching those who have harmed children suffer for their crimes brings me great pleasure, All for One explained. Leave me. The last surgery was very taxing. Kurogyri nodded, grabbed the doctor, and warped out. After he did, All for One sighed. He was proud of the good doctor for creating Kurogyri. He had wished to have Eraserhead captured alive, but that villain had ruined things. Part of his had wished to return Eraserhead's friend to him, but after hearing about what horrors the Japanese government had done to UA's current headmaster, he had decided against it. But that was that. He turned to his safe. This safe had been created to withstand anything, up to and including All Might. In it, it held his most prized possessions. After imputing the access code, he took out a framed photograph. Using several quirks to see, he softly smiled. It was a picture of his family. It had his darling wife, Izuku Midoriya, their son, Izuku Midoriya, and him, truly happy. If only I had managed to defeat All Might, then I could have more or less retired, he sighed. Izuku, my son, you are not like the other so-called heroes. You care for the common people. Admittedly, I hate All Might slightly less for his genuine care. I know your path is soaked in BLD, but I believe in you. Tomorrow, I hope that you'll be able to expand your power with this sacrifice, and cleanse the world a bit more than most, he chuckled dryly. To think that I trust All Might of all people with my son's safety, even if he were to discover Izuku's heritage, I am certain he wouldn't hold it against him, Hisashi Midoriya mused. Although, considering only fire harms him, he would be well and truly terrified, as Izuku is immune to his strength. It was 12:50 the next day. After their morning classes, Aizawa showed up instead of All Might. Sensei, what is this? Ida exclaimed. Today we're doing something different. You see, we're going on a field trip. All Might, another pro, and myself will be supervising. The bus isn't a normal bus, so don't get fussy about seating arrangements. Also, you can choose to bring your costumes or not. Ida seemed to slump a little at the end, before his hand shot up again. Sensei, what is the purpose of this field trip? We're doing rescue training today. Good luck. The bus ride was uneventful. Small talk was exchanged, but nothing major was discussed. The ride was about 10 minutes, before Aizawa stopped the bus. All right, we're here, Aizawa droned, waiting for everyone to get off the bus, not taking his eyes off of Izuku for a second. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint, or as I like to call it, the USJ, a second voice called out. Uraraka almost broke her neck with how fast she whipped her head around. Oh my gosh, it's the space hero, 13. I love them. Uraraka, Izuku corrected. Everyone turned to stare at him. What? You're the person who complained about a man's spacesuit squeezing your hips during your debut, he exclaimed, defending himself. 13 laughed. You're the first person to correctly guess my gender without me telling them, she cackled. Come on in, she exclaimed. The class did so. The class exclaimed. Impressed? 13 inquired. Overhaul really went all out on it. I have a flood zone, a flame zone, a rockslide area, and more. Truly, I have everything here. The entire class was vibrating with excitement. Hey, 13? Where's All Might? Aizawa asked. He took a few detours, 13 explained, holding up 3 fingers. Izuku was the only student who saw it. I swear, that man is so utterly irrational, Aizawa groaned. He picked up his phone. The minute All Might, he groaned. I'm so sorry. I just lost track of time. The voice of Toshinri replied. I can show up for the last 5 minutes. Aizawa sighed and hung up. All right, change of plans. All Might isn't going to show up for a while. He's really busy, Aizawa said. Ah? Mina pouted. Now, before we do anything fun, let me explain something. My quirk is black hole. It allows me to act like said celestial object. I can SCK up debris and it turns to dust and adds to my mass. However, she paused, it could easily be used for killing en masse, or if I trained it strong enough or took enough trigger, 'cause nationwide, or even planet-wide, destruction? Izuku winced. He knew of trigger. It was an American drag that amplified your quirk at the cost of sanity. The lethal dosage was pretty much your own body weight. Anything under that had few permanent side effects, aside from addiction and a black tongue. What I'm trying to say is that your quirks can be incredibly deadly, so here, you'll be training to control them, 13 explained. Indeed. Many of you can easily kill people, Aizawa said, glaring at Izuku. Thus, control is key. Now then, I'll split you up into groups. Aizawa stopped immediately. He spun around to the central plaza, where a purple portal opened. A hand grasped out of it. Said hand was attached to an arm with more hands on it. Said handy arm was attached to someone wearing a bunch of hands as a costume. From behind him, a horde of people crawled out. Aizawa grabbed his goggles and put them on. 13, protect the students. Get them out of here, he ordered. Sensei, what's going on? Kirishima exclaimed. This isn't a test, or a test. These are real villains. Eraserhead declared. How interesting. 13 and Eraserhead, yet All Might isn't here. How strange. The sheet said he was going to be here. Was there a mix-up? This IS-1A? Correct. The purple mist spoke, sweeping the class. Where is he? Where is All Might? I went through the trouble of getting these people here. I even brought a tank, and yet the BB doesn't show up? The handman raged. Maybe he will if we kill a couple of kids? The class looked on in horror. Sensei, aren't there any sensors? Momo exclaimed. Are they blocked? 13 stammered. Kaminari. Try to use your receiver, she instructed. Sensei, are you sure you can take them? Uraraka exclaimed. I'm not a one-trick pony, Aizawa grumbled, setting Molly down. He then rushed into the fray, showing that while he hadn't been an underground hero on active duty for 3 years, he wasn't rusty. Not by a long shot. Demenit? Sensei warned us about him, said he was tough. Kurojairi. Scatter them, the handman ordered. At once, Tamura, the mist man said, teleporting into the students. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. We are here to end the life of All Might. Now, I'd love to chat more, but I'm supposed to scatter you to be torn apart, the man said. And then, before anyone else could do anything, Kirishima and Katsumi rushed in. Like hell we just sit by. Bakogu roared. Well, you have spirit. That was certainly close. Tough. It's time for all of you to go, the man roared, creating a swirl of mist. Everyone. Ida howled. Izuku soon found himself 20 feet above the flood zone. He flipped himself over and fell into the water feet first. He shot to the surface, only to find Tsuyu carrying Toga. Hey Midoriya, Karo, Tsuyu said. The three then got on the boat in the flood zone. So, do any of you know what's going on? She asked. Izuku shook his head. They knew our schedule. I bet they used the break-in to gather the information, but they obviously don't know our quirks. After all, they dropped you in a water area, Tsuyu. That's a really good point, actually, Toga said. Back at the center, Ito was barking out orders. Shoji, do you have any locations? He shouted. They're scattered, but alive, the multi-limbed student declared. Ida, I'm instructing you to get to the UA campus and inform them we're under attack. I'd have Taru sneak out with Kaminari's headset, but they've been warped away. This is a command, not a request. 13 ordered. Ida looked like he wanted to argue, but nodded. Oh, I don't think you'll be going anywhere, the Mistman declared. After all, you would miss the show. Ida took this time to begin his sprint. However, the Mistman chased after him. Cease. 13 ordered, uncapping a finger. She was skiing in the mist. Some of the students could see the bending of space near her. Glove. At the center, Aizawa had done rather well. He had knocked out the villains, save for the hand man, who was rushing at him. You're all that's left, Aizawa growled. However, before he could KO him as well, the man ducked. Your eyes are getting tired, aren't they? The man mocked. He then grabbed Aizawa's elbow. To his horror, Eraserhead felt his skin peeling off and disintegrating. He shoved the man aside, breathing heavily. It's just disintegrating. It's not mutating. You're still you. You're still you, Aizawa gasped, making sure he wasn't having a panic attack. And then, he felt his arm get grabbed by a massive monster. Meet the tank, our bioengineered Nomu. Nomu kill him? The Nomu grabbed Aizawa's arm and yanked. With a scream, the arm was torn from its socket. The Nomu then put it in its mouth and ate it. It then slammed its fist down on Aizawa's legs, grinding them to paste. You're going to die here, Eraserhead. And then, the rest of your class will follow suit. At the flood zone, Izuku twitched. Sensei, he gasped. Aizawa's mind was a haze of pain. Guess I won't die when you command it, he muttered. And then the pain stopped. Hey, am I dead? He asked no one in particular. He looked to his mangled legs, and his eyes widened. The flesh above them was churning. No, he roared. The F dash? The handman asked. What the F is up with your C? Aizawa began to frantically look around. Burn me. Burn me. Burn me too, or we're all going to die, he howled, thrashing. The bubbling spread throughout Aizawa. His legs dissolved into red goo, which oozed around to his arm. His elbow regenerated. And then, his vision began to blur. Burn me. If you care about your own life, burn me. Please, he begged. It was getting strong to breathe. Burn me, he pleaded, before he could no longer speak. The confused look on the villain was the last thing he saw. As I said, Sensei, you'll die when I command it, Izuku's voice rang inside his skull. And then, nothing. Shigaraki wasn't expecting Eraserhead to dissolve, or to demand to be cremated on the spot. He definitely didn't expect for the dissolved form to shift into a human form. I'm sorry, Sensei, the kid spoke. He then cracked his neck. So I can control multiple bodies at once now, interesting, the kid said. One of the villains stirred. Izuku brought his foot down on the villain's neck, a mouth forming out from his foot. Izuku bit down on the villain. The villain screamed out once, but only once. Then he began to merge with him. Izuku bubbled and churned as the biomass was added. And now, you all die, he shouted. Little worm-like creatures that looked to be made of human flesh peeled off of his ear and flopped to the ground, where they burrowed into the cement, leaving a trail of BLD. In the landslide zone, Shoko was approaching one of the frozen villains when a little pinkish thing leapt out of the ground. It attached itself to a villain and burrowed into his ear. Then the villain began to melt into BLD. Tendrils launched themselves at the other villains, infecting them. From the ooze, Izuku Midoriya emerged. "Are you two all right?" he asked, concerned. What did you do?" Toru stammering. "Not what I've done but what I'm doing. I'm saving everyone here." In the mountain zone, Momo and Jiro were dealing with a problem. Kaminari had used his electricity to shock most of the villains, but an electric one had gotten through. The man had an evil grin on his face. "Now then, undress yourselves," he ordered, "or blonde dies." Kaminari just made his stupid sounds, but he was internally crying out for anything to come and save them. He was fully aware and unable to do anything. And then he felt something bite into his foot. He managed to get out before his knee split open, revealing several yellowish tendons. These tendons wrapped themselves around his body, covering everything except his face in some sort of gooey power armor. Though, he got out before the armor moved, dragging himself with it. "Kaminari?" Momo screamed. "What the F dash?" the villain shouted, before Kaminari's armor made him punch the man in the face. Just before the fist landed, however, the armor grew spikes. The fist impacted, and the spikes went through the villain's skull, splattering BLD, bone, and brain behind him. The tendril armor spun him around, and he felt his electricity surging again. "How?" he mentally screamed. Then the tendrils burrowed into his mouth, and he felt his vocal cords vibrate. "Momo! Jiro! Get down!" Kaminari shouted, though what shocked all three of them was that it was Izuku's voice. Momo recreated the shockproof tarp, and Kaminari set off another massive surge. This blast was far beyond Kaminari's level. It would have put him into a coma, if not kill him. It turned several of the villains into charcoal. When the smoke cleared, the yellow armor slithered off of Kaminari and slithered away. Kaminari began gasping. "Kaminari?" Momo asked. "It was Izuku, that thing. It was Izuku," he gasped out. In the earthquake zone, Kirishima and Bakugo were almost wrapping up. "Diamond, these douches were weak," Bakugo spat. "Are you done there?" Kirishima asked. "Yeah," the tall girl answered. "Honestly, I'm surprised," she admitted. "What do you mean?" Kirishima asked. "I thought Zuzu would be here," she admitted. "There you are," another villain screamed, before a pink fleshy worm latched itself on his foot, and its mouth began to spin, not unlike a blender. The villain screamed as he was slowly shredded by the blender worm, dying from BLD loss. When he passed out, yellow tendons wrapped around his corpse, and his skin bubbled and contorted. Kirishima couldn't look away as he was twisted into. "Zuzu!" Katsumi shouted, glomping him. "Hey, Kaken," he said cheerfully. "How are you doing?" "We're fine. Redhead and I have been doing well." "Were you dumped here?" she asked. Izuku shook his head. "I was dumped in the water zone. Incidentally, I discovered that I can split my body into multiple copies and see out of each of them," he said. What the F dash?" Kirishima gasped. Izuku turned to Kirishima. "Hey, Kirishima. You two all right?" he asked. What did you do?" the redhead gasped. "Divided myself, sent burrowers out to each zone, and began to clean everything up," Izuku answered. "So you're taking them all on? Are there any fire users?" Katsumi asked, worried for her friend. "Nope. That's what's weird. None of them have fire quirks. Sure, flame quirks aren't too rare, since my dad breathed fire, but many of them are simply light a candle at a distance or something. Villains with fire quirks are actually somewhat rare, since it's usually seen as a heroic quirk." Izuku soon began mumbling up a storm, while Katsumi rubbed his hair affectionately. Back at the center, Izuku was extending red, fleshy tentacles around himself, absorbing the unconscious villains around him. He was expanding at a rapid pace. Soon, he didn't look remotely human. He was a six-legged creature, with a long, sinuous tail that whipped around. His front two legs were like arms. Two heads stuck out. One was Izuku's. The other was unidentifiable. Spines made of pure bone jutted out of his back. Cruel talons adorned each limb. This monster roared a challenge at the Nomu, which roared in kind. The two lunged, becoming a black or red blur, before colliding in a sickening crunch. They disconnected after a second. Izuku had two stumps, but the Nomu had a massive crater in its ist. Both began to steam, and they healed. What are you?" Shigaraki screamed. "My name is Izuku Midoriya. And I will be a hero," Izuku growled in his own voice. The second head retracted itself. "I don't want you to see this, sensei," Izuku said aloud, before charging again. Aizawa's eyes snapped open. He hurriedly looked around, only to find he was in a pink room. He was sitting on a couch of some sort. "How did I?" And then it all came back to him. "Hey, you're finally awake." Aizawa spun around, only to see Izuku. "You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us, and that thief over there," Izuku said. Aizawa began to frantically look around. "What? That meme's still good, even after 2 centuries." Izuku exclaimed. Where am I?" Aizawa gasped. "You're inside my head," Izuku answered. "You see, when I assimilate people, I can get an echo of them. It's usually just enough to merely pass as them, unless I concentrate. If I do that, it's basically the same as grabbing their soul and preventing them from moving on." Aizawa looked at Izuku in pure fear. Why? Why trap me?" "Because I don't want you to die." Izuku shot back. "I get that it's strong to accept, but I'm not a danger to you. You literally just ate me. To save your life." Izuku responded. "Even if Overhaul arrives, you'd have bled out and your brain would have died. He can't bring back those dead for more than a minute. And now what? I'm stuck in your head. For all intents and purposes, I am dead." Aizawa responded, plopping on the couch. "No sense." "No, you're not. The second I'm in the clear, I'll reform you," Izuku growled. "So you'll make me a semi-autonomous puppet?" Aizawa snapped back. Izuku slapped him, which stunned Aizawa. "Oh. No, I won't," Izuku growled. "I'll order all of my cells to disconnect, becoming pure copies. I'll give you extra regen, along with what you've written on your Christmas list since you were 5, Izuku snarled. "Wanna know why? Because I'm a threat to you," he growled. "I was never a threat to you. I'm not a threat to you. And I never will be a threat to you." How can I be sure?" Aizawa stammered. "Oreo and Noya are part of the surveillance team that watches my house. I've interacted with them almost every effing day." Izuku sighed and plopped down. "I'm sorry. I'm just so worried about everyone. This is the first time I've split my attention," he admitted. "Go back to Oreo and Noya. They willingly volunteered to watch you?" Izuku shook his head. "Not a chance in hell. They were forced, for the same reason you were forced to teach me. I guess I'm kinda rushing things a bit, but I don't want to have to wait 4 months before you stop shaking when I'm around," Izuku confessed. They're no longer afraid of you?" "Yeah, but it took 4 long, mentally exhausting months. I don't want to have to go through that again with anyone, especially not with my teacher," Izuku admitted. "So, that's it then? You just unhook yourself from me and we're friends now?" Aizawa sarcastically asked. "I know it's going to take a long time before you're not scared of me, especially after this, since I bet you'd worry all the time whether you're really you or if you're just a part of me pretending to be you," Izuku said. "The BLD test will answer that, if you're really that nervous. All I could do to you was slightly influence you, and if I really concentrated, put a thought in your head, I only did it once," Izuku said, waving his arms as Aizawa's eyes widened. "I didn't think jumping out the window would be a good first impression for the class," he explained. "So, that thought was from you?" Aizawa slowly asked. "Yes, and that's the only mental manipulation I've ever done. I swear," Izuku promised. As this was going on, Izuku was battling the Nomu. "Tell me, what the F is your quirk?" Izuku asked. Shigaraki couldn't help but cackle. "He has multiple, you monster. Extreme regeneration. Shock absorption. Strength." It's meant to fight All Might at his peak. Once he stops playing around, you'll die. Izuku's mouth gained an evil grin. You know Aizawa-sensei begged you to burn him, right? Why are you asking? Shigiriaki snapped. Because unless you have as much fire as Endeavor, you're sheet out of luck. Izuku cackled, his jaw unhinging. A second mouth, like a xenomorph's mouth, leapt out of his throat and latched onto the Nomu. Izuku liquefied and forced himself into the beast. The Nomu roared in pain as it bulged and thrashed, trying to beat itself up, but the shock absorption didn't help. Finally, after a minute, it gave a pained cry and fell over, dead. It opened, and a red ooze came out. The skin then crumpled in, revealing that Izuku had consumed everything inside like a wasp. Izuku reformed from the mass, smiling sweetly. Now then, unless you want to join the others, I'd suggest you leave and never come back, he said, still smiling. Shigaraki began, before Kurogiri appeared. Tamura, we're leaving, he said. But we didn't even get to see All Might, the man complained. Before he could say anything else, he was pulled through the vortex. The second the vortex vanished, Izuku began to morph. Using the extra biomass, he grew taller, and his hair changed color. All right, sped up regeneration, check. Eye covering, check. Rewiring of the brain to only requires 6 hours of sleep a night, check. Izuku went over the list, one by one, until he was finally done. And now, he said, in Aizawa's voice, to cut the connection. Aizawa gasped as he went from sitting on a pink couch to standing in the... He dropped to his knees as he grasped at the ground, not really believing what had happened. Sensei, Ida shouted, sprinting up to him. Don't touch me, he ordered, breathing. I don't... The cleanup didn't take too long. Once connection was restored, it only took a few minutes for the teachers to arrive. The total count of villains was 42 dead, 20 captured, and 2 who escaped. None of the students were seriously injured, physically at least. Mentally, everyone was a bit beat up, some more than others. Jesus, what did you do, Midoriya? Jiro whispered. For Kaminari? I borrowed his body, grounded myself, covered both of us in electric-resistant bioarmor, and used that to move him around. When I realized that it would take too long, I borrowed his vocal cords to make sure I could deliver a warning, and let out enough electricity to take out all the villains. As a sort of apology, I vented the excess bioelectricity in his body, and reinforced your nerves to better withstand electricity. I could tell you were uncomfortable, so I left afterwards, Izuku explained. Borrow? Kaminari sputtered. Well, I wasn't going to hijack you. Izuku answered. Why, you can do that? Toru whimpered. Yes, since he's seen it, Izuku replied. Inwardly he was moping. I had to go full force, great job, Izuku. Nizu walked up to Izuku and tugged him by the breaths. Midoriya, can I have a word with you? He asked. Nizu drove Izuku to UA and walked him up to his office. Inside, there was Aizawa and a young girl happily munching on an apple. Sit, Nizu instructed. Izuku did so. Sir, why am I here? Izuku asked. Why do you think, Izuku? Midoriya? Nizu inquired. I also brought my trump card, as it were. The little girl put down her apple, swallowed, and beamed. Hello. I'm Eri. She's Overhaul's adopted daughter, right? Why is she here? Izuku inquired. She's here for Aizawa's comfort, Nizu explained. As if on cue, Eri crawled into Aizawa's lap and began playing with his capture scarf. Aizawa just smiled weakly and patted her head. Sir? Izuku asked. Is she here for therapy? That, and because, Nizu paused, erase her head and I know for a fact that she can kill you. Izuku blinked at the 7-year-old, who got off of Aizawa's lap, waddled over to him, got up on the seat next to him, and began playing with his hair. How? He inquired. Her quirk. It's called rewind, Aizawa said. She can alter someone's existence by rewinding them through time. She can even erase people from existence, he added, looking right at Izuku. Indeed. Her quirk is very powerful, and there's nothing that can block it as far as we know. She also wants to be a medical hero like her adoptive father, Nizu added. Eri was pressing her hands in Izuku's hair. Foofy. She alters someone's state of time? Izuku exclaimed in awe, eyes sparkling. That's amazing. How does she do it? Is it the horn on her head? He asked, poking it. Eri giggled at the poke. Oop, he said, poking it again. Eri giggled some more. You don't seem nervous, Aizawa said after a moment. Izuku poked Eri in the cheek, causing her to playfully squeal. If I do go down that path, I want her to put me down, he explained. Nizu smiled. You see, Shoyuta? He's not a threat. He told me that after he assimilated me, Aizawa told his boss. I'm sorry, you did what? Nizu inquired, turning to Izuku. Izuku sighed. There was no getting out of this. I assimilated him because he had lost an arm, and his legs were turned to mush. He was going to bleed out in seconds, and overhaul would have taken too long to get there. I activated the dormant cells in him and assimilated him. Then, the moment the danger was past, I reformed him, soul and all. Additionally, I ordered every single one of my cells to turn into normal cells. I completely disconnected myself from him. I left him with an eye covering, enhanced regeneration, and I made it so that his body only needs 6 hours of sleep a night. That's it? So, I won't die when you command it? Aizawa asked, hope in his voice. Depends, Izuku admitted. On what? Nizu said, smiling in a creepy way. If he's injured to the point of near death, which shouldn't happen unless he gets cut at the waist or something, I'll offer to heal him like I did. Other than that, I can't decide when he dies anymore, Izuku explained. Don't kill him, please. His cats would be sad. Eri pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Izuku made a sound that sounded like a deflating seal. How are you so cute? He asked her. Nizu smiled. No one knows, he admitted. The next day, Aizawa came to class. Morning, everyone, he said. Everyone noticed that he wasn't carrying Molly. Sensei, where is your emotional support flamethrower? Ida asked with a completely straight face. I've decided to leave her in the staff office. I'm going to see if I can teach without her nearby, he told them. Pretty, Eri said, watching the gentle flame coming out of Molly. Overhaul was pressing the trigger, also ready to heal Eri if she got burned. He hadn't wanted to, but Eri liked the whooshing flames, and he still couldn't say no to her pleading face. Now, I have 2 major things to announce. 1, you'll all be moving into a dorm system. After the most recent attack, we're worried that some of you might be targeted at your homes. Think of it as a security option. Additionally, the sports festival is coming up in 4 weeks. It would be 2 weeks, but we're giving security an additional 2 weeks to set up, Aizawa explained. Sensei, is this proposed dorm system a bit much? Ida inquired. I lied about it being just because of villains. It has come to my attention that some of you have less than stellar home lives. Toga fidgeted. Shoko almost fidgeted. Therefore, we'll be passing out files. You do not need to sign them. These files will give the school custody of yourselves, Aizawa said, passing them out. Most of the students immediately crumpled them up. Toga immediately signed her name. Shoko, however, was trembling. She was weighing the options carefully. You could be free. He wouldn't be able to train you, one part said. What about Fuyumi? The other part pleaded. Shoko had to fight back tears. Her older sister had been a surrogate mother after her real mother had snapped. She knew of Endeavor's threat. He had told it to her face. 8 years ago. Breathe one word about anything, and you'll meet the same fate as failed batch number 1, Endeavor snarled, his flaming hands searing her skin. Why, you wouldn't kill me? You can't make another child after what you did to Mom. Shoko shot back only to be thrown into the wall. You're right. I can't, not with Rei. Her and her weak genetics are useless to me, but your sister isn't. Her genes are only half as weak as Rei's. Despite being only 10, Shoko knew what he was saying. No, why you wouldn't, she sobbed. Tell a soul about my personal life and I will. Run away from your purpose and I will. Stay the course, and be the perfect tool to surpass all might, and she'll remain untouched, he said, an evil smile on his face. I can't let her go through that. I can't let him do that to her, Shoko thought, shakily standing up. Present day. Shoko had her head down and forced herself to not pick up the pencil. She knew what she had to do. She has a husband now. I can't let him take her joy from her, Shoko told herself. She crumpled up the paper, her face forced into a fake neutrality. She had to do it. For her older sister's sake. Toga was sitting in the principal's office. All right, Mississippi Toga, your request for custody has been approved by the staff, Nizu said. However, we're not done yet. You're not, she stammered, poking her fingers together. Nizu gained a feral grin. No, not in the least. You see, we're setting a trap for your mother, he said savagely. We're luring your parents here, with a report of abnormal activity, he said. Toga flinched. Abnormal, she stuttered. Just that you didn't want to change in front of other girls, but we're keeping the details from them. I brought a friend with me as well. Himiko Toga, meet Makoto Tsukachi. She's the sister of a police detective and helps her brother in cases. Her quirk allows her to tell if someone's lying or not, he told her. And, will the courts believe her? Definitely. Isao got out of the car after his wife, Azumi. Her back was turned from him. Now would be a perfect time to strike. He felt the knife in his pocket. He knew where to cut. He knew he had an opportunity. And yet, like every other opportunity he had, he hesitated. He couldn't. He was too weak. He forced down a sob. I'm sorry, Himiko, he thought. Come on, honey. We need to talk to the principal, Azumi said, frowning. What has that monster done now? She grumbled. Azumi, maybe she just did something really wee. Isao stopped when he saw the look in his wife's eyes. It was the shut up look. She spat, probably embraced her true nature. Her name is Himiko, Isao whimpered. I know that. Azumi snapped. As I was saying, she's probably snapped and tried to kill someone. I hope she's being carted off to Tartarus where she belongs. The only one who belongs there is you, Isao snarled under his breath. Thankfully, no. The beach that had been his wife didn't hear. Maybe she's moving to general studies? He meekly asked. Diamante fingers. Grasp the knife. Grasp it? And become the perfect little girl I tried to make her into? That would be wonderful. Azumi squealed, cupping her husband's face. If anyone saw it, it would be considered a loving gesture. However, it was anything but. It was the if you argue with me, you will suffer look. Isao whimpered a little, but meekly nodded. The knife was a comfort around his fingers. He imagined plunging it into the beach's reveling at freeing his daughter from her torment. But that's all he could do. Imagine. He never had the guts. They walked into the building, where they were directed to Nizu's office. Good afternoon, you two, Nizu said, smiling. Now, we're here to discuss your daughter, or rather, some frightening things we've noticed about her. Mr. Toga, if you would stay here, please? He meekly nodded, suspecting that they knew of the abuse and were blaming him. And then a glorious thought came to him. What if they were so concerned for her they allowed her to give the university custody of her? It wouldn't matter if he was thrown in prison. His daughter would be safe. Makoto, please take Mrs. Toga to your office. She doesn't need to hear this, he said. Makoto nodded and took her away. The minute the door shut, Nizu pressed a button. The room is soundproof so we may speak freely. Yes, we know of the abuse your daughter has stuffed at the hands of your wife. Isao broke down in tears. However, when he bent over, the knife he carried fell out of his pocket. Nizu heard the clattering and looked down. Why did you bring a knife with you? He asked, voice cold. Isao looked at Nizu. It's so that, whenever I can get the ball to, I can kill my wife, he admitted. Now, most of the time, admitted to premeditating murder was worthy of a prison sentence. However, things were a bit different. You are aware that you'd be facing major jail time, correct? I don't care, Isao told Nizu. All I want is to save my daughter from that monster that used to be the woman I loved, but I couldn't. I couldn't bring myself to make the ultimate sacrifice. Nizu smiled evilly. Makoto has a quirk that can tell if someone is lying. Sexism against men isn't going to save her. So, Mrs. Toga, are you aware that your daughter's quirk compels her to find BLD, correct? Azumi nodded, Sign. Did she stab someone? Makoto blinked. No, she hasn't. Why was she in the hero course? She could have easily stabbed someone. I've been trying to save her from herself, but my stupid husband keeps feeding her addiction. But Makoto began to clench her fist. Denying something a quirk required in a child was considered abuse, and for good reason. The victims tended to mentally snap and become some of the most vile villains in history. She shuddered at the thought of what Toga would be like if she had had her quirk suppressed. I see. Himiko has also shown signs of abuse. Do you know anything about that? No. How dare you? But I have done nothing but nourish and care for her. But I have never harmed her. But everything I have done for my daughter is for her own good. But if she was abused, it must have been my husband. But I bet he did it. But I think that anyone who abuses children is a monster. But what has she shown? Makoto was an inch from snapping. She had multiple burns and stab wounds. The biggest thing was the word vampire branded into her flesh. That's horrible. My daughter doesn't deserve that. Like, that was it. Makoto had to end it now or she'd be charged with manslaughter. Makoto put down the clipboard. Mrs. Toga, do you know what my quirk is? She asked, voice sickly sweet. My quirk is called polygraph. It allows me to know when someone is lying to me. And you have done nothing but lie to me, she calmly stated. You see, Himiko told us you were doing the abuse, and that you knew the courts would do nothing. Thus, Principal Nizu decided to have me brought in. She put a hand to her ear. Nizu, have you gotten all of this? Indeed. Mrs. Toga, you're going to go to jail for a long, long time, or a rather short PRD of time. Since child abusers in prison tend not to last long, Nizu DDI his evil cackling before the line went dead. Mrs. Toga fainted dead away. Toga was nervous when she was called to the principal's office. When she arrived, she found herself in the embrace of her father, who was crying tears of joy. We're free. Himiko, we're free, he sobbed. Toga immediately knew what he meant. She began to cry as well, embracing the only parent that had loved her unconditionally. Aizawa sighed to himself. He had been tasked with delivering the notes to the parents of students discussing the dorms. Yagi had gotten out of it. Midnight had called dibs on Toga's mother, something Nizu was only too happy to oblige. Mike was grading papers. The others were getting ready for the sports festival. That just left him and Overhaul. Thankfully, Overhaul had brought Eri. That little ball of wholesome made everyone's day brighter. She also made him safer. He was down to the last person on his list. Izuku. He won't hurt you. He won't hurt you, he repeated in his head. When the car pulled up, he was surprised to see several heavily armed soldiers stop them. Is there anything I can do for you? He asked. Eri was pressing her face against the car window. State your name and business here, citizen, one of them said. Shota Aizawa. Former underground hero Eraserhead. One of the survivors from Operation Eliminate Spaghetti Monster. I'm here to discuss dorm living with one Izuku Midoriya, he droned. God, I should have put some Everclear in my coffee today. Can I have some ID? The soldier asked. Aizawa slammed his head into the steering wheel. Look, I know about Izuku Midoriya. I know about his quirk. I know what he can do. I know more than you, sir. Either let me through or I'm going to have to tell Eri no pancakes, he growled. No. Aizawa. Salvation had arrived. Let him through. He has clearance, Noya said. Very well. You are cleared for entry, the soldier said, waving him along. Aizawa parked the car and got out. What about the other residents? He asked, getting out of the car. They have clearance. They think that there's some super secret laboratory or something around here, Noya told him. So, why are you here? UA has instituted a dorm system. Overhaul and I have been selected to meet with parents. Midoriya is the last on my list, he explained. Well, Inko's a lovely lady, but don't try making moves on her. She's married. I've never met her husband, but she talks about him a lot. Thanks, Aizawa grumbled as Overhaul laughed. He then walked up to the door and knocked. After a moment, a woman who oozed wholesome mother energy opened the door. Aizawa recognized her. Oh, hello. Are you Izuku's teacher? She asked. Yes. I'm Shota Aizawa, Aizawa said. Your name sounds familiar. Have we met? 3 years ago, Aizawa replied. Oh, she responded. Izuku's inside just. Let me get him, she said, walking into her apartment. Aizawa followed. This is a nice place, he said. You can thank my husband, Hisashi, for that, Inko replied. He works abroad, and he sends what money he can our way, she explained. She then knocked on Izuku's door. Izuku, your teacher's here to discuss the dorms. Coming. Izuku called. There was a sloshing sound, and then Izuku opened the door. Hi sensei, he said, smiling. Hello, Izuku, Aizawa replied, looking into the room. He blinked several times, and had to force down a hiss from the sparkling teeth of God knows how many All Might figures. Mint condition. I see you're a fan of All Might, since there's not a speck of dust on all of your models, he deadpanned. Izuku blushed. I just cleaned them, he admitted. And that sloshing sound? Aizawa inquired, already guessing. That was me cleaning them, sensei, Izuku admitted, before coughing up a dust ball. Aizawa grimaced. Well then we need to talk about dorms. He led Izuku to the living room, where Inko was on the phone. I'm going to put Hisashi on speakerphone, she said. I feel like he should have an input, she admitted. She set the phone on the table. Aizawa cleared his throat. Hello. Hisashi Midoriya? I don't believe we've ever talked, Aizawa said. Hello, Mr. Aizawa. I am Hisashi Midoriya, Izuku's father. I understand that you have had a negative impression on my son, the man said. Aizawa nodded. The man just seemed to command respect. I have been trying to work past that, he said. Izuku has told me more about his side of the story, and has shown to be no threat to me or his fellow classmates, Aizawa said truthfully. Of course he has. He's a sweet child. He reminds me of my brother, Hisashi mused. So, why the dorm system? The students were attacked at USJ, thanks to leaked information. We do not know if their home addresses have also been leaked, Aizawa replied. Do you believe that one of the students leaked the information? Hisashi growled, his voice suddenly cold. Do you think one did? Aizawa asked. I would be willing to swear on all of the assets of my company that no, they didn't, Hisashi replied. It seems unlikely. UA is well known for their security, he added. So, will the student be given privacy? Yes, they will be given privacy. Overhaul and Semitos will be making the dorms. Students can customize their rooms as they wish. Oh, that's wonderful. What are you going to pack, Izuku? Inko asked. Izuku blushed. I'm guessing as much of the All Might collectibles as you can cram into your room? Hisashi joked. Deoad. Izuku wailed, blushing so much his cheek burst, BLD spurting. Inko didn't flinch. Is that normal? He asked, instinctively worried. Izuku's cheek sealed, and the BLD merged into his foot. It can happen if I say something embarrassing, for example. Izuku, when can I expect grandchildren from you and Katsumi? Izuku didn't say anything. His face reddened again, and then it began bulging. What the dash? Bang. Izuku's head exploded into BLD, bone, and brain tissue. Aizawa got some in his mouth, which he proceeded to GG on, before it flowed out of his mouth, and back to Izuku. Inko was shaking her head, while Hisashi was laughing. His laughter, for some reason, sent instinctual chills down his spine. So, no complaints? He asked, eyes darting around, looking for something to wash his mouth with. Nope. Inko, dear, feel free to sign whatever you need to. I have to get back to work. Inko smiled as Izuku stammered an apology to Aizawa, and promised that all of his cells were out of his mouth. Aizawa was beginning to gargle hand sanitizer. She took the documents, which she had covered when Izuku began to bulge, and signed them. See you, dear. I hope we can see each other soon. Me too, Inko. Me too. With that, Hisashi hung up. The next day, the students all walked into class. All right, everyone, it's time for you all to visit the dorms, he said, leading the class to them. Welcome to UA Heights. Overhaul made the buildings and went all out. And yes, this is because Mike bet that he couldn't impress him. Needless to say, overhaul is 100,000 yen richer, Aizawa deadpanned. The doors have built-in biometric scanners. The walls are reinforced to withstand 4,000 psi, and the walls can absorb 6,000 rem. The walls are also practically unmeltable and are insulated to the extreme. So, in order to win a bet, overhaul made these able to survive a nuclear blast? Izuku deadpanned. Mike also offered to set up a play for Eri if he was passing out from shock, Aizawa added. Tickets are on sale now for 1,000 yen, he replied. Now come on inside. Aizawa led them inside. Boys are on one half, girls are on the other. Communal bathing areas are on the ground floor, as well as the kitchen, dining room, laundry facilities, and lounge. Mineta raised his hand. Yes, Mineta? Aizawa inquired. I hope the communal bathing areas are separated by gender. Otherwise there would be a temptation for both us guys and the girls to peek at the others, the chivalrous student explained. They are separated by gender, with a wall in between, Aizawa replied. Thank you, sir. Mineta replied, putting his hand down. It's so large, Uraraka gasped out, passing out on the floor. Uraraka. Ida exclaimed, helping her back up. We will now look at an empty dorm room, Aizawa said, getting in an elevator. The students took the stairs. Aizawa then led them to a dorm room. This is what each of your dorm rooms will look like. Yes, all of them have balconies. No, you're not allowed to use your balconies to jump into the pool, Aizawa deadpanned. That was when the students noticed the pool, including the water slides, high dives, and other things. Each dorm comes with their own AC units, bathroom, and closet. It's the size of my closet at home, but it'll do, Momo said. It's larger than my house. Uraraka exclaimed, passing out again. Uraraka. Ida shouted again. The rest of the day was spent moving in, and after that, they all had the bright idea to host a best rooms competition. There was some sort of pattern, but Izuku couldn't figure out what that pattern was. Mineta's room, which had several encyclopedias and a gaming system, broke the pattern for the guys. For the girls, there were several. Tsu's room held dozens upon dozens of frog-themed things, from stuffed animals, to her desk, even her bed. Toga's room was a dark red, and she had several different types of knives on her wall. Katsumi's room was kinda normal. Sure, it had All Might-themed stuff, but it also had a noticeably larger bed and furniture for the tall girl. She also had some workout stuff and had already brought in some shampoo. Apparently it was specially designed to diffuse her sweat. After this, everyone voted on the best room, and Sato won, because he had accidentally bribed the girls. Alright you fuckers. Time for me to go to bed, Katsumi said after they were done. We were thinking about having a truth or dare session. Mina whined. And it's only 9:20, Bakugu. That's not really that late, Momo answered. Katsumi's eyes widened. Sheet, she shouted, rushing up the stairs, and slamming the door to her dorms. What? Kaminari asked after a moment. Kaken has a strict bedtime at 9:30, Izuku explained. We're all 18, why does she have a bedtime? Tsuyu inquired. Her mood changes if she goes to bed any later. Then 9:30, and the later it is, the more severe the change. When she was little, she got cranky, Izuku said. I have a late development quirk, it showed up when I was 8, and one night, when we were 7, we stayed up until 10:30 playing Heroes. The next day we went to the park, where some 12-year-olds started bullying me for apparently being quirkless. Kaken put him in the hospital, Izuku explained. The class imagined an even angrier Bakugu, with how powerful she was now, and shuddered. I'm going to turn in as well, Izuku replied, heading to his dorm. After that, they began to disperse, one by one. Classes were pretty normal the next day. Aizawa once again managed to not bring Molly into class, and instead he brought Eri. The class loved her, calling her adorable. She just smiled and giggled, and occasionally asked for Katsumi to pick her up, since she was the tallest and would like to see all of Aizawa's friends at once. Even Aizawa smiled at that. She would spend most of the day riding on Katsumi's shoulders, petting her hair, and giggling at it. Katsumi, meanwhile, managed to go the entire day without swearing, which impressed Izuku, and nearly had the rest of the class propose that she had been kidnapped and replaced. At the end of the day, however, Katsumi set Eri down on the ground. "All right, you little unicorn, we have to go to the dorms," she said, giving her a hug. Eri gave her a hug in return. "You're really good with kids, Bakugo." "Who would have thought?" Jiro snarked. Everyone expected some sort of angry reaction. Instead, Katsumi turned to Jiro. "Well, I plan on being a mother to Zuzu's children one day, so I'd like to be a good mother," she said, ignoring the sputtering of one eldritch blob of BLD. She then turned to the class door, opened it, and saw a row of heads. That's a lot of people," she mused. Mineta walked up next to her. "Hey, could you all please move? You're blocking the exit and we'd all like to get to the dorms, please," he said. The other students snickered. "You're here to scope out the competition, aren't you?" Bakugo growled, hands crossed over her move. "Fat chance, you big bimbo beach," a familiar, snidely voice rang out. Monoma had reappeared. "I told them about how you fuckers think you're so much better than everyone, and how you SCD off your teacher to get in," he cackled. "SCD off? Like, you SCD a bug off of Aizawa? Why not flick it off?" Eri asked, tilting her head. "And what were those other words?" Suddenly, everyone in 1A realized why Katsumi had been keeping her mouth clean. "Zuzu? I'll take care of this. You cover Eri's ears, alright?" she asked. The currently red with anger Izuku did so. Katsumi shoved some extra aside, and picked up Monoma. "Listen and listen well, you limped wannabe," she started, voice cold and flat. "I don't like you. I don't care about you. You are nothing to me. As I said in the cafeteria, you're just jealous that we got into 1A. I did not give SXL favors to anyone to get here. I got in on pure skill. Just because you're here on a fluke doesn't mean everyone else is." "Why isn't she shouting?" Mina whispered to Izuku. "She's downright murderous," Izuku explained. Eri, not hearing a word, was humming happily. "And in case you didn't notice, the school nurse's 7-year-old daughter is in the class, and heard all the things you said. Have fun explaining to Overhaul why his daughter knows those words now, copy CNT." She then tossed him into the wall. "And learn some goddamn manners," she roared. "All right, does anyone else have anything to say?" she asked, a very false cheer in her tone. "I do," some kid with purple hair said, moving to the front. "You look like you're about to pass out. Are you all right?" Katsumi asked, genuinely worried. "I'm fine, thanks." "So, you're not an a-hole to people who don't deserve it, that's a start. I'm Hitoshi Shinso, Class 1C, he said, extending his hand. "Katsumi Bakugo, 1A, Katsumi replied, stretching hers. The two shook hands. "You all seem nice, actually. Not like anything 1B was saying." Shinso then turned to 1B, who were whistling. "Well, I was going to give 1A declaration of war, but it seems like you would be better targets." Shinso then turned to 1A. "I was one of the kids who tried the practical. Almost got in, actually. I may be in general now, but be warned. If a guy like me does well, a teacher can have one of his students replaced with said general or lower student who did well. So you'd all better shape up. Honestly, I'd like to be in your class. You seem really nice. But I'd hate to kick one of you out." 1B, on the other hand, Shinso glared at Monoma. "You're unsportsmanlike. You said that 1A was entirely made up of unlovable douchebags, and one eldritch monster a snap away from murdering the school. I'm not seeing it." With that, Shinso left, walking away from the crowd. A lot of the other students began glaring at 1B as well. Katsumi turned to Izuku. "All right, you can remove your hands," she said. Izuku did so. "What was that all about?" Eri inquired. "Nothing, Eri. I just had to take out some trash," Katsumi said. "Okay." Eri chirped, beaming. The rest of the month passed in a blur. 2 weeks were for school, and after that, everyone began training intently for the festival. Not only were they afraid of being removed from one, they also wanted to show the world that they had what it took. Around the rest of the nation, however, things weren't going so well, especially with the government. In a hidden location, several high-ranking members of the government were looking at a U.S. newspaper in shock. Japan's dark secret. The experimentation on intelligent quirked animals. The paper had a picture of Nizu on it. One of them groaned. "How did this get out?" Another growled as he read the paper. Apparently Eraserhead used his knowledge of Operation Brainstorm to frighten off loyal journalists, leaving this beach, who put international relations behind some story, he snarled. I've had the American ambassador on the phone screaming at me for the past 2 hours before this meeting. He threatened sanctions. Sanctions? Over a din animal? A third shook his head. And our most recent attempt at capturing Beyonder was a failure. The so-called League of Villains was unable to terminate Eraserhead, or Beyonder's girlfriend. Beyonder managed to kill dozens of them, including their bioweapon, he said. Should we attempt anything at the sports festival? The first inquired. Endeavor will be there. If he terminates Beyonder, then let it happen. But we will not conduct an operation there. While Class 1A and Eraserhead are acceptable losses, tens of thousands of civilians is not acceptable. Finally, the day of the sports festival had arrived. The press had tried to get into UA again, but Aizawa was there, smirking. They backed off real quickly. He was then yanked away by Mike. Come on, Aizawa. You're my announcing buddy, he declared. I want to sleep, Aizawa grumbled, not fighting back, but being dragged like a child. Nope. You're going to be my buddy for the day. Come on, it'll be fun. Not as much as fun as sleeping, Aizawa grumbled. In the arena's preparations room, Class 1A was preparing. They didn't know exactly what was going to happen, since it changed every year. Everyone, get your uniforms on and get ready to be the shining example of Japan's greatest. School. Ida instructed. The class wasn't really focusing on him. Instead, they were talking amongst themselves. Why do we have to wear these boring gym outfits? I wanted to use my costume. Mina whined. It's so the playing field is equal. Only the support class is allowed to bring in their stuff, Toga told her. Mina's cheeks inflated as she pouted. Midoriya, Shoko monotoned, staring at the only one of the class who had actually killed someone. What do you want, Todoroki? I'm getting ready, Izuku told her. How much do you know? She asked, getting straight to the point. Shoko, what are you talking about? Momo inquired. How much do I know? Izuku asked, eyebrows quirked. Everything. That good for you? Yes. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to work on winning this, so I can be the next #1 hero and put your father in the ground, Izuku said with a straight face. Midoriya. Are you threatening to murder the #2 pro hero? Ida exclaimed, doing his hand chops. Scum of his caliber aren't heroes, Tenya, Izuku growled. His tone frightened everyone present. Izuku's hands clenched. Believe me when I say that I want to rip that BSD apart, and make sure he's fully conscious until I'm bored, he snarled, fingers blurring into tendrils and back. Before anyone else could say anything, the alarm went off. Shotem, everyone, Kamianri declared, standing up and pumping his fist. Let's do this. Everyone got up and walked out onto the field. Let's welcome the freshman students of Class 1A. After all, that's what you're all here for, Mike announced. The cream of the CRP of UA. They faced off with a horde of villains and survived. Give them a huge hand. Massive cheers rose out of the arena. They aren't the only ones here, folks. Give it up for Class 1B. And don't forget C, D, and E of Jenny D. After them are F, G, and H of the support course. And last, but not least, are I, J, and K of management. T are so many people, Izuku stammered, suddenly nervous. As future pros, we must be able to perform under pressure, Ida declared. Thus, UA even turns recreational activities into training. It is truly yet another well-thought facet of the greatest hero school in Japan. That's enough chatter, Midnight exclaimed in her hero uniform. Well, calling it uniform was a bit of a stretch. It was, in fact, quite literally, a costume that was made out of a DMNTRX's getup. Now, it's time for the highest-scoring student of the practical exam to stand before the world and give a speech, she declared, pointing a cat-o'-nine-tails at Bakugo. Thus, Bakugo shouldered her way through the crowd and slowly walked up to the podium. She bent over a bit so she could speak, and then opened her mouth. Good luck, everyone. We're all going to need it. She then walked back off the stage and into the mass of confused students. Huh? Wasn't expecting that. What do you think she meant by that, Eraserhead? Mike inquired. She's warning them, Aizawa replied, sipping some coffee, the slurp obvious. Warning them? Warning them about what? Did you not read the report Nizu gave you? Oh come on. It's paperwork. And it was hundreds of pages. You put off reading it for a month, Aizawa groaned. Well, considering every window didn't shatter, I suppose that no, you didn't read the assigned work. All right everyone. Midnight shouted, cracking her cat-o' tails. It is time for our first challenge. Now, this is the one that'll eliminate most of you. How much is up to the random number generator, she declared. The screen changed to a shot of the principal's office. Hello, everyone. I'm the principal, Nizu. Yes, I am aware of the scar on my face. Perhaps if you read American news, you'll know why it is there. But that is not the point. I will be using a random number generator live. Random numbers appeared, until the number 48 foot popped up. This number represents the number of people who will make it to the second round. Now, Midnight, why don't you spin the wheel to show our students what they'll be doing? Thank you, sir. Midnight announced, changing the screen to a roulette wheel. And now, for the first round. The wheel spun rapidly. Izuku thought he saw the words, tentacle tag for a second, but it moved on. Finally, however, the wheel slowed. The options were more easily visible. Punch-Out, Defusing, Biohazard, before it finally settled on Obstacle Race. And there you have it, folks. It's an obstacle race, Mike declared. Now, Overhaul? Please set the track up, Mike instructed. There was a quick rumble from the background. Did you set it up? Mike asked again. Yep. Well, can I just say that your quirk is utterly broken? Indeed. Especially when I train it, the nurse replied. YWs, Midnight shouted, the rules are simple. The first 48 to finish get to go to the next round. No one is to attack another student. Anything else is simply free game, as long as you stay within the course boundaries. That is all. Now, positions everywhere. Everyone got into position. There were a lot of people pushing to get to the front, destabilizing everyone else. Begin the timer. You got it. Mike howled. 3. Izuku found himself next to Katsumi. You were warning them about me, weren't you? He chuckled. His tall girlfriend just ruffled his hair. 2. So, have you ever considered that Shoko's kinda hot? Katsumi asked Izuku. This caused him to sputter. Hey, I'm just saying, what with your tentacles? 1. After the race, Kaken. I'll even tell you why I hate Endeavor, Izuku promised. Go. Thus, the race was on. The hundreds of students rushed forwards, trying to crowd through the small opening. This must be the first obstacle, Izuku thought to himself. There were so many people pressed up against him. It was like the break-in all over again. Time to thin the herd, Shoko droned, ice flowing from her foot. A large portion of the students were suddenly stuck, frozen to the ground. And look at that. Todoroki has slowed down the rest of the groups. How will this affect the what the F is that? Mike yowled. That, Mike, is why you read what Nizu assigns you, Aizawa deadpanned, pointing to the blob of bloody flesh clinging to the ceiling, carrying a pouting Bakugu. Zuzu, she whined. I didn't need that. Sorry, Kaken, the BLD responded, morphing back into Izuku, going from rolling to running in 2 seconds. So that's what Nito meant by monster. That fucker, Shinso snarled, atop his platform of brainwashed students. He's like me? Eraserhead. What the F dash? Read. Report. Mineta managed to worm his way towards Shoko, using his ball to bounce over the ice. Sorry, Todoroki, but you're my ticket to the TW. Mineta's outburst was stopped when he had to dodge an arm of a robot. And the students make it to the first main obstacle, the Robo Inferno. Overhaul, did you make those robots as well? Nope. Izuku gasped as he saw several of the zero-pointers towering above them. We were going to go with Robot Aizawa's, but we couldn't get him to cooperate. Mike chuckled. Izuku wasn't sure why Mike had said something like that, but he was rather nervous. He had defeated the last one by turning into an ocean of gore, but there were too many people here at risk if he tried that. Since my father is watching, I'd have preferred a tougher target, Shoko sighed, slamming one of her feet into the ground. This created another massive burst of ice that froze all of the 0-pointers in place. Thanks, Todoroki, Kirishima shouted. You're a big help. What are you thanking me for? I froze them in precarious positions, she said. And just like that, the iced robots began to fall. Midnight, Mike screamed, genuinely worried. I won't make it, the 18-plus hero shouted. Shoko, are you trying to one-up your father? Izuku roared, becoming a mass of bone. He became a skeletal beast, skin stretched and taut. This massive horror braced itself, and the robots smashed into it. Izuku grit his metaphorical teeth and extended 2 bony arms. These pushed onto the robots and shoved them aside, making them fall to the side, clearing a path. What? What the actual F dash? What the FF did I just FC with my own F eyes? Mike yowled. Stop swearing. How can you be so calm? Mike screamed. What the hell did he just do? From my guess, he converted as much of his biomass as he could into bone, and used that to push the robots aside, preventing them from falling. It looks like it was rather strenuous on Midoriya's part, though. It might cost him, but I'm pretty sure it shows his heroic spirit. That's at least what I'm going to repeat to myself, anyways. Oh. Midoriya, Toga gasped. The skeletal creature dissolved into Izuku, who was breathing heavily. Others raced by him. Toga, however, helped him up. Thanks, Toga, Izuku gasped, struggling to his feet. Come on, there's still plenty of race left. I bet you could beat Shoko, Toga answered, a soft smile on her face. Izuku nodded, determination returning to his face. I have to, and I'm going to get some sense into her, no matter the cost. After about another minute, Shoko was still in the lead. I didn't know Midoriya could do that, she mused. His shout, though, had sent shivers down her spine. That was something my father would do. Am I be becoming him? And Todoroki reaches the second obstacle. The fall. You'll have to cross the ropes to reach the other side. But the temptations to drop into the darkness dangle. We have several objects hanging from the ropes, and if you grab them, they're yours. We had help with another pro in making these. They'll reflect your deepest desires. Shoko looked down and saw it. A massive file, with the words Evidence Against Endeavor written on it. Shoko stopped and reached down. As she did, the others in the front did so as well. All Might's diary, Izuku gasped, extending a tentacle as he crawled forward. Katsumi's cheeks flushed, made sure no one was looking, and snagged the deluxe subscription of Bloated Bellies Monthly. What? She has a breeding K&K. Sue her. Toga grabbed the rope holding the bag of BLD before it disintegrated. W.I.? She wailed. Aizawa was beating Mike to a pulp. Do not tempt my students with something they legitimately need, he roared. Overhaul. Yeah, I'll give her a cooler of it after she finishes, the school nurse said. And Mike? That was really low. You know acid wouldn't make a hallucination of something she'd actually need. There were a lot of pictures of Eri scattered about, with everyone gunning for the varieties, up to and including the one where she was prancing happily with a bumblebee costume. Nito was reaching for a book titled The Failures of One as Students, a dopey grin on his face. Better. I'm better than you, he breathed. Ibra was ignoring the fertilizer, reciting Bible verses in her head. Mineta completely ignored the pornographic magazines. Who the hell thought he'd like that? Why is the most chivalrous student in 1A being tempted with pawn? Aizawa deadpanned to a twitching Mike. I don't know. Momo was reaching for a self-help book on dealing with low self-esteem. Hey, hound dog? I think she needs some help, Aizawa radioed in, off the air. Shinso, once he arrived, was reaching for a book titled Bad Powers, Good People. You can be a hero no matter the quirk. And get that tired-looking kid in as well. Kaminari ignored the pawn in his path until he caught the section. Wholesome. Marriage. Family, he mentally screamed, scooping it up. Jiro was desperately trying to hold onto musical books. They looked rather rare and expensive. Uraraka was grasping for a lump of platinum. Mike? Aizawa roared. Tsuyu was just moving along, pretty content with her life. Finally, Shoko and Katsumi crossed the end of the section, their treasure in hand. They stowed it away and raced on. Izuku also began running, beginning to catch up. And now, for the final section. Ticking mental time bombs. You're going to be in a minefield. These mines aren't explosive enough to hurt. Because they've got another surprise. Your secrets will be laid bare. Who designed this torture fest? Aizawa howled in rage, strangling Mike. Secrets? Shoko asked, slowing down. However, her foot caught one of them. I dream of freezing my father into a glacier. It announced an explosion covering it so that only those close to her heard it. Erase her head. Stop. Only the S students AA and USC can hear. Aizawa slowly unclenched his hands from Mick's throat. Besides, it was Midnight who designed the fall and the minefields, he added, throwing the SDST under the bus. Izuku finally made it to the minefield. Already several other students were inching ahead. Katsumi was flying over the mines, and was neck and neck with Shoko. Bakugu is in the lead. No, Todoroki inches ahead. Now Bakugu. Todoroki. They're neck and neck. Mike howled. Over that din, Izuku could hear the mines going off. I wear a G-cup. I eat flies. I have a Vorke. These and more were echoing across the field. Some students, such as Nito, were treading very carefully. Others, like Mineta, weren't bothered. Then again his minds were, I got AD'd once, or something off that caliber. The guy didn't really have that much to hide. Izuku was trying to dodge, but he was falling behind Shoko and Katsumi. I need a plan, he said to himself, before accidentally stepping on one of them. I eat people, the mine exclaimed. Whose mine was that? Mike screamed. Which one? Aizawa droned. You know which one. Oh, that one? Midoriya. You mean he dashed? You should have read that goddamn file, Mike. If you had, maybe you wouldn't be so taken aback. Aizawa shouted. After this, I will drag you to Nizue's office, and make you read that file. Izuku shook his head, clearing the tears from his eyes, when another mine went off. I like to dig underground tunnels, it exclaimed. That's IT. Izuku exclaimed, shifting into a long, pink worm made out of human flesh. He also, with great reluctance, let the diary go, only to see it vanish. A hallucination. They must have used the Vision Hero, acid, for that. He then burrowed into the ground, underneath the mines. Where did he go? Mike yelled. Underground, below the mines. Midoriya is quite capable of thinking outside the box, Aizawa helpfully added. Izuku slithered until he couldn't feel the vibrations of students, and popped up. He miscalculated. How did he know this? He was still in the minefield. He was ahead of everyone, yes, but there was still an eighth of the field that needed to be crossed. Well, sheet, Izuku said, returning to human form. He could have just gone back underground, but the path turned after the minefield, and he didn't want to risk going out of bounds. So he just had to go forward. Sheet, he whispered. I want to breed Kaken, the mine happily proclaimed. Izuku almost had his head explode. Mike just looked at Aizawa. Nothing. I'm trying to not imagine Midoriya having SEC, Aizawa replied. Because they're your students? Because I'm not into tentacle pawn? Katsumi's face flushed. That must be embarrassing, Shoko droned, trying to edge forward. Are you sweating that strong? She asked, noticing dampness in her breathes. Izuku could smell the pheromones coming off Katsumi like a torrential downpour. So she wants me to impregnate her? Izuku asked himself. He didn't have time to dwell on it for now. Instead, he just sprinted forwards, desperately trying to keep ahead of the two girls. He was managing to do that, but only just. Finally he saw it. The end of the track. With one final burst, he leapt into the stadium, using his tentacles to springboard him over the ground. And Izuku Midoriya is the first one back. Mike howled. I expected him to be the first, Aizawa said. You did? That file you forgot to read? I lived it. I know exactly what he's capable of, Aizawa droned. Katsumi managed to beat Shoko by about 6 inches. After those two, the rest began to pour in. Ida was upset that he didn't do that well, even though his quirk was built for speed. Most of the rest of 1A were happy that they got into the first Momo, however. This is embarrassing, she sighed. Clinging to her back was one Mineta, who had climbed up her back. He had aimed higher, but he had accidentally hit her rear. I'm so sorry, Yaoyorozu. I meant to hitch a ride on your mid-back or neck, the gentleman stammered. It's okay. I know you meant nothing by it, she said. After the 48th person, Yuga, crossed the finish line, everyone gasped as their treasures vanished. What gives? Uraraka wailed. Oh, I'm sorry, Midnight proclaimed, not sounding sorry in the slightest. Were you distracted by the trinkets acid left around for you all? She chuckled. Just so everyone knows, if they'd like a real version of those gifts, talk to me, Overhaul announced. And Midnight? I am not impressed by your conduct, Nizu said. While there are cruelties in the world of heroes, I think you took it a bit too far. Therefore, as punishment, I shall show everyone your Wholesome Mother weekly magazines, he added. She has a subscription to that as well? Katsumi asked. I didn't peg her for the type. Niazuuru. Midnight wailed. You ruined my theme. Maybe next time, you shouldn't take pleasure in torturing my students, Nizu shot back. Now then, spin the wheel please. Midnight gulped, regaining her composure. Now then, to the 48 who passed, good job. You'll be moving on to the next round. As for what that is, let's spin the wheel. But first, meet the first place wheel, she added, as a second wheel popped up. This wheel will show what special rule will affect the one in first place. With that, the game began tuning. Izuku Kot's group orgy crossed out, replaced with Calvary Battle, but that just went along. Finally, after a minute that stretched seemingly forever, the wheel slowed. It went from Biohazard Tag, to Zombies, to Dance Off, to finally, Capture the Flag. Alright, and now for the first place wheel. Midnight declared. That wheel began spinning. Izuku Kot's hands tied behind back, is the flag, and must have one eye closed, before it landed on Team Captain. All of 1A gulped. It looks like Midoriya will be one of the captains, Aizawa. What are your thoughts? That team is going to win. Alright. The rules are simple. You will be split into 3 groups of 16. Izuku Midoriya will be captain of Team 1. Who would like to be captains? Midnight announced. Monoma immediately raised his hand, a cocky grin on his face. And thus, the first sacrifice has been chosen, Aizawa announced. Who will throw their chances away so another can pass? Shota, the F-? If Midoriya can wipe the floor with kill teams, he can wipe the floor with hero students? Excuse me, kill teams? Mike screamed. Yep. Aizawa slammed a file next to Mike, the thud reverberating. Now Nizu? Please cut Mick's microphone until he reads the files, please. Certainly, Nizu said. Read up, present Mike. Mike heard his microphone cut out. Shota, this is a book, All Might's horror novel, to be exact. Why am I reading this? That novel is, in fact, a transcribing of what went down. The only thing changed are the names. Shota, there's no way I can read 72 bloody hours in 1 hour, Mike complained. At Aizawa's face, Mike sighed. Fine. I'm Koda in that book, by the way. Izuku is Yamikuno, for future reference, Aizawa helpfully added. Midnight cracked her cat-o'-nine tails to draw everyone's attention back to her. Now then, 2 captains have been chosen. Who will be the third? Shoko put her hand up. I will, she announced. Shoko Todoroki, I will miss you, but in a way, you will never truly be gone, Aizawa said mournfully. I will miss seeing you in my class. Why is he talking like it's her funeral? One of the 1B students asked. Monoma pointed to Izuku. He's probably going to RP and eat her, and since he's 1A, he spat, everyone will be fine with it. At hearing this, the 1B student's eyes hardened. How do we eliminate that freak? He growled. Monoma smirked. I figured that he's weak to fire. All I have to do is touch that Shoko girl and we'll be set. What Monoma did not tell his friend was his second plan. While I can't copy his quirk, It doesn't mean I can't kill him with Todoroki's quirk, or, if that fails, plan B. Midnight cracked her cat-o'-nine-tails. Now that the captains have been chosen, the one with the highest ranking will choose first. Midoriya, pick your first teammate, she announced. Izuku thought for all of 5 seconds. Katsumi, he decided. Said girl fist-pumped, while the rest of 1A began to sweat. Congratulations, Katsumi Bakugu, on making it to the finals. Maybe you'll set second place, Aizawa added. And now, it's Todoroki's turn, and after her, Nito's, and then repeat. Momo, Shoko droned. Said girl gulped but walked over to her. Nito chose someone from 1B. This process went on for a while, until everyone was picked. And now, you will have 10 minutes to plan, claim one of 3 areas, and place your flags. Please begin, Aizawa droned. I'd suggest placing them on the border of your areas to make your suffering last less, he helpfully included. The teams ignored the last part. Monoma was ordering most of 1B around, getting them to place their flag at the farthest point. Shoko was using her ice powers to make a fortification and create obstacles for them. Say, Shoko. I really think you should use your fire on Izuku if you have to, Momo requested. I swore never to use my fire, Shoko responded, ending that line of conversation. Meanwhile, Izuku was mumbling up a storm with his mouth, and created a second mouth on the back of his head to talk to the team and give instructions. Hey Zuzu? Can I take a limb and put the flag in it? Katsumi asked. Sure, Kaken, Izuku replied. Toga, give me your knife, please, Katsumi requested. The girl did. Katsumi then cut off one of Izuku's arms, blasted a hole in the ground, and stuck the flag in the wound. Izuku's flesh bubbled, and a second hand regrew. Most of the team got a little green. Hey, Shinso, wasn't it? What's your quirk? Izuku asked with his second mouth. Promise not to call it a villainous quirk? The tired 1C student requested. Dude, take a look at what Zuzu's quirk does again, and then repeat the question. No one is going to judge, Katsumi helpfully pointed out. Okay, my quirk is be brainwashing. If someone talks to me after I initiate a conversation, I can control them, he admitted. Izuku's head spun around so fast his neck snapped audibly. That's amazing, he shouted, eyes sparkling. The mouth he had been using to talk to people was mumbling now. Do you not realize how perfect that is? Villains tend to be hammy and talk all the time, so you could use that as an opening. You could make them turn themselves in on the dot. You could stop suicide jumpers. Oh my gosh, the possibilities are endless. How many people can you control? Shinso didn't respond. He just got teary-eyed and embraced Izuku, sobbing like a toddler. It had been the first time anyone had told him what he needed to hear. Izuku split off a body to talk to others while he embraced Shinso, letting him cry on his shoulder. As he did, Izuku felt a rush of sheer joy flow through him. This is the first person I've truly saved as a hero, he thought to himself. Thank you, Shinso blubbered, finally letting go. The number that I can write now is 10, he said. Izuku nodded and looked at his clone. His clone then walked over and got absorbed. All right, you could probably sweep this whole thing, honestly, Izuku chuckled. Shinso felt a massive spike in self-worth. All right, it's possible that the other teams could catch on, so you'll have to try to neutralize as many as possible at first. Since we're going to play defensively for now, so that the other teams are exhausted, we should be good. Why'd you decide we should play defensively? Shinso asked. In response, Ibra, one of the 1B kids Izuku had taken, walked up. Nito is passionate about beating one, and with his quirk, he can temporarily copy the quirks of others. It's likely that he'll go for Todoroki in order to copy her quirk, she mused. If you've watched the thing, then you'll know I'm weak to fire, Izuku concluded. It's likely that he has, after my first interaction with him. He told us about it, Ibra said. Was it true? That you held him to the wall in that unholy form? He slapped Kaken, Izuku responded. I'll tell you what happened, Katsumi said, explaining the scene to her. Finally, the time was almost up. Mike was still intently reading All Might's book. Aizawa sighed, getting himself ready. Down on the field, Shoko's defenses were finally finished. Momo, have you finished making the flamethrowers? She inquired. Momo breathed heavily, but nodded, handing some out to the group. Come on, Shoko. This isn't fair year. Mina wailed. Just use your fire. I swore never to use it. If we need fire, these will provide, she coldly informed the pink girl. It's really not fair to Momo either, Mineta pointed out. I don't think she enjoys making them, he added, pointing to Momo, who had taken off her uniform behind an ice column, before Mineta quickly covered it with his ball. She's being forced to expose herself repeatedly. Can't you see that it's causing her distress? On Nito's team, the nearly insane with jealousy 1B student was finishing his attack plans. Alright Tetsu, you should be able to withstand Todoroki's flames. Do you think you could get through her ice as well? He asked. Tetsu nodded vigorously. It would take Endeavor himself too long to melt me, he boasted. Outside of the arena, Ingenium stalked his prey, the hero killer, Stain. He had called for backup, but it was taking a while. What would draw Stain out? He asked himself. The serial killer struck at random, but why now, during the sports festival? Whoever he attacked would go unnoticed. Are you going to sit there all day? Stain huffed, not looking at Ingenium. Because I'm a busy man, and you're not even close to being on my list. Ingenium flinched. Stain sighed. Listen, I'd rather not fight you right now for a few reasons. For one, you're a hero that all should look up to. You may have gone into the business due to it being a family thing, but you've proven yourself to be morally upright. For another, even if I did want to kill you, which I'll repeat, I don't. I'm a little busy today, so if you're not going to engage, can you please move along, or help me? Ingenium dashed to another hiding spot. What are you plotting, hero killer? He hissed. Me? I'm just plotting on how to prevent a terrorist attack on the sports festival, Stain answered. So, if you'd like to help me try to foil it, feel free to drop in. I swear I will not harm you, he added. Ingenium dashed to another spot. Why should I believe you? Stain sighed. I suspected you'd say that. My source says that the drop-off will be here in 3 minutes. The attack is a bioterror action. The goal is to kill everyone in that arena. I am willing to call a truce. Are you? Ingenium had to choose. Risk trusting the killer or risk his brother possibly dying. He held a hand to his earpiece. Warn the others. Possible bio-attack on the stadium, he reported. He then sprinted to 12 feet from Stain. I'm going to keep my distance, but I'll trust you, for now. Good. My source says that the weapon is under SERT by a fake hero, but I don't know which one, Stain said. Have you seen any of your colleagues talking to suspicious people? Ingenium frowned. I do not appreciate you disparaging my girl. The last was because he had been tackled to the ground by Stain, as a bunch of sharpened rocks flew overhead. Gravel? Ingenium shouted in shock. Sure enough, the stone hero was standing there. There were people in black clothes holding guns next to him. Sorry, Ingenium, it's just business, the villain who had been disguised as a hero droned. Before he could continue, Stain threw 3 daggers at one of the goons, hitting him in the skull, heart, and groin. The man was dead before he hit the ground. You're not going anywhere, Gravel, Stain snarled. Your long list of crimes will finally be paid in full. Working with a serial killer? My Ingenium. Well, at least it'll be easy to cover up your death. Gravel fired several stone shards through the air. Ingenium dodged, and the fight was on. Attention, students and audience. The game of Capture the Flag will commence in 1 minute, Aizawa droned. This made the planning end. Everyone got to their positions. Izuku had that support student named Hatsum as the guardian of the flag, and told her to go nuts. So far, she wasn't disappointing him. Ida was stretching his legs, getting ready to try to sprint into the enemy territory, snatch a flag, and return. Shinso was waiting behind a rock, ready to shout insults at whoever tried to get through. Izuku was on the front lines, right on the edge of his team's territory. 30 seconds until this pointless round begins, and formalities are dealt with. Nito stood behind Tetsu. You have my back, man? Tetsu asked. Nito gave a wicked gleam. Oh yes. You ready? Let's take one down, 10 seconds? Momo finished strapping Tsuyu's flamethrower on her back. What happens if they explode, Karo? Tsuyu inquired. These flamethrowers rely on relatively cool plasma with a vacuum surrounding the tanks. It should prevent the molecules from being anything other than a slightly warm breeze, she explained. I still think Shoko should have just used her dash. No. You're stubborn, you know that? Go! Aizawa announced. At this, Katsumi sprung into action, sprinting in the direction of Shoko's ice field. Hey! Icy hot, she roared, rushing Shoko's team. F off with your superiority complex. Shoko slowly turned and held up her hand. A massive wall of ice shot at Katsumi. Oh shit, she cursed, getting smacked backwards, right in front of Izuku. And thus, on this day, Shoko Todoroki was killed. We weep for her untimely demise, Aizawa droned. Katsumi looked at Izuku. Zuzuputant, she told him. Izuku, who had begun to morph, paused. Why not? He asked, tentacles whipping out. I'm not suffering from lethal wounds. If I am on death's door, feel free to F them up. If I'm not, don't, she instructed, like she was telling an attack dog when not to rip someone's throat out. Shoko, you may yet live to see another day, Aizawa helpfully added. Shoko lowered her arm. I will deal with you later, Midoriya. For now, she turned to Nito's team. I'll take your flag first. With that, she dashed off to their territory. Nito gave a wicked smile as Shoko rushed him. Tetsu. Now. Tetsu and Monoma high-fived, and they went after her. Shoko fired off her ice, only for Tetsu to smash it. Monoma leapt over the second blast, and backhanded Shoko. Really? All that for a backhand dash? Whoosh. A massive firestorm erupted from Monoma's left side, and the torrent of fire was thrown at Shoko. Shoko gasped, and barely managed to get an ice wall up. My quirk allows me to copy other people's quirks. Monoma cackled. He then used the fire to melt the ice Shoko sent at him. And look, I have fire. Why don't you have fire? He mocked. Do you think you can beat us by only going halfway? You 1ABSers are filled with such arrogance. It makes me sick, he growled, using the ice to trap Shoko in a ring. He then blasted her with more ice, freezing her in place. Shoko began to use her left side to melt it away, but since she refused to make physical flames, it was too slow. Tetsu slammed his fist into her skull, stunning her. Monum skidded to a halt and tapped the unconscious girl. And now, for the big game, he said to himself. Tetsu, you might want to back away, he advised, pointing his left side at Bakugo. Nito, don't do that. You're signing your death warrant. Aizawa screamed, no sarcasm in his voice. Hey, Big Bomb Bimbo Beach. Nito roared. Katsumi turned towards him, only for him to send a tornado of fire at her. Katsumi's eyes widened, and she tried to dodge. Keyword was try. The flames hit her dead on, the smell of burnt flesh filling the air. She screamed in agony, before falling to the ground. Monoma, you fool. You have no idea the horror you have unleashed. I'd expel you if you had a snowball's chance in hell of surviving the next 5 minutes. Aizawa howled. Monoma just smirked, looking at Izuku. Overhaul. Izuku's face had gone white. Kaken was now on the ground, not breathing. Her entire body was covered in burns. Her front wasn't 3rd degree, or even 4th. It was 6th. Her uniform was charred, sticking to her blackened skin. Her hair was sizzling, falling out in clumps. Her hands, which had shielded her face, had lost their skin. Izuku saw that her fingers were now bones melted together. Izuku dropped to his knees, sobbing. He then turned to Nito, who was laughing. Izuku ordered his biomass to do an emergency transformation in Katsumi, since at least 50% of her cells were dead. The biomass raced to her vital organs, preventing her from dying. She was stable, and he made sure to stay there until she would live. Finally, after 15 seconds that felt like eternity, she coughed, heart restarting. She was still unconscious. Toga reached Izuku. Oh my god, Ichi tried to kill her. And now, I'm going to do the same to him. Minus the try. Izuku roared, morphing into an eldritch abomination. Oh! He screamed in over 50 voices. He hurled towards the student in a blind rage. Outside the stadium, Stain dragged the head of the goons to the alleyway. The rest of them, including Gravel, were dead. Ingenium was barely conscious, having been hit with several rock daggers. His arm engines were beyond repair. Stain pulled out a dagger. What? Attack? He snarled. The goon laughed. You're too late. It's been delivered. The world will see what Calamity can do, he cackled. Stain's eyes widened, and he decapitated the man. And then turned to Ingenium. See Calamity? Ingenium stammered, confused. Imagine the power of the lethal dose of trigger. Now double that. Now imagine that fitting in an asthma inhaler. So super trigger? Indeed. What's worse is what it does to you. If All Might took it, he's tear down the city and murder millions with a smile on his face. It warps you into a complete monster. Not even gangs will use the stuff. Only one person knows how to make it, and I ended him with my own hands, with the help of Eraserhead, before he retired. Nito smiled wickedly, and held up a black inhaler. Midnight. Kill Nito. Kill him right F now. Aizawa screamed at the top of his lungs. I know what he's planning. You have to kill him. What the F, Eraser? It's Calamity. He's planning on using Calamity. Too late, Aizawa. Monoma cackled. He brought the inhaler to his mouth and used it. Immediately he doubled over, before laughing maniacally. Don't let him touch you, Midoriya. Aizawa warned. Too late. Monoma howled, voice broken. He dashed forward, and slapped the side of Izuku. There was a pause for a single heartbeat. And then, Monoma leapt back, right next to the stands. Hee. Ha! He cackled, veins bulging. I can feel it. The power, he cackled madly. All of the students stopped their fighting. Nito, what did you do? Tetsu asked, nervous. Suddenly, a tentacle whipped out from Nito, and slammed into one of the civilians watching. What the civilian began, before he started to scream. He dissolved into the tentacle, his twitching hands being the last thing. And then it struck again. And again. And again. Nito began to bulk up. We'll beat you. Nito cackled madly, additional heads spouting from him. He dissolved into goo, becoming a pink mound of flesh. Now dozens of tentacles were lashing out in all directions. This made the students get over their shock. Momo hefted her flamethrower and let loose a stream of superheated plasma. This ignited the air and created a steam of fire that hit Monoma on the side. Monoma, or the thing that used to be Monoma, screeched in rage. He brought a tentacle down on her, but the 1A girl dodged. Mike put down the book and saw the carnage. Eraser, he screamed. Aizawa was frozen. His eyes were wide and he was trembling. He's coming, Commander. Let them go. I don't want to die, he whimpered, curling into a ball. Midnight screamed in horror as Nito brought a tendril at her. She dodged, before the screams finally reached her ear. A massive amount of tendrils were picking off civilians, engulfing them in a wall of flesh. This had become a villain attack, pure and simple. Monoma cackled as he felt the screams of the inferiors die as he threw their souls away. Each wail of pain proved that he was better, stronger, and more worthy. The puppets had served their purpose in getting him this far. Now, it was time to add them to himself, but unlike the inferiors, he'd keep them so they could all bask in his glory. But first, he had to cement his superiority. His many limbs lashed out at those who were unworthy, but they kept dodging. Finally, he got one. It was that mute kid from 1A. He screamed, but was soon added. Monoma decided to hold on to him, so as to mock him. And then he was bowled over. His rival had appeared. Izuku transformed into his monster form, and lunged at Monoma, no, the villain who had been Monoma. Maybe he had always been like this, but it didn't matter now. Izuku saw Koda push Tsuyu out of the way, only to be crushed by a tentacle. When it lifted up, he wasn't there. And something inside Izuku snapped. He hadn't felt like this since those 3 days. Nearly killing Kaken had thrown him into a mindless rage, but this was a cold, calculated fury. The two met, and Izuku extended tentacles at Monoma's, pushing them away from others. This allowed some of the others to back off. "You monster!" he roared at the imposter, trying to absorb Monoma. To an outside observer, it was like two goo balls trying to devour each other. Endeavor stood at the top of the arena, watching the carnage. While the common people screamed and were consumed by a stronger being, the students tried to fight back. He casually fried a tentacle that was heading for him. Attempt number 4, use your fire, he growled in frustration. Why wasn't it using its fire? Oh well, guess plan B is available, and she does look like her mother. Endeavor thought, a smile on his face. Toga helped another student to their feet. "Momo, give me a flamethrower," she ordered. Momo nodded, quickly created one, and tossed it to her. Toga quickly strapped it on, and fired off the burst of plasma. The thing that had been Monoma lost quite a bit of mass, but it was still focused on Izuku. Toga turned to face the rest of the group. "Heroes, this is our first test. This is the face of villainy," she roared, dodging a tendril from Monoma. "We are up against a foe who will slaughter everyone in the arena. Will you run in panic, or will you gather themselves? The world is watching you. Let us show them that not only are we worthy of the title, but we are the best." Toga whipped around and fired off another plasma burst, vaporizing another tentacle. This one almost got one of the 1B students, the girl with horns. "Shoko, give us some firepower," she shouted. Shoko fired a column of ice, but this did little to slow down Monoma. "I said firepower. I've watched the thing. Ice doesn't hurt it," Toga told her. "I swore never to use my fire dash," Shoko began, before Izuku slapped her. Apparently he had split off a version of himself. "Look at your father, Todoroki," Izuku roared, pointing. Endeavor was standing up in the stands, arms crossed. "Look upon the number 2 hero, and how he's doing nothing. Just I'm not like him." Shoko snarled, trying to punch Izuku. Izuku just grabbed her arm. "Either use your goddamn fire, or watch as thousands of people die because of your utterly stupid way of getting back at your dad." Izuku growled. "And speaking of your father, he's no longer frowning," Izuku added. Shoko stammered. "He's smiling and it's not a good smile," Izuku told her. "It's the same smile Kaken gets when I tease her with tentacles," he added. Katsumi, having used her explosions to dodge, landed next to them. "Zuzu, what are you talking about?" Katsumi asked. "Endeavor's backup plan," Izuku growled, pure malice in his voice. "Backup plan?" Katsumi inquired. "He wants to surpass All Might by fair means or foul. So he bribed a family who had a daughter with a very powerful ice quirk to have them force her into marrying him. Then he raped her. Repeatedly. He had 4 children. The first had insanely powerful flames, several times his own. He also had a far greater immunity to fire. He wanted to be a fireman, not a hero. Endeavor burned him to ash, in front of the rest of the family," Izuku told her. "Shoko's 2 other older siblings didn't make the cut, so he threw them out of his life. So he trained her to near death every single day since she was 4. When she was 5, her mother wouldn't let them train, and fought Endeavor. She almost won, until Endeavor used Shoko as a shield. Wanna know why she has that scar?" Izuku exclaimed. Endeavor, her own father, burned her face to show that he had no qualms about killing her. Katsumi's eyes were filled with horror. "They see hot. Is that true?" she whispered. Shoko looked to Izuku. How did you?" "I'm not fing done, Kaken," Izuku added. Endeavor then committed his wife, RPE victim, to a mental institution, claiming she abused Shoko. Normally, the woman would never be considered an abuser, but money makes people believe things, along with threats. And then, when Shoko was 10, he threatened her. "Wanna know what the threat was?" Izuku asked, a slasher smile on his face. What was it?" Katsumi stuttered. "He told her that if she didn't act as his tool, He would take Shoko's older sister and RPE her to try again. Izuku answered. Katsumi reared back in absolute horror and fell to the ground, retching. As for how I know? I met her. I met her in the hospital where she was kept. It's where that kill squad took me. The only reason the doctors are still breathing is because most of them weren't there, and the ones that were the ones that had secretly tried to help her escape. She spilled the beans on everything. That's how I know that Endeavor is irredeemable. That's why, as soon as I don't have to worry about his fire, I will expose him for the monster he is, and devour his rotten biomass. Now tell me, Shoko Todoroki, are you your father? Shoko shook her head. Does his quirk involve ice? She shook her head again. Therefore, can we deduce that it's not his quirk you have, but your own? Shoko ducked her head down. Thank you, Midoriya, she said, her left side igniting. The main part of Izuku whirred Nito around to Shoko, who unleashed a massive firestorm that would give Dresden PTSD. Nito screamed in agony as tons of biomass was vaporized, forcing him to shrink down. This decrease in size allowed Izuku to slowly envelop him fully. Finally, Shoko cut the flames off, and Izuku closed himself around Nito. Surrounded by Izuku, Nito thrashed as his rival stole more and more of his strong-earned power from him. You won't win, he complained. I'm better than you. That's where you're wrong, Izuku said, steely calm. I'm not the one who has slaughtered hundreds of innocent people. Nito was barely alive. I'm not the ones who turned on friends. Now the last excess biomass was stripped away, making him look like a frail human. But I am the one who is going to put you down. The flesh converged and Nito was no more. Izuku brought himself into his mindscape. He had found Koda's soul trapped inside Nito. Now he was brought here. Koda was curled into a ball, crying. Izuku slowly approached him. Koda, he asked. The dead student turned to him. Izuku, he stammered. So that's what you sound like, Izuku said to himself. He then sat down next to him. Hey, you're safe. Nito can't harm you, he promised. I want to stay here, where it's safe, Koda said. You do? Izuku asked, confused. Koda, it's perfectly fine to be outside dash. And Nito tortured me, drowned me in BBBBBB bugs, he whimpered. CC can't imagine B being anywhere near them now. Izuku clenched his fists, enraged at that monster, before embracing his fellow student in a hug. Take all the time you need. When you feel safe, let me know. I'll let you out then. Until then, Izuku's mindscape changed to be that of a comfortable room, including books on conquering fear. You can stay here. If you want me to help you face your fear, all you have to do is ask. With that, Izuku began to fade out. Sure, he could easily just rewire Koda's brain to remove the phobia, but to him that would make him feel like he was violating him. Izuku's flesh bubbled and steamed as he shrank down to his normal size. The second him that he had made to talk to Shoko was reabsorbed into himself. His clothes were recreated, skin human-like, and everything about him looked normal. However, now everyone knew differently. He didn't care. Let them know that he could be a monster. Let them know what he could do. Let them know that he chose to be a hero, and would be the equivalent of if the monster in the closet beat the sheet out of your abusive mother. After seeing Izuku kill Nito, Aizawa's flashbacks finally stopped. Breathing, he hauled himself up to the announcement booth. Attention! Attention please, he called out. The panicking was beginning to die down, now that people were noticing that the two blob monsters were no longer there. As you can see, the disaster that was the second task has been dealt with, he droned. Thank you, Izuku Midoriya, for your quick thinking. Without you, I dare say that most of the stadium would be dead. Thank you, Shoko Todoroki, for helping Izuku take down the villain. There was a knock on his door. He opened it, only for Nizu to walk in. Aizawa? May I continue? He asked. Aizawa nodded, and hoisted the stoat up to the microphone. Following the events of the second round, I am calling a close to the first year's sports festival early. There will be no third round. The audience began muttering. Due to the extreme emotional trauma many students are undoubtedly facing, I would suggest meeting with Hound Dog as soon as possible. As for the teachers, we will be having a staff meeting immediately to discuss the events that led up to this. Down in the arena, the students were just dazed. None of them were complaining about the cancellation of the third round. Many of them had already fallen to their knees, the adrenaline finally wearing off. Katsumi rushed to Izuku and embraced him in a hug. Izuku got to feel her BRSTS again. "I'm so glad you're all right," he told her. "You saved us, Zuzu," she squealed, hugging him tighter. "You're our hero." She then set him down. "Since we won't be able to have Victory SEC tonight, can we have Glad to be Alive SEC?" she asked. In spite of the current events, Izuku chuckled. "Sure, Kaken. Yorumba. My bed isn't big enough for you," he said, a tentacle popping out and tracing her upper thigh. Katsumi bit her lip to not him at the feeling. The staff met in the office 2 hours later. Nizu was walking in with some files. 2,000 dead, he announced, to their shock. 2,000 people were killed by Nito Minoma before Izuku Midoriya was able to kill him. He then turned to Vlad King. "You're their homeroom teacher. Why did you not tell us that he was like this?" Nizu demanded. "I am sorry?" Vlad stammered. "Why did you let his pathological obsession of being better than 1A bring him to the point where he was willing to fall harder than they ever could?" He raged. "You should have sent him to hound dog the moment this became apparent. I thought that his drive was a good motivator." He got out. "His drive has led to 2,000 people killed," Nizu told him before taking a few deep breaths. "And it appears that most of you were completely blindsided by Izuku Midoriya's quirk. You didn't read the report. Fine. I won't bore you with the technical details." Nizu pulled out several copies of 72 Bloody Hours. Izuku Midoriya is Yamakuno. Aizawa is Koda. And no one is to leave this room except for bathroom breaks until everyone who either haven't read the report or lived it have finished the book, cover to cover. There will be no skimming. There will be no skipping chapters. Anyone who does not follow these instructions will be fired. Sir?" Midnight exclaimed. "Izuku Midoriya is the most dangerous student ever to enter the halls of UA. Read the book, and realize that we should be DMN grateful that he wants to be a hero. Otherwise, only Endeavor or Eri could stop him." With that, Nizu left the staff office and marched to his office. Once he was there, he closed the door. 2,000 killed on live TV, why? During this time, everyone was returning to the dorms. They were crying for the loss of their friend. Tsuyu was especially distraught, since he died saving her. Shoko was wondering how many people had died because of her grudge. Ida was just sitting there when his phone rang. "Excuse me for a moment," he said. He walked to his dorm room, where he put the phone to his ear. The number was unknown. "Hello. Is this Ingenium's younger brother?" a raspy voice asked. Who is this?" Ida exclaimed. "One who sees your brother as a true hero, and not a monster wearing a costume," the voice replied. "Your brother aided me in attempting to prevent the attack on the sports festival, but we were too late. Your brother was badly wounded, and is in critical condition. I managed to keep him alive until the ambulance came. I did not harm him in the slightest, no matter what the news will undoubtedly say." "You're a villain?" Ida exclaimed. "I've been called that, yes. Just know that I did not harm Ingenium, and I never would." The phone clicked off for a second, before Ida got another call. "Mother," he exclaimed. "Tenya, why your brother was attacked by the H-hero killer," his mother wailed. Ida's BLD ran cold. Then, the words of the mystery caller went through his head again. Was that Stain? "Should I be there?" he asked. I think he'd like that," she stammered. Ida nodded, and signed out of the dorms. Ida was racing towards the hospital when he heard the sound of a body hitting the ground in an alleyway. He turned and gasped. The hero killer pulled his sword from someone. "I see I have an audience," he said, turning to the student. "Are you Tenya Ida?" he asked. "Why, you were the caller," Ida exclaimed. "Correct. This filth here," he spat, stabbing the head of the person for good measure, "thought that now would be the perfect time to finish off your brother." I disagreed. Ida looked at the corpse and gasped. That's low sweep," he stammered in horror. "And my brother was going to do a patrol with him. And you just killed him?" "Correction, Your brother was going to turn in low sweep for racketeering. This scum knew that your brother knew, and planned to silence him. Stain pulled out a phone and typed something. Ida then got an email, labeled the list. I see promise in you, Tenya Ida. I see the call of justice. That list has the names of dozens of professional heroes that have used that title as a front for their less-than-heroic side jobs. See your brother? With that, Stain slunk back into the shadows. Ida turned and rushed into the hospital. It was a private one, out of the public eye. He quickly found his mother, crying. Mother, how is he? Ida exclaimed. The doctors said he'll live, but without overhaul, he'll never be a hero again, she sobbed. Ida felt his heart break and pounded on the door to Tensei's room. The door opened, and Tensei was there with a doctor. He was awake, thankfully. Were it not for the anonymous person who stitched him up, he'd still be critical, one of the doctors said. Ida ignored him and clasped his brother's hand. Hey, thanks for being here, Tensei said, coughing. Who did this to you? Ida asked. Tensei sighed. Gravel did this to me. The BSRD was in on that attack at the sports festival. The pro slammed his hand onto the bed. The only reason one of my most trusted friends wasn't able to kill me was because the hero killer kept me from bleeding out. And what of low sweep? Ida asked. Tensei sighed. I trusted him, and then, a week ago, I found out he was running a protection racket. I was going to turn him in tomorrow. Stain beat you to him, Ida said. He killed Low Sweep in the alleyway behind here. He said Low Sweep was going to try to silence you. Ingenium cursed. To think that all my partners seem to be up to their ears in corruption. I wish I knew who to trust. Ida pulled out his phone and handed it to his brother. Stain sent me an email with a list of heroes who apparently are criminals, he said. Ingenium took the phone and looked at his brother. 3 days ago I would have demanded that you turn this over to the police, and I wouldn't have looked. But after the rough day we've both had, I think I'll take a peek before passing it on. Ingenium opened the phone and let out a wheezing chuckle. Ah, your screensaver is my commercial picture, he teased his flustered brother. He then opened the email and his smile died. That's not, no, it makes too much sense, Ida's older brother said, looking at the first file. Each one was maybe a third as detailed as Midoriya's notes, and there were at least dozens. They were ranked by hero name, and some were more detailed than others. As Ingenium scrolled through, his face got darker and darker. Ida, Wyatt's brother? Ida stammered, and used to his brother's cold tone. Do not, under any circumstances, intern with any hero on this list, his brother instructed. Ida nodded, took the phone, and left. As he did, Ingenium sighed in defeat. My world is upside down, and I think I know some things I shouldn't. What happens now? After Ida had left, Shoko decided to head to the hospital where Rei was. She hadn't visited her mother in over a decade, and the last time was with Toya, she whispered, before hurriedly looking around, arms raised to fight. Even though that man wasn't anywhere near her, she still remembered the burns she'd endure for even mentioning her dead older brother. Now, she was out by the hospital where she was imprisoned. When she stepped through the doors, she was scanned. That was new. After nothing happened for 2 minutes, she walked out, only to be stopped by an armed guard, who handed her a pocket knife. Ma'am, you are required to cut your finger, the guard said, holding up a petri dish. Shoko looked at him, confusion written all over her face. Why would I have to do that? She asked. Ever since this place was defiled by that thing, we've needed to make sure that it doesn't come back. Please give me a BLD sample. Shoko let out a sigh, but did so. The man grabbed a red-hot wire and jabbed the BLD. It hissed, and the stench filled her nostrils. She gasped and grabbed onto the railing, mind torn back through time to when she smelled her brother's incineration. When she watched as Endeavor basically cooked him in his own skin. The cries of pain eventually faded, and she came back to the guard, staring at her with a worried look in his eyes. Ma'am? Are you all right? He asked gently. Why, just bad memories, she admitted. Well, your BLD evaporated without fighting back, so that means you're not that monster in disguise. Feel free to check in. Shoko nodded and walked up to the receptionist. Hello. How may I help you? The receptionist asked. My name is Shoko Todoroki. I am here to visit my mother, Shoko monotoned. Very well, please sign in, the receptionist instructed, handing Shoko a clipboard. Shoko took the clipboard with no complaint. Has anyone visited her recently? She asked, slightly nervous. Oh, not since those days. What a weekend to be on duty. You had these burly men holding 2 families hostage, and one green-haired kid begging them to be let go. Then the green-haired kid tears them all apart. I have to say, though, he was rather courteous and made sure to fill out the proper paperwork, she added. That he is in 1A with me, Shoko said. Oh, I know. I watched the sports festival. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that, she added, finishing something. Okay, please go downstairs. Here's your pass. Shoko was given a key card and walked down the hall. She saw a door with a key card requirement and opened it. Then she walked down the stairs and used it again. This time, the rooms had glass walls. Shoko walked straight ahead as she saw them. I'm not crazy. The government is trying to turn the thing into a bioweapon, someone screamed. They tried to brainwash the current UA principal, and now they're plotting world domination. He pounded on the glass, desperately trying to get anyone really, to hear him. Our world is a lie. We do not exist, another patient howled with glee. I only exist for this one scene. Shoko ignored them, and finally reached another door, labeled Maximum Security. With a swipe of the card, she walked past it. Please, someone in a straitjacket, which covered their mouth, for some reason, growled. Shoko finally reached the area she was looking for. It wasn't a glass panel but a door. Her card was scanned, and it was unlocked. The interior room looked like a hotel room, with luxuries that other cells didn't have. However, Shoko could tell that this was merely a gilded cage, designed to keep her here even more than the panels she had seen already. Mom? She asked, feeling like a 5-year-old again. Her mother, who had been sitting at a table, whipped around to face Shoko. Shoko, she whispered, tears in her eyes. Am I Snowflame? She wrapped her youngest daughter in a tight hug, sobbing furiously as the two rocked back and forth. Really F up Lemon starts. It was later that night in the UA dorms, 8 o'clock, to be exact. Izuku had been preparing for the entire day, planning and plotting the best ways to bring Bakugo not to merely the brink of bliss, but to blow her sanity below all safe levels, but not breed her. Not yet, at least. Taking a deep breath, he entered Bakugo's room, only to find her in her underwear. I have been waiting for you to breed me for 2 years, Zuzu, she said, cupping her large assets. And I want you to do it now? I'm not planning on impregnating you, Kaken, Izuku replied. No pregnancies, only breeding, Katsumi responded, swaying her hips as she strutted towards her boyfriend. The two met in the middle of the room, lips crashing into each other. Izuku was positive that the other students would have been able to smell Katsumi's hormones themselves. Izuku stretched his tongue, forcing Katsumi's tongue to the side as he went down to the top of her throat, before pulling back. So, on a scale of normal humans to hardcore tentacle pawn, how far do you want to go? Izuku asked, letting his clothes mold back into his body. He mostly just had his skin mimic clothing, and had destroyed the gym uniform during his fight with Nido. Show me what you can do, Zuzu. Katsumi gasped, face flushed with arousal. In response, Izuku took 3 large steps back, and melted into a slurry. The red ooze bubbled, before tentacles with human PPS at the end emerged. Each one was the size of the Dean Izuku had in human form, 7 inches exactly. Katsumi ran her hands over one of them, causing all 3 to vibrate with excitement. The texture made Katsumi longing them more and more, before finally grabbing the one she was holding and stuffing it into her mouth. The flavor was like nothing she had ever experienced before. She ummed around the PP, as several more tentacles, these ones without P's on the end, wrapped around her legs. Izuku reformed with his deech where it should be, as the new tentacles lifted her into the air and pulled her legs apart. Izuku ran his hands over her sculpted thighs, and groped her ass cheeks. This caused Bakugo to louder, as the tentacle with the PP on the end began moving with more force. One of the others snaked around and began nudging her anus open, causing her eyes to widen. Now, Izuku was face level with her dripping folds. One finger carefully poked her CLT, causing her to howl with delight. Two more tentacles appeared and began playing at her BRS in ways that only those who had seen tentacle hentai could imagine. Now then, Izuku said, tongue extending out. I wonder how you'll taste. With that, he buried his head in her folds and forced his tongue into her. That was too much for Katsumi. With a shriek, she came, desperately trying to clench her thighs, but unable to, thanks to Izuku's grip. Izuku, meanwhile, was liking the opening and her hymen. After Katsumi finally stopped pulling on his tentacles, he stopped. Kane, do you want me to break your hymen like a normal human, or would you rather this be painless? He asked her, removing the PP-tipped tentacle from her mouth. Painless, she breathed. Very well. With that, Izuku stuck his tongue back in and slowly moved it across her hymen, and the tentacle by Katsumi's face entered her mouth again. His cells got to work, assimilating and removing her hymen. By now, the tentacle in Katsumi's mouth was shivering, with Izuku feeling it. I'm gonna dash, he began, before Bakugu's hands grabbed the tentacle and forced as much of it into her as she could. This was too much for Izuku, and the tentacle released its load, forcing the same amount of cum a normal human would make into her stomach. It pulled out just as the one by Katsumi's but finally entered her, causing her to slowly as she was stretched. Is that it? She asked Izuku. I want you to fill me, she begged. So more cum than a human should make, then? Izuku inquired. Katsumi nodded once. Okay, give me a second, Izuku requested. He shifted more of she mass to SPRM production and amplified the cell division rate. Okay, now for the final part, he said, a tendril slowly snaking up Katsumi's thigh before latching onto it. It painlessly injected some of Izuku into her, and those cells got to work. Katsumi could feel her body changing, molding, adapting to whatever Izuku was planning. It felt wonderful. After what felt like an hour of pure bliss, the tendril retracted. Izuku brought his PP to her vagina and gently pushed in, exactly in rhythm with the tentacle PP in her butt. Katsumi groaned in pure pleasure as she was so wonderfully spread in two places at once. Then they left suddenly, causing her to whimper with need, before slamming into her with more force than a human should have been able to make. Her eyes rolled as Izuku began moving wildly, his other tentacles not stopping with the ravenous sea. She howled into the night as she came again, trapping Izuku's PPS within her as her body tried to squeeze them for cum. Are you close? Katsumi asked her boyfriend, barely able to form said sentence as the tentacles continued to ruin her. Soon. Izuku breathed, before grabbing her hair and pulling her to him, their lips connecting just as Izuku's pleasure finally tipped. Both PPS fire-hosed into her, with the force to match. Katsumi just screamed as the strongest orgasm her body could take decided to come for a visit. This milking caused Izuku to throw back his head and cry her name out as he just kept coming. The extreme production was forcing her to begin to bloat. Her womb was filled to the point that she began to look PRD and shoot past the months. The cum in her but began to build in pressure, forcing its way out of her intestines. Katsumi opened her mouth to scream again, but cum squirted out instead. Finally, after 3 minutes, Izuku's tentacles dropped. Katsumi fell to the floor, looking like she had an entire adult human in her womb and stomach each, and had the weight to match. That's so much, she gasped, coughing up some more cum. It then transformed into BLD, and reconnected with Izuku. How much is in me, she slurred. 300 pounds, Izuku gasped, poking her sloshing stomach. How will it get out? Katsumi asked. In response, Izuku brought up his hands. Each one became a tentacle a foot thick. Oh, Katsumi slurred, before jerking her head back as one went into her abused PP, and then the other forced itself down her mouth. Her body stretched wide enough to fit them as they slurped up the biomass within her, and removed Izuku's edits to her DNA. After another 5 minutes of constant orgasm for Katsumi, they retracted, leaving Bakugu completely satisfied, and very much not PR'd. I think I'm going to pass out now, she said, doing just that. Izuku caught her and placed her on her bed. He then had all of the biomass that was still in the room that was his return to him, before turning off the light as he left, a smile on his face. Today may have been hell, but it didn't mean it couldn't end with a cup of heaven. It was another week before they had classes again. On the first day back, everyone was looking at where Koda used to sit. He was still inside Izuku, just rocking back and forth. After a while, Aizawa walked in. "Good morning, everyone. It feels like it's been more than a week, huh?" he said, sighing. "And I can see all of you looking at that blank seat." Aizawa's fists clenched. The official death toll hasn't been released yet. As direct victims, however, I'll tell you. The death toll was exactly 2,000 people. Gasps of horror filled the class. And no, the only hero that could have possibly done anything was Endeavor. "Shoko, good job on using your fire. Midoriya? I have two things to say. First of all, I'm sorry." "Sorry?" Izuku asked. "I'm sorry for constantly thinking you're an inch away from killing everyone here," Aizawa responded. "After your actions at the sports festival, I've spent the week thinking more about your actions. I'm very, very glad that you're still moving towards the goal of being a hero. Also, so are the rest of the teachers. After seeing Zuzu in action, and what he could do if he turned evil, I wouldn't be surprised." Katsumi replied, smirking. "That, and Nizu made all of them read 72 bloody hours," Aizawa deadpanned. 72 what now?" Kirishima asked. 72 Bloody Hours is a book written by Professor Yagi of General Studies, Aizawa explained. Izuku almost liquefied from shock at that. It's a novel based on the 300-page after-action report of the worst weekend of my life. It will hit the shelves in about a month. Also, Midoriya, I remember you holding on to my soul. Is there a chance? Koda was tortured by Nito, Izuku growled. He's a nervous wreck inside of me. So he's, and not dead? Tsuyu whispered, tears beginning to build in her eyes. Not permanently, Izuku responded. He's too traumatized to continue for now. I'm studying for 2 at the moment, he explained. And sensei? I've told you that if I go towards that path, I want to be put down. I know. And while I'd love to terrorize you by being dramatic, I can tell that none of you are still ready for that. I'd tell you to move on, but I'd be the world's largest hypocrite. Today, you'll be picking hero names. But before that, I'd like everyone to meet their new classmate, Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso then walked in. Hey, Shinso. You got into the hero course? Izuku exclaimed. Yet, in the worst way possible, Shinso sighed. I mean, 1B has an empty spot, but I said that I'd rather be dead than in there, after seeing how easily they were led along by that beast. Vlad was a nanometer from being fired, Aizawa explained. Nizu went off on him after the sports festival. 1B is also being heavily scrutinized. But besides that, I have Midnight and Overhaul here to help me. Aizawa waved his hand, and the 2 teachers walked in. Midnight was incredibly fidgety, and stole glances at Izuku. Overhaul had Eri on his shoulders, her arms raised in the air. Hello, everyone. If you're wondering why we're here, it's so that we can help you with your hero names. As for Eri, she's here because if she thinks your name is stupid, you automatically have to redo it. Why yeah, Midnight stuttered. You really haven't taken 72 bloody hours well, have you? Aizawa deadpanned. How could I? After seeing what dash? Izuku began, before Overhaul pulled off a glove, glaring at him with a look that promised to turn him inside out. I freaking lived that nightmare, Midnight. I don't care. Overhaul put the glove back on. Aizawa turned to the class. If you want to get the book when it comes out, feel free to do so. Regardless, let me explain how this will go. You will have 15 minutes to decide what hero names you want. After that, present it to the class. I'll be taking a nap. Aizawa then pulled out his sleeping bag and went to bed. Overhaul walked over to Aizawa's desk and pulled out a remote. What my eternally sleep-deprived colleague forgot to mention was the pro draft. You see, after the sports festival, it's common for students to spend a week with a pro that has expressed interest in training them. They send us offers and we list them. They're usually pretty spread out, Overhaul explained, but that wasn't the case this year. He clicked a button on the remote, and a screen appeared, showing the amount of people who had offered to take them as interns. Toga almost fainted at seeing so many for her. She had over 1,500. Shoko had numbers in the 3,000s, but they were the two highest. Izuku had about, for those of you who didn't see themselves on this list, don't fret. 50 pros are open for anyone, Overhaul promised. I'll pass you the lists in a moment. 15 minutes passed. All right everyone. Please present your names now. Overhaul called. Yuga was the first to walk up. I will be the shining hero. I cannot stop twinkling, he declared. This was met with sweat drops all across the board. That's a really dumb name, Eri pointed out. It's too long. Perhaps it's because you are uncultured. Yuga began, before he met Overhaul's eyes. They looked like they came from a Yakuza boss, ready to tear a lackey apart for failing to look after Eri. That I'll try again, he squeaked, inching back to his seat. Who would like to go next? Overhaul asked, becoming the friendly school nurse they all knew with a drop of a hat. Mina skipped up and slammed down her name. I'm the Ridley hero, Alien Queen. From that sequel? Do you want to get sued? Midnight exclaimed. It's public domain, Midnight. I like it, Overhaul pointed out. I think it sounds super cool. Eri proclaimed, punching her fist in the air. 2-1. You're outvoted. Of course your adopted daughter would vote on your side. Why'd you bring her again? Midnight groaned. For 2 reasons. One was so that any names that sound stupid to a 7-year-old girl are vetoed, and the other is so that you'd feel safer. For the love of all that's holy, every other teacher got over their jitters. What's taking so long? You know that I will occasionally give pecks on the cheek to students who do well in my class, right? You were banned from anything else or Nizu would hand you over to me to do what I wish to you. Yes, Overhaul replied. Mineta raised his hand. And no, not in SXL way. It would be in a way involving my quirk, he explained. The chivalrous student put his hand down. I gave Izuku several pecks, Midnight admitted. You're worried that you're infected, aren't you? Overhaul deadpanned. You're not. Izuku shouted. See? He's assuring you. And it's not like he's ever lied about it, right? That I guess, Midnight admitted. Can I go next? So you asked. At Overhaul's nod, she walked up. I've planned on using this since elementary school. I'll be the rainy season hero, Froppy, she said. Both of the teachers put their hands on their chins. It's so cute, the two thought. That's really cute. I like it, Eri replied, patting Tsuyu on the head. The class also let out their appreciation. Tsuyu let out a carol of happiness before walking back to her seat. Kirishima then walked up and slammed his name on the table. I'm going to be the sturdy hero, Red Riot, he declared. I'm sure that Crimson will like that, Overhaul replied. Will your battle cry beach time to get strong? Midnight snickered. Eri tilted her head in confusion. Midnight, Overhaul growled, peeling off his glove and placing his bare hand on her shoulder. Last warning, or I'll take away those BRSTs you're so fond of. I'd be just as CC in a dash. No, I wouldn't be swapping your gender. I'd be taking away your BRSTs, Overhaul snarled. Innuendos. Got it? Weiss, hither, Midnight squeaked. What's an innuendo, Papa? Eri asked. Ask me again when you're 16 or older, Overhaul told her. Next, please. There was a pattern with the names, but Izuku, for the life of him, couldn't figure the DMN thing out. It ended with Katsumi, who placed her name down. Ground zero, she declared. Why? Overhaul deadpanned. Katsumi blushed and scratched the back of her neck. Well, when I was little, my mom kept calling my room Ground Zero on account of how messy it was. I decided to make my hero name that, and honestly, I can't think of anything better. The two teachers' hearts melted. Approved, Overhaul declared, sending her back. The next few followed an unknown pattern, with Eri approving all of them. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. He couldn't just call himself the Thing. This had called for the deepest dive possible into his dad's old movies. Well, he had watched them to get a better understanding of his quirk. Thus, his hero name hit him on the head with the force of a lit stick of dynamite. Midoriya, you're up, Overhaul announced. Izuku nodded and walked up to the stand. I'm going to be the surviving hero, McCready, he declared. There's a story behind that, Overhaul said. Yeah. He's the main character from The Thing, the 1982 film, Izuku explained. I watched that a couple of times after my quirk finally showed. Makes sense. Well, I approve, Overhaul said, waving him back. Shinso, you're up, Overhaul called out. Shinso came up with a smile on his tired face. Puppet MSTR, he declared. Overhaul covered Aries' mouth and nodded. Midnight wisely said nothing. You're no fun, he drawled, walking back to his seat. Ida, you're up, Overhaul said. The glasses-wearing student walked up to the stands silently. It was obvious that he was determined. I had wanted to use my brother's name, but I decided against it, he said. I will be Defiance, he declared. Defiance? Overhaul asked. I will stand defiant in my defense of the innocent and maintain defiance against those who wish to hurt the people, he explained. That's something I wasn't expecting from you. At all, Overhaul said. I'll allow it. Hey, Aizawa, we're done, he said, nudging the yellow sleeping bag with his foot. Aizawa crawled out of the bag and nodded. Now, it was time for them all to choose who to intern under for the week. Overhaul had ducked out and informed Ida that his brother was now back to full health. Ida had chosen to intern with him. Katsumi managed to score a spot with Miruko, as she was the highest-ranking heroine, and Katsumi was interested in learning how to use her legs better. That left Izuku with a difficult choice. He needed to intern with a pro that would help him deal with the fact that he was very much a terror hero, as the trope went. His quirk had always been seen as villainous by his pre-UA classmates and dangerous by the government. And then he saw a name that made him want to slap himself with a fin. Gang Orca. He quickly chose that one. He was very excited and tried to ignore the MMS of those with no sponsors. Hey Toga, where are you interning? He asked. The blonde vampire gave a bright smile. I'm interning here with Vlad actually, she said. Is that even allowed? Momo inquired, throwing away another list that basically boiled down to pros of both genders trying to use the internship as a booty call. She was about to pick one when Ida grabbed her hand. Not her, he hissed. Why not? Momo inquired. Yayu, please trust me when I say that, under no circumstances, should you intern under her, he said, voice deadly serious. Ida, this is new, Kaminari said. My eyes have been opened, and I will not stand idly by as a student makes the worst mistake of their life, he said. Oh, not her, Momo said, crossing the name off. What about him? Ida looked over the name. He then pulled out his phone and checked it. Best Jeanist? He is an excellent hero, Ida declared. I highly recommend going to his agency as an intern. Okay then, Momo said. Izuku saw Ida do this with everyone, but Momo seemed to be the only one who he told them to change. It was really confusing for Izuku. Nevertheless, he was excited. He wondered what kind of things he'd learn. He mentally imagined Katsumi in Muriko's outfit, and almost lifted off the ground from the nosebleed that would have come out had he retracted his nose. Thankfully, his head didn't explode. Izuku got off at the Yokohama station and began his walk to the agency. It, thankfully, wasn't very far. His agency was, unsurprisingly, by the ocean. Fittingly, the ward that his agency was in was called Kamino Ward. He passed by a few areas, including a few bars and a cheap clothing store. He arrived at the agency and was greeted to the sight of Gang Orca playing tag with a bunch of young kids. One of them looked up and yelled, "It's the Pasta Man." Orca looked up. "Oh, hello, Izuku. I am looking forward to seeing how you do," he said. "Out of curiosity, why did you choose my agency?" "It's fairly obvious that my quirk is nightmare fuel made manifest," Izuku replied, giving all of the children head pats simultaneously. They seemed to like it. "Thus, I figured that I should probably learn how to better portray my quirk like this," he said, growing another arm to gesture at the mass head patting. "Then what happened at the sports festival?" he explained. Orca nodded. "You're off to a good start, but dash." One of the kid's parents shrieked, grabbing her very confused kid and backing up. Izuku retracted the appendages, a sad look on his face. "They're too innocent to know exactly what you can do," So you'd have to work on the adults of the world, Orca finished. It's why I like being around children. They tend to think I look funny and that's it. It helped me get through my first years as a hero, he said. Now, let's go inside. I'd like to know more about your quirk. Izuku found a streaming service that specialized in old movies, and started the thing. My quirk makes me capable of everything the titular monster can do, Izuku explained. It's only natural that you should see what the movie creature can do. I've never watched this movie before. It says it's a horror movie. That's fitting. After this, I'll tell you a bit more about Operation Eliminate Spaghetti Monster, he said. Operation what? Gang Orca asked. After the film, Izuku promised, settling down. Gang Orca also called his sidekicks over and explained the situation. Thus, the movie began. When Lars was yelling at the Americans, one of the sidekicks raised his hand. Orca paused the movie. Yes, he asked. He's telling the Americans that the dog isn't a dog, he said. Yeah. If they could understand Norwegian, the movie would have ended right there, Izuku replied. Orca unpaused the movie, and the scene continued. When they came to the dog kennel scene, there was a lot of screaming. Izuku paused the movie. Okay, so yes, I could do that to dogs. Have I ever? Will I ever? Also no, he said. And can you do that to a people? One of the sidekicks asked. You watched the sports festival, right? Anything Minoma did, I can do, Izuku replied, unpausing the movie. The answer was given by Izuku and the movie. And yes, I can, in fact, control multiple infected parts at the same time. Sometimes, they don't remember that they're infected until I try to infect them again, he added. The movie continued until they got to the BLD test. And yes, that's the best way to tell who's infected and who isn't, Izuku added. The movie continued until it reached the conclusion. Neither of them are infected. I've watched this scene enough to know they won, Izuku responds as the credits roll. So, that's your quirk? One of the sidekicks asked. That's pretty much it, yes. And now, I'll tell you about Operation Eliminate Spaghetti Monster. It all started 3 years ago in my sophomore year. 3 years ago. Izuku was not in a good mood as he did his homework. There had been a transfer student who had been friendly. Izuku had hoped that he could have a friend who wasn't Kaken. And then the teachers had caught wind of this. He knew they were both afraid of his quirk and jealous of how powerful it was. Thus, the school had called an assembly where they announced they'd be playing a movie for everyone. What movie was it? The Thing. What bullshit is this? Katsumi roared. There's nothing on the FING schedule about this. Bakugu, we thought that it would be nice for everyone to see a movie before the 3-day weekend, the principal said. That's a DMN lie. You're picking on Izuku because none of you can stomach his quirk, he shouted. The new student should know what kind of danger he's in, the principal roared. Now sit your butt down or I will be giving you a suspension for endangering students. The transfer student asked about that. Some of the other kids pointed to Izuku and started talking. Izuku extended his ears to hear. Why are we watching an old movie? The transfer student asked. Because that kid you were talking to? Midoriya? He's the monster in the movie. That's what his quirk does. It's so you're prepared for when he becomes a villain. Izuku just hunched over, silently crying. He cried when he heard the music. He cried when Lars died. He cried when the dog was revealed to be not a dog. He just cried the entire time. Finally, when the movie was over, the principal stood up. Thank you for listening to the informational screening. Enjoy your weekend. With that, everyone left the building. Izuku turned to the transfer student. Said student's eyes were wide with horror. Get away from me, he shouted, backing up. Izuku just slumped his head. Katsumi, on the other hand, stormed up to him and the smirking kids around him. You FING coward, she roared, pushing him. You had a chance to be friends with the nicest guy you'll ever know, and you effing blew it. She pushed him again. You'll just be another extra in this world. This time, she grabbed his arm. The teachers were ignoring this, as Katsumi hitting someone usually was. Enjoy being a nobody. With that, she threw him backwards and stormed off. She found Izuku getting his backpack, not looking at anyone. Someone threw their lunchbox at him. Izuku grew a third arm to catch it. Zuzu, how are you feeling? She asked softly. Like hell, Izuku got out, his eyes betraying his sadness and rage. Why? Why do they do this? He wailed, sobbing into her. I've never hurt them. I've never infected them. I've shown again and again that I'm harmless, yet they don't let up. Katsumi just ran her hands through his hair, soothing him. They were like that for a couple of minutes before Izuku stopped crying. Thanks, Kaken. I needed that, he said. I know you did. Come on. I'll get the hag to let you come over to my place tonight for pizza and video games. Thanks, but I've got to do some stuff first, Izuku said. Now that there's no one in the classroom, I can do some homework quickly. He then ran off. Katsumi sighed happily and left. Katsumi was in a decent mood when she barged in the door. Hey ye, she shouted. You home? There was no response. That's odd. She's usually home by now. Katsumi then called her mother. There was no response. Okay, now I know something's fucky here. She always keeps her phone on and charged. Katsumi then walked outside and went over to the Midoriya house. She knocked several times. No response. Auntie Inko's always home, she said, before her mind began to calculate the possible reasons as to why they might be gone. Oh no, she gasped. She hurriedly pulled out her phone. After the second ring, it was answered. Kaken? Are you home yet? Izuku asked. Zuzu, my folks and your mom are gone. Minnie gone. No note, nothing. We both know what that means. They have the worst FING timing. Thanks for the heads up, Kaken. Get to somewhere else. Maybe the arcade. Kaken? Get off me, you FNG, Katsumi growled, now captured by someone who definitely wasn't a regular Japanese Black Ops soldier. Kachen? Izuku howled, hanging up. Then a boot smashed her phone. You fuckers chose the absolute worst day to do this. He's in a really bad mood and isn't likely to go easy on you asshats this time, she growled as she was hoisted to her feet and led inside the Midoriya household. There, she saw her parents and Auntie Inko locked in the MSTR bedroom. There were several guards. You can't FING do this, you cocksucking jackboots? Mitsuki was howling. We have rights. Can we shut her up, please? One of the guards asked, pulling out a pistol. Negative. They won't do us any good if they're dead. And I see the daughter is captured as well. Any sign of Beyonder? Another guard asked. The daughter warned it. Beyonder is inbound. You're not the normal people, where are they? Inko asked, fearful. Katsumi had also realized that. There had been a total of 4 attempts to capture Izuku. That group of Black Ops soldiers were polite and courteous. The last time they'd shown up, Inko had made them all some katsudon. Izuku had waved hello and kicked the sheet out of them, as per usual. Also, as per usual, he had helped them to their van after he had neutralized them. These guys were different. Their faces were cruel. This 5th attempt was different. The government wasn't playing around. They have been reassigned from this assignment after attempt 4. Perimeter, do we have a visual? Yes. Positive contact on Beyonder. He looked said. Prepare to neutralize. Roger. 3 got. The sound of screams rang through the mic. Perimeter. Status. Oh gods above, he's tearing us apart. Perimeter 5 is down. I repeat, torch him. Torch him before he stands. I thought he just tossed them around. He's killing all of us. I repeat, Beyonder is moving with lethal dash. The radio cut out. Perimeter 1, report. There was static. Perimeter 1, report. That I don't have enough time to deal with your bullshit, Izuku growled. Let my family and Kaken's family go. This wasn't in the files, sir, one of the ops soldiers said. You just murdered my men, the leader growled. And they were excellent biomass. All 15 of them, Izuku snarled. I'll let you all live if you let those I care about go. The commander then shifted the radio, turning it to camera. He made a motion, and his men aimed their weapons at the heads of the hostages. Surrender now, Beyonder, or all 4 of them get double-tapped, he shouted. At that, Izuku's voice went from angry to horrified. Why you can't do that? They haven't done anything, he pleaded. Except decide to commit suicide. Surrender right now or we will fire. I surrender. Just don't kill them. Please. Eraserhead had heard the shots in the normally peaceful neighborhood when he decided to investigate. He landed by a car and gasped. He watched as an angry-looking kid was filled with bullets from what looked like a Merc. Then, to his shock, the kid kept running, healing from the sustained rifle fire. His hand then shifted into some sort of talon, and he ripped the first shooter's head off. He watched the other 14 begin to panic, especially after the first corpse began to get back up. Flamethrowers were used, but eventually, that kid was all that was left. He got closer and heard the kid talking to someone who had his family and a friend's family as hostages. The kid surrendered, and he landed in front of him. Eraserhead? The kid exclaimed in shock. What? You don't surrender to villains holding hostages, kid. I'd write you up for quirk usage and homicide if it didn't involve those closest to you being held by some cartel. But they're not a cartel, Izuku said. It's the government. What? Aizawa gasped, horrified. He began to reach for something when there were several guns pointed at him. Stand down, Eraserhead, the leader growled. Who are you? Eraser asked, snapping his goggles into place. You know too much already. Take him down alive. Aizawa leapt into the fray, doing his best to take down these bastards, when he felt something enter his arm. Then, everything became woozy. He slumped to the ground. Take him with us. We'll explain there, the leader said. Izuku was forced into a titanium cage. They then drove for over an hour. Finally, they let him out. Izuku was forced into another room with one guard. He knew that they knew he wouldn't do anything if those closest to him were in danger. This is it, he thought. He wondered how they convinced Eraserhead to join them. He'd seen the horrified look the pro gave him when he was forced into the cell. He'd also seen the looks the drivers of the massive vans had. Those were because of the guns to their heads. Then, the guard turned to him through the bars. He had a very, very evil smile. Thank you for your cooperation, Beyonder. Now we'll just make sure that the collective suicide of the Bakugo and Midoriya family is remembered fondly. And with that, Izuku snapped. He grew dozens of limbs from himself and impaled the guard. He let out a scream, only one. Izuku forced as much of himself as he could into him, ripping his organs to shreds as he took him over. He felt the man die as he blinked with his stolen eyes. Antibody, this is Neuron. Is Beyonder still contained? Izuku had to force himself from not crushing the walkie-talkie. Yes, sir. It is imperative that he doesn't know that the hostages are no longer needed. We need his cooperation. Do not, under any circumstances, reveal the truth. Yes, sir, Izuku responded. Out of curiosity, where are they? That's above your pay grade. Yes, sir, Izuku responded, turning it off. He then turned the stolen body and began to walk away. There was a part of him that was relishing the screams of the terrified man's soul. Please, don't do this to me. I have a family, he begged. Izuku mentally snarled back. He then walked to where everyone was talking. Before he did, however, he ran into someone. He pricked them so as to infect him. Watch where you're going, the other soldier snapped, walking away. Izuku watched as the soldier began to twitch, the infection taking hold. So when we going to drop them? One of the soldiers said, taking a smoke. Probably by the end of the weekend, another said. How can you be saying this? One of the drivers exclaimed. It's not enough to kidnap some poor kid, but you're going to execute his family and close friends because he exists? That got him a slap for his trouble. Shut it, Noya. If you're not careful, you'll be joining them. Izuku walked into the room. Where are they? He growled. Where are who? One of the soldiers asked. Eraserhead, who now had a flamethrower, paused, before his eyes widened. You're dashed, he began to say before the commander smacked him, and then turned to him, and began to raise the flamethrower. Izuku knew his cover was blown. F it, he swore, before letting out an inhuman screech and lunging at the commander. Immediately, he was hit from all sides with flame. He wailed and thrashed, crawling to the commander. Eraserhead rushed to a fire extinguisher before being tackled by another soldier. Then, Izuku woke up in his body again. He reached out and sure enough, the other soldier was ready to be puppet. I'll have to do this differently, he said from his new mouth. And I still have to act fast. I enjoyed that one's horror too much. He was also enjoying his new puppet's horror as well. He was afraid of fire. Oh, the irony. Aizawa was at his wit's end. Everyone was accusing everyone else of being that thing. He had stopped sympathizing with the kid after his survival instinct kicked in. Now he just wanted to live. The commander had authorized a quarantine of this hellhole. All right, who here has watched the movie The Thing? There were a couple of hands raised. All right, I saw it exactly once, so I don't remember much. What I do remember, however, is how the thing was spotted. Aizawa held up a lighter and a scalpel. The BLD test. The BLD test? The commander asked. The BLD test. Each cell of the thing is sentient. However, it can only act consciously when there's a driving force. A small bit of BLD will lash out in extreme heat. Everyone, prick your fingers. They did so. Aizawa tested his BLD first. Nothing. He then began to move on, one by one. Finally, he got to the 26th test. The BLD leaped out in a gaping maw. Aizawa and the rest of them turned to him. He began to shake, dissolving into slurry with too many mouths. Torch it, Aizawa ordered, turning on the flamethrower. After 3 minutes, the thing was down. Is he dead? Negative. He had contact with several people. Many of them could be infected. Commander, please, just give him what he wants, Aizawa begged. We don't have to all die here. Just let them go. Only a hero would want to do that. You don't understand the power that Beyonder's abilities could bestow, the commander spat. Nor the threat it can pose to the outside world. I received the okay to fully terminate Beyonder. I had kept his main body in the cell. Let's go deliver the good news. Izuku snapped back to his original body, his 15th puppet severed. That was 7 torched by the last one, and 8 by survivor number. There were now 27 prey, and 3 survivors left. He stood up, giving a very fanged grin as the commander came to the door. Have you come to tell me where they are? Izuku asked sweetly. Survivor 3 shivered, as did one of the prey. Good news for me. High Command has determined that you're too much of a threat. So sorry, but you're to be terminated. And when the last of you is fried, we'll make sure your friends' bodies as well as your mother's are never found. Izuku let out a roar and charged the door, forcing chunks of his bones into the skin of the prey. He'd kill him. Survivor 3 would be spared, but only barely. Survivor 3 dodged, while last one ignited his potential prey, and then his original body. He screamed and screamed, before jumping into one of his unknown puppets. He gasped, reaching for the flamethrower to torch himself, before his arm went slack. Izuku had control. Aizawa was running down the hallway, with Oreo, Noya, the commander, and one more soldier. The thing had attacked them all at once. They were the only 5 that had escaped. The screams had died down a few minutes ago. Now, there was only laughter. Insane, furious laughter. He had discovered that when he tried to erase the quirk after the 5th kill, that all it did was show the thing's true form, a bubbling, frothing mass of body horror. It killed 3 people after that, so he didn't try that again. Tell us where they are. He shouted. I'd be court-martialed. The commander exclaimed. Only I know where they are. Then why hasn't he gone for you? Noya asked. The last soldier paused, his mind making the connection. He's torturing you. Picking us off one by one until you're the only one left. You should have told us. Then maybe my friends would still be alive, he roared, rushing the commander with a knife. The commander pulled out a handgun and dropped him with a clean shot through the head. Anyone else have a problem with me not divulging classified information? Me, the voice of Aizawa's nightmares rang out. Where are they? The 4 survivors ran. They ran down the floors, hearing the thuds. They ran past the barred windows, laughter echoing after them. Finally, they hit a dead end, the front door. It was barred shut via an electronic lock. Open the motherfucking door. Noya howled, randomly pushing buttons. For a moment, they thought they were saved. The commander pushed him aside and imputed a code. Then his eyes widened in horror. He changed the lock. You will not escape. The 4 turned around and saw it. There were 10 screaming faces, each one in total pain. Above them was one with sheer malice in its eyes. Eraser. I still haven't gotten your autograph. 2 tendrils brushed Noya and Oreo aside. You had no part in this. You too will live. Then, a third impaled the commander. He screamed and screamed, slowly melting into the monster. His face was added. Now, Aizawa was alone. He desperately picked up the flamethrower, only for a massive tendril to swat it, and him, aside. He felt his ribs crack, and crumpled to the ground. He coughed BLD up, feeling his lungs fill. He got out. The ball of body horror melted away, revealing the kid. That green-haired kid, who had gone from desperate to monstrous. He knew in that moment he was going to die. I'm sorry I couldn't save you, he gasped, vision beginning to blur. I'm sorry that this is your origin story. This isn't my beginning, Izuku replied, slamming his fingers into Aizawa's side. They buried themselves in his flesh. Aizawa screamed in pure horror as he felt his bones realigning, the BLD returning to his veins, his lungs cleared. And neither is this your end. Know this, showed Aizawa. You live, because I allow it. And you'll die when I command it. The boy then entered a different code, and the door swung open. Izuku then walked out of the hospital, leaving 3 scared, traumatized survivors, and a scent of BLD on the walls. Present day. Izuku finished the tale. That's what I can do. I understand if you're all afraid of me now, he said. You don't sound that sad about it, Gang Orca said, not feeling terrified in the slightest regarding Izuku. He was terrified that the Japanese government had apparently sanctioned a kidnapping, but not that Izuku defended himself. After that, I just gave up on trying to reassure people I was harmless. I had ripped apart 57 people, one by one. I decided that if they wanted me to be scary, I'd give them what they wanted. That's dangerously close to the then let me be evil trope, one of the sidekicks pointed out. I know. I tried to help people where I could. I guess that was when I decided that I'd be a terror hero, like Batman, except I'd be willing to kill. So the Punisher, then, Gang Orca mused. I can see why you would go for that view. I just hope that you won't cross a line, he said. Eri exists, and I've told Aizawa that if I'm turning into Monoma, I'd want to be put down, Izuku replied. That made some of the nervous-looking sidekicks relax a bit. So what now? Patrol sounds good, Orca said. Come with me, Midoriya, he said. Izuku nodded and got up. As they left, Orca turned to him again. Now, you want to learn how to be both a horrifying creature but also something children will love, correct? That's one way of putting it, yes, Izuku replied. Probably far more blunt than anyone else would have, Orca admitted. Now, the first thing you have to do is be very, very upfront that you mean no harm. We as a species fear what we don't understand. While I have been more upfront among failing heroes, I don't think that you're at any risk of that. If the Japanese government couldn't stop me from wanting to be a hero, I doubt anyone can, Izuku deadpanned. Ida had arrived at his brother's agency the day before, and they were out on patrol. What are you going to teach me, brother? Ida asked. First off, for the next week, I am your teacher. I know it'll be strong, but you have to see this as another lesson. Secondly, we're going to be using this time for studying body language. Body language? Ida asked, tilting his head. Exactly. The simple fact is that the human body usually betrays the intent of someone. If you can read it right, you can prepare for attacks. I don't remember you teaching me this, Ida mused. I only started to relearn this when Stain was reported nearby 2 weeks ago. Ironic, really. Speaking of Stain, is he here still? Ida inquired. I think, Tensei admitted as they finished the patrol. The two then met up with another hero one Ida recognized. Brother, he began. I know, Tensei whispered back, before walking up to him. Afternoon, Crusher, he said politely. Hey, Ingenium. That your kid? Crusher asked, looking at Ida. I sent him an internship request. I had to choose between many, and chose my brother. My apologies, Ida said, bowing. No offense taken. Family's important. Everything really depends on it. Well, with the uptick of the hero-killer sightings, I'd best be off. I hope you're fine, he said to the two, walking off. Why was he on the list again? Tensei asked. He judges the sons for the sins of the father, and takes bribes, Ida whispered back. Should we keep an eye on him? Undoubtedly, Ida replied, and the two followed him. Sure enough, they soon found him in an alleyway, unconscious. Stain was wiping the BLD from his sword. I see you made a full recovery, Ingenium. How fortunate, Stain replied. And he'll live. I cut some of his muscles and gave him a few things to think about. Is this why you filed him under redeemable? Tensei asked, looking through the list. Indeed. The bribes were a more recent one, and the idea that the sins of the father are to be used to punish the son were forced upon him by his own father. Now, I must find road rage. I understand you know why. Legally, I can't say anything, Tensei snarled as Stain took to the rooftops. Between you and me, Ida, I hope he guts the BSTRD. He was cocky and arrogant, but knowing that his favorite pastime is... Katsumi breathed heavily as she chugged a bottle of water. You really have one hell of a kick, she said as the shorter pro hero was doing some cool-down stretches. Thanks, kid. You're not too bad yourself, the rabbit hero said. Though, I was wondering, can you use explosions from other parts of the body, and not just your hands? Katsumi blinked. I don't think I've tried, she admitted. She concentrated, and sure enough, small pops began to occur by her feet. Holy shit. So you can make firecrackers with your feet? Hey, I've never done that. I probably need to expand them, she shot back. Well, that's what we're going to be working on. I want to see you walking on air with those by the end of the week. Let's go. Rumi leapt into the air and brought her leg down. Bakugo rolled out of the way and tried to do with her feet what she did with her palms. There was a tiny bit of move, but it was just enough to dodge. The rabbit hero's feet missed her by an inch. She rolled and used her hands to stabilize herself. Rumi was on her instantly. Feet. Only, even if I have to tie you up, she declared. Don't threaten me with a good time. Katsumi shot back, but she agreed to the handicap. Shoko focused as her fire leapt into being. Her father, not that he deserved the title, launched another burst. She brought up her ice around her, and this extreme chill prevented her from dying. She then formed ice around her, and produced blue fire for a moment in her rage, before the flashbacks overwhelmed her. Endeavor used this time to lunge at her, and slammed her to the ground. You were thinking of failure number 1, he accused. Shoko coughed as she got up. Toya wasn't a failure, she whispered, only to get a superheated slap to the face. A failure, Endeavor snarled. Shoko felt the rage build, before letting loose a blue column of fire. Toya's revenge, she declared, naming her move. Endeavor had to dodge the fire, as that could have possibly caused damage to him. Change the name, he instructed. We break for lunch. He stormed off, furious at his creation's defiance. It was still working properly, so there wasn't a need to replace it, not yet, at least. Whatever that abomination had done to her during its fight with the copycat had made her less defective, but this rebellious streak had to be crushed as soon as possible. Toga took a swig of water as she and Vlad sat down. Can I just say that I'm glad you want to be a hero? He said to her, reabsorbing his BLD into his gauntlets. Toga nodded. So, how are things going? Mama got convicted last week, Toga said. She's in prison now. Papa and I went out to eat to celebrate. After hearing what she did to you, Vlad's fists clenched. I don't even want to know what you'd be like if it wasn't for your father. I don't want to know either, Toga said, fiddling with a knife. She was careful not to cut herself. Ever since I came here, I've been able to satisfy the need. Do quirks usually have that effect? Some quirks warp the mentality of those who have them, sometimes it's minor, but other times, not so much, Vlad admitted. Social stigma also can help or hurt. Quirks involving BLD tend to be stigmatized a lot. So you had a double whammy. Thankfully you pulled though. I want you to know that all of us teachers are proud of you, proud that you've overcome the obstacles in your path, and that you've shown yourself to be a good leader. Your care for your fellow students is appreciated. Thanks, Toga said, looking at her water. Vlad? Do quirks evolve? Sometimes, Vlad said. Usually when you really work on them or in life or death situations. It's rare, but it can happen. My quirk evolved to give me more BLD than the average person, and my bones produce more than the average person. I'm pretty sure Midoriya's quirk is constantly evolving, haha. Yeah. I was wondering, how do you use your quirk? You aren't thinking, Vlad began. It'd be very useful, Toga pointed out. If you manage to copy the quirks with transform, you're on a whole other level than what you were on previously, Vlad said. I'm excited to see if you can pull it off. Let's get to work. Izuku returned to the agency after a relatively minor patrol. Nothing really happened, a few people saying hello, but no crime. So is Kamino usually that quiet? Izuku asked. Yes, actually. I'd like to say it's my agency, but the fact of the matter is that Kamino has been one of the quieter wards for quite some time. It's not as quiet as Mustafu, though. I'd say that it's because of the constant military surveillance. Izuku deadpanned. You're still being watched? Yeah. Everyone knows that watching duty isn't really dangerous. Most of the time the soldiers keep to themselves. The rest of the time, they're chatting with my mom about things. And you haven't sued the government? Why? Orca asked. Not worth the effort. If the soldiers became an issue, I'd tell them, Izuku said, shrugging. Also, it's not like we'd need the money. My dad works across the Pacific in some really high-paying job. Never told me what, though. Fair, I guess? Also because suing the government would involve dragging our neighbors to the stands, and there'd be a rash of suicides that would happen, Izuku added. That I'd say you're paranoid? But I've already explained that I'm not, since, you know, the government ran kidnapping attempts, Izuku replied. Stain finished his latest kill. Road Rage's reign of terror would be no more. Sakura Kina sends her regards, he snarled at the fiend, enjoying as the monster's eyes went wide, before the light left them. Nothing beats watching them know you know, Stain sighed, wiping the BLD from his blade. He then walked forwards, and suddenly was tumbling into a bar. Stain wasted no time in leaping at the being that brought him here, using one of his blades to trap it in one area. Some blue-haired man tried to touch him, but Stain impaled him in the shoulder and quickly lapped up some BLD. The League of Villains, he spat. So you know of us, a voice from a closed-circuit camera said. If this is about babysitting your son, all for one, the answer is no. We all know he can take care of himself. How? All for one whispered. I looked upon the truth of the world, and it made me what I am today, Stain replied. You have a kid, sensei? Tamura asked before wincing in pain. Why wasn't I told? I want to be the cool older brother. My room's effed up, gotta clean that. Sir, perhaps you could have told Tamura about 7 years ago, the restrained Kurogyri deadpanned. Yes. Perhaps telling him Izuku Midoriya is my son would have been useful. Shigaraki paled. Oh F me. He was never in any danger from you, Tamura, all for one replied sagely. That's both a relief and an insult. I still think that the moron mallet should be applied, Kurogyri interjected. Tamura wasn't the one who got the files. The moron mallet is not useful here. What is useful here is Stain. Look, I know you're trying to recruit from me being seen with you, Stain said. And as much as it'd be nice to know where you are so I can kill you, I know that this benefits you more than me. This is true, but there is something I wish to see. The list? The list, Stain repeated. You want to know who the monsters are, not to recruit them, I presume? I wish to know who the best Nomu targets are, all for one said. Nomu, like what attacked you, eh? Precisely. The process of the transformation is excruciatingly painful for the victim, all for one replied. I'm in, Stain said. He pulled out a phone and paused. I request your email address. Just because I have gained a peek beyond into truth does not mean I know all. Very well. Release Kurogyri, if possible. Stain leapt over the table and removed the knife. Kurogyri teleported away, and then returned with a slip of paper. You really are a doting father, aren't you? Stain deadpanned. Wrong paper, Kurogyri. Furiously blushing, the mist man grabbed the slip of paper and swapped it for another. This makes more sense, Stain replied. He sent the list to all for one. How will you read it? Quirks. I assume so, Stain groaned. Now, will you let me return to Hosu? I have business there. Where are we exactly? Kamino, all for one replied. I see, so I still need that transport to Hosu? The trains are cheap, all for one pointed out. You worked me here. Fine, all for one groaned. Kurogari enveloped Stain and deposited him on a building. After a moment, Shigaraki came out, a hand over his stab wound. So, hero killer. Sensei said you'd teach me about convictions? No. No? No. First, I must teach you adulting. I can tell you are but a man-child. Stain pulled out his phone again. Lesson 1. Taxes? I don't want to learn how to contribute. Trust me, young one. This lesson will make your longing to see society burn all the more stronger. Hosuha? Izuku asked Orca. That's a bit out of the way. Yes, but I've been called in. Apparently the hero killer was spotted nearby. Stain? Aren't there heroes closer to Hosu that can help? Izuku inquired. Yes, this is curious. 200 yen, it's another harebrained attempt on my existence, Izuku groaned, rolling his eyes. If the story you told is true, then that might be the case, Orca realized. I think it may be better to not go. Oh. If it's an attempt on my life, we have to go, Izuku replied, deadly serious. But why? Because it's funny to watch them fail, Izuku replied, a fanged grin on his face. Imagine it like a Saturday cartoon. You see the government as a cheesy cartoon villain who screams, curse you, insert name here, after you beat an extremely convoluted trap? Orca deadpanned. Yes. I can't say I blame you. Come on. Orca led Izuku to the train station. After signing a couple of autographs from very happy children, they stood in line, like actual people who followed the rules. Izuku looked around, and watched as the people stood in line. They didn't seem to notice him. They would give Orca a passing glance, and then move on. They didn't really care that they were in the presence of a hero. You're a common sight around here, aren't you? Izuku asked as they boarded. Indeed. I tend to take public transport when possible. My mere presence helps deter crimes on the train, Orca explained. That's not due to intimidation, though. That's a basic side effect. But what would intimidation be useful for on the train? Izuku asked. Simple. You prevent crimes from happening. If you see someone being creepy, a glare can do wonders. Show me a murderous expression. Izuku slowly turned his head around, and Orca suddenly had every single neuron in his body trying to tell him to run. Izuku's eyes were BL'd red, and looking closer, he could see that they were made up of more, smaller human eyes. His mouth was full of fangs, each one slightly unequal, allowing a forked tongue to slip through. A raspy hiss came out of the perfect nose, which really threw in some uncanny valley. Is this good? Izuku hissed in a voice with over 6 different accents at the same time. Izuku, please return your face to normal. I'm about to sheet myself, Orca replied without emotion. Izuku shifted his face back to normal. Thank you. I do believe that face is quite effective. Do you have anything you'd say while using that? I wouldn't do that if I were you, Izuku said in that chorus, in a sing-song voice. Thankfully, it was a whisper, or Orca bet everyone would have crapped themselves. Very good. Please don't ever do that at me ever again, Orca replied. That alone would probably deter just about anyone. Yeah, but how do I make it so that I can do that and not, worry about torches and pitchforks? Put your true feelings up front and only use that as a last resort, Orca said. I dove into the killer whale thing to be playful and friendly to the kids. So, haha, yes. Well, what can you do that'd make you seem like a funny thing for children? I could try to turn into a dog? Can you do it without the crunching and snapping noises? Maybe. That'd be a good thing to practice. Not only would it make you able to choose whether to be intimidating or not, it'd be useful for stealth. Cracking of bones is usually a dead giveaway. Yeah, after the 3rd time being incinerated because you were caught mid-morph by your eventual teacher, you do wish for more silence. Was Aizawa being your teacher a coincidence? Oh hell no, Izuku answered immediately. But at this rate, you're going to tell me that the government, uses some heroes as assassins? Orca chuckled. Thought about that? Oh, for F's sake. Katsumi and Miriko got off the train in Hosu. So, what's up with this? She asked. Stain's been spotted nearby. I think they're planning on tracking him down. I heard that Orca's been called in as well. I hope that the government doesn't use Calamity on Zuzu here as it to be abso-fucking-lutely sure method of removing Stain, Katsumi deadpanned. I saw the sports festival. I think that if they did that, there'd be a coup, Miriko replied, shivering. The mere mention made every bunny instinct in her body want to dig 50 meters down and hide. Yeah, though hopefully it's me being paranoid. Katsumi rubbed her legs. Ah, is the poor Bami baby still sore? Miriko mocked. Yes, Katsumi growled. She knew that if she snapped at Miriko, it'd mean more thigh exercises that made her want to FING die. Well, you're gonna be more sore after this detour, Miriko declared. I'm going to make all 7 feet of you hurt like a motherfucker after we catch Stain. I wish Zuzu was here, Katsumi moped. Because he'd F the pain out of you? Miriko teased. Because he'd infect my body and remove my pain receptors, and STMLT rapid cellular regeneration. Your boyfriend, the living meatball, can do that? Yes. Damn it, I really should have sent him an internship. Keep your bunny hands off of him, Katsumi growled. Brat, I'd probably have to hide if he got close to me. Even thinking about what he could do. You get used to it, Katsumi said, shrugging. And it's not scary when you know him. Shoko wasn't too happy to have to go to Hosu, but apparently a high alert had gone out. Stain was there. Her father had been called in to help track him down, and he had dragged her along. Shoko was hoping to see who else had been called in. Endeavor had said Ingenium, Orca, and Miriko had been called, so that meant 3 of her fellow classmates were here as well. Privately, she hoped that Stain would target her father. Stain was patrolling above the streets, watching the heroes that had been pulled into Hosu to help deal with him. A wicked grin split his scarred face. All according to plan, he rasped, before he noticed Miriko had a UA student with her. He blinked, before facepalming. Internships? That was this week. Damn it, he snarled. I should have put the pieces together with Ingenium's brother with him. Snarling, he opened his phone and called someone. Ida jolted when he felt his phone go off. Tensei turned to him as his theme song played from his little brother's phone. Aw, how cute, he said, smiling happily. Several other civilians dawed as well at the brotherly idolization Ida had. After hurriedly turning his phone to silent, he picked it up. Hello. Who did your classmates intern with? Stain hissed. Ida fumbled his phone and dashed to an alleyway. Stain, he whispered. I saw Miriko walking by with one of your classmates. I need to know which pros each student is interning under. Why? Because I've upped my activities to draw as many major heroes to this city as possible. My contacts determined that something big is going down here tonight, and the end goal is nothing short of wiping Hosu off of the FING map. Ida gasped. What do you mean? Is it the League of Villains? No. It's not them. Especially since I just put them out of action. What did you do? I taught Tamura how to do taxes. That is so cruel. It worked. He'll be out of commission for at least a week, so no, it's not them. It's Humorize. The Quirkless Advocacy Group? If you want Quirkless advocacy, you go to Quirkless, not Worthless. If you want a world domination cult with a public face of Quirkless advisory and claiming that the Quirkless are the chosen, then you go to Humorize, Stain snarled. What are they doing? I don't know, but it's tonight. I know Midoriya interned under Gang Orca, Bakugu interned under Miriko, and Todoroki interned under her father. The last one was on the list. Under Do Not Bring Up, Ida pointed out. Fair enough, there's not enough evidence to go after him, but you did follow the list? One of my classmates almost went to Dental's agency. How they never connected her with the dentist is beyond me, but it likely involves bribery and being careful. You may have saved her life. I owe my thanks to you. But listen, get your friends on board, especially Midoriya. I can't have them going after me while I try to stop or slow this, or try to find what they're doing. The line went dead. Ida looked up, only to see his brother staring at him. Was that him? Ida asked. It was him. Why was he calling? Humorize is plotting something that was designed to destroy the city. He lured us here to try to mitigate the damage. Little brother? Yes? Ada asked, surprised. Don't say who it is. Humorize is very, very influential. How influential? Enough that if you say that to the wrong person, your career will be dead from lawsuits and being blacklisted at best, and at worst, it'll be dead because you're dead. Ida nodded, surprised. If Stain is trying to get heroes to stop it, using himself as bait was a brilliant move. Ida put his hand to his chin. What are their exact goals? Ida's older brother looked around. They claim to be a quirkless advocacy group. Their villainous sides claim to try to create a world run by them with the quirkless worshipped, on paper, at least. In actuality, they just want to rule the world while creating a cult around them to keep the people in line. How are they so influential? Money, Tensei said, explaining everything in one word. In the sewers directly under a rather busy highway, two individuals were putting the finishing touches on their device. How long will it remain in the air? One asked. No more than 2 minutes, long enough to cause the Quirk above to have received a dose, the other replied. Why not the whole city? Because the stockpiles would have to be used all in one go. We've only just rediscovered how to make it, and the process. Without the ingredients that the original formula had, it's expensive, and the result would likely be the same anyways. The first one checked his phone and activated the timer. The two donned gas masks and quickly fled the area. The bomb was transparent and filled to the brim with a black gas. Their trial run at the sports festival had been a resounding success, showing that the new variant was just as potent as the original recipe. Calamity was back in the game. 5 minutes after this, Shoko and her father were walking through one of the side streets, Endeavor checking every alleyway for Stain. Nothing. Come out, hero killer, Endeavor spat, using his flames to remove the shadows that Stain would have been hiding in. Shoko was watching with her usual expression. As they patrolled, Endeavor would glare at her from time to time. After the 7th alleyway, Shoko noticed something, 2 men in gas masks. She shouted, pointing at them. The two broke into a run. Shoko prepared to freeze them, before she felt a heat on her back, and she dove to the ground, as a torrent of flame flew above her, aimed at the two. The two dodged to a corner, meaning that the fire missed its intended targets. Shoko hoped that the alley wasn't a dead end, but that was unlikely. Endeavor raced after the two he had attacked, flames active. Shoko raced after her father. He had rounded the corner, before several gunshots rang out, with her old man's decades of experience barely managing to keep him from dying right then and there to a pair of gunmen. Instead, he used his flames to melt the bullets, and the molten lead did nothing to him, except leave a stain on his costume. He flicked it off, and Shoko shot some ice at it, preventing it from setting the trash it had landed on fire. Endeavor then prepared to shoot out a column of flame. Wait! Shoko cried, before Endeavor backhanded her, and shot another massive burst. When the flames were done, all that was left was a small pile of ash, total, and the occasional bit of melted slag. Listen, number 4. When a villain attacks you, you don't hesitate. You don't show mercy. You go for the kill. But what if they knew something? Shoko asked, rubbing her cheek. Endeavor slapped her again. You only talk when I say you talk, he snarled. Shoko glowered up at him, hate in her eyes. When you want to capture someone, you close the distance and begin to burn them, while one of their fellows watches. Most people are weak, and give in if they see something they care about burning. Shoko slowly brought a hand to her scar, the faint memory of her screams of agony ringing in her mind. And if they don't give in? You cook them alive, to show the cost of defiance. Now she could hear the screams Toya made, begging someone to help him. She had tried, but all that had happened was that he held her down and made her watch, melting her ice immediately. I'll find you, Sho. I'll find you and save you. Toya had screeched, reaching for her, before his body went sack. Endeavor had left his corpse to smolder outside their house. It had burned to nothing over the rest of the night. These two were nothing but wastes, who tried to harm me. They got what they deserved, extermination like the rats they were, he spat. Her other siblings, That is my lesson to you. Now stand up and follow me. I have a hero killer to catch. With that, Shoko followed her father, eyes burning with pure malice. She knew she didn't have the strength to kill him, not yet. But one day, she could freeze his fire, and then her hands on him would only make him happy she surpassed him. He needed to be slain by someone not related to him. Midoriya, she whispered. What was that? Her father snapped, turning to face her. Nothing, Shoko answered evenly as they left the alleyway. That night, the train to Hosu was pulling into the station. Ida and his brother were at the agency, puzzling over any reported sightings of strange people. Had Endeavor not incinerated the two, someone would have seen two people in gas masks trying to leave the city. Katsumi was practicing kicks with Muriko in an empty warehouse the pro had commandeered. The clock ticked 0. And then? Chaos.